that came together, the men and women that supported the rescue. And it was lovely to have in attendance our Lieutenant Governor, Honorable Mike Savage, and his wife, Darlene, the MLA Armstrong, and of course our colleague David Hensby. So it was a great event, and it meant an awful lot to the community. People came from far and wide to attend this event, so it was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and we'll move to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to wish you a happy 60th birthday. The mayor celebrated his birthday this past weekend on Saturday. And just want to take a moment to mark this important milestone. 60 years is quite a moment to reflect on life and service and leadership and your connection to Halifax and the community. So on behalf of Regional Council and Halifax, best wishes for continued health and well-being. And, I hope this milestone year brings you lots of opportunities to celebrate and continue to be inspired in everything you do.
Wow. That's extremely kind and generous. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. I appreciate it very much, and I look forward to many of those successes with this team around the table here as well. Well, I've got a couple of things to add here. The first is I want to acknowledge and welcome 3 representatives from the Canadian Mental Health Association who are with us today, Aaron, Marg, and Beverly, sitting front and center there. It is to they that we owe the thanks for the green ribbons that have been distributed to council members. Next week, from May 4 to 10, marks Mental Health Week across Canada, which is an opportunity to promote understanding, reduce stigma, and strengthen community connections. We're living in a time of a loneliness epidemic, and their work is extremely important in helping us address that. So I'm honored to share the following proclamation today, as we will not be sitting next week during Mental Health Week. Whereas Mental Health Week is a national awareness and advocacy campaign recognized across Canada since 1951, dedicated to promoting understanding of mental health, encouraging open dialogue, and reducing stigma. And whereas the Canadian Mental Health Association, Nova Scotia Division, in collaboration with its Halifax Dartmouth branch, works to support individuals and families through community-based mental health programs, advocacy, and initiatives that promote well-being and social inclusion. And whereas this year's theme, Come Together Canada, highlights the vital role that social connection plays in our overall well-being and encourages individuals, organizations, and communities to foster meaningful connections through everyday moments. And whereas strengthening community connections contributes to improved mental health outcomes, reduces isolation, and supports the overall well-being of residents across the Halifax Regional Municipality, therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Andy Fillmore, on behalf of Halifax Regional Council, do hereby proclaim May 4th to 10th, 2026 as Mental Health Week in the Halifax Regional Municipality and encourage all residents to come together in support of mental health and well-being. Thank you. And my second and final item, colleagues, today is the National Day of Mourning. It's the day that we honor workers who have died or were injured or became ill from their job or while on the job. And we acknowledge that every worker deserves to come home safe at the end of the day. That's not optional, that's fundamental. And so, colleagues, as is tradition on this day, we'll be pausing at 11 a.m. for a moment of silence to reflect on this occasion, and I'll ask for Madam Clerk's help in making sure that we notice when it's 11, and we will, when we get to that time, we'll have that moment of silence. Thank you for allowing me those 2 interventions, and with that, we'll go to Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. With no council meeting next week, I want to acknowledge that next week is also May 5th to 9th, the Emergency Preparedness Week. And on Saturday the 9th, from 10 o'clock to 1, we have the GEM Jamboree, that's Joint Emergency Management Jamboree of Parade of Partners, being held at the Portals Lake Shopping Center. It's an annual event we've been doing now almost 15 years in regards to getting our emergency preparedness partners together for public awareness and campaign for people to come and collect information about being ready. And also, those who do not have a civic address sign in front of their home, I give out 100 free civic address signs during this event to make sure that the emergency vehicles can find you whenever the case may be. So make sure you get there early enough to get one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. And we'll now turn to Councillor Mancini again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This Sunday is the annual remembrance of Battle of Atlantic. It's interesting. A number of us, I look at Councillor Hartling, Councillor White, Councillor Dale Gammon and I, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Young was there, but we lost him. We went and visited the HMCS Sackville, and had a chance to speak to a number of veterans, and they talked about the Battle of Atlantic and did a great description of that, and it was a real honor to be there. So this Sunday, I believe that takes place, there's two celebrations, one down in Point Pleasant Park, which I believe you're going to go to, Mr. Mayor, and I understand the HMCS Sackville will be in the background during the ceremony, and in Dartmouth in Commodore Park, and this is a woodlawn part of the community, and all the streets in that area are named after ships that were in the Battle of Atlantic. So it's a very special ceremony, and for those that wish to attend, it's 11 o'clock at the Commodore Park on Sunday. I suspect the same time, Mr. Mayor, Point Pleasant Park?
I believe that's true, but it should be verified. Trust but verify, Councillor
Okay,
Mancini.
all right. So I just want to acknowledge that all are welcome, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the community cleanups as well in District 3. We had three very large ones. We had one in Portland Hills, Portland Estates, North Woodside, and on the Shearwater Flyer. I also want to acknowledge, while I have the opportunity, to thank the folks at Waste Management for their help in supporting all of these groups. They do a great job, and it's a very seamless. I never get any complaints around how they've made out with organizing with HRM. So I think that just want to shout out to those folks that do that work for us.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank
Kent. Seeing no other names on the board, last call. We will move on to item 3, which is the approval of the April 14th, 2026 minutes. And I wonder if I could have a motion to approve. Thank you very much, Councillor Steele, and a seconder from Councillor White. Any discussion on the motion, on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, show of hands, approval of the minutes. Thank you very much. The minutes are approved. This brings us to item 4, approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. Madam Clerk, anything for us today?
Yes, there is one addition to the agenda, 17.5 personnel matter. There's also a request to have two items at specific times, 15:13 at 10 a.m. and 17:02 at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much. 15:13 is report, presentation from Events East. And just for the knowledge of people watching, 17:02 is another in-camera presentation. Okay, thank you very much for that. Could I have a motion to, I beg your pardon, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if council would indulge me. Ray Walsh, our Parks Director, our Parks Manager, just got this to me yesterday, but it was after the deadline. And I wanted, because of the time-sensitive nature of it, add this to the agenda if you consent. That in accordance with Section 7 of Administrative Order 53, the municipal alcohol policy, Halifax Regional Council grant permission to the Armview Restaurant and Lounge to serve alcohol in a specifically defined section of the municipally owned Rotary Park during park hours, and that the serving of alcohol in this park shall be governed by a market value license agreement. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for putting that on the agenda. This is year number 6, baby.
Okay, thank you for that. Could I have a motion to approve the amended order of business, please? Councillor Hartling, seconded by Councillor Steele. All in favor, show of hands, please. And the amended order of business is approved. Thank you very much. This brings us to the consent agenda. And there are 5 items on the consent agenda today. They are 1311 Fly Past Request, HMCS Sackville Recommissioning Celebration. 1511 Facility Operating Agreement, East Preston Recreation Center. 1512 the municipality's role in society-wide response to gender-based intimate partner and domestic violence. 1521 Sir Sanford Fleming Park Shoreline Improvements Phase 5. And finally, 1541, Community Museum Grants Program Recommended Awards for fiscal year 2026. And I see Councillor Mancini on the board.
Mr. Mayor, I request that item 15.1.2 be removed from the consent agenda, please.
So noted. Thank you very much. And not seeing any other names on the board, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda moved by Councillor Cleary, seconded by Councillor Steele? And for this, colleagues, we will go to the digital vote, please. Why don't we record it? So we'll just do a hand vote. Okay, colleagues, while we sort out some technical matters, let's proceed with a hand vote that the clerk will help us to facilitate. So again, the vote is on the amended consent agenda. And if I could just see a show of hands, all those in favor of the consent agenda. And Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the item 15.3, which is the presentation from Events East. So I see members of the team at Events East, Suzanne Fougier, CEO, is here to present. And Suzanne, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today on behalf of the Board of Directors and the entire team at Events East Group. Today, I'm here to provide you with a bit of an update on some achievements of the prior year, as well as some insight into the year ahead, as we formally ask Regional Council for approval of our 2026-27 Events East Business Plan. As you know, Events East Group is a special purpose government agency that manages and operates the Halifax Convention Centre and Scotiabank Centre. Our core purpose is to create economic and community benefits through the events that we host. Over the last year, our organization has experienced a significant period of transition and growth. We celebrated the end of a very successful chapter, driving more than $550 million in economic impact through our two venues since 2018. We also said farewell to our former president and CEO, Carrie Cousins. As many of you know, Carrie successfully set the organization on an accelerated path and has helped to establish a solid foundation for the organization as an event host, community champion, and industry leader. As I transition into my new role, I want to thank staff and council for your ongoing support of Events East and your confidence in our leadership. I feel very privileged to be taking on this role for this organization and this important work, and I am very pleased with the partnership across all levels that we have with staff and council. This year, we'll also begin our new 5-year strategic plan, which was approved last summer, and this reinforces our core purpose of promoting economic, tourism, and strategic industry growth. As I said, we're very fortunate to be building on a very solid foundation of success. Last year, our two venues combined generated $140 million in economic impact. We hosted over 300 events, and we welcomed more than 600,000 guests. And it was a record year for both of our venues. The economic impact that we generate means new money is being spent in Halifax and Nova Scotia. We drive financial benefit to our downtown restaurants, hotels, and shops, as well as the many partners and entrepreneurs that we work with to support the event industry overall. The Convention Centre itself is a driver of economic growth for our region. Over the past few years, our focus strategy has steadily increased the number of national and international events that we have the opportunity to host. Last year, this included 50 national and international conventions, and we expect the same in the year ahead, which is aligned to our new long-term targets. In the past year, the Convention Centre specifically hosted 190 events, welcomed over 100,000 guests, and generated $90 million in economic impact. It was the busiest year we've hosted since opening the Convention Centre in 2018. Highlights of the year included DevSec Atlantic, which is Canada's second largest gathering for aerospace and defense and security, For the first time, we welcomed Marine Renewables Canada, and we also welcomed 12 life sciences conventions and events that reinforce Nova Scotia's position as a center for excellence. And we were so pleased and proud to end the year with a very special guest. We hosted Prime Minister Mark Carney, and I know many of you were able to join us for that. That was the largest breakfast event that we've ever hosted at the Convention Center with over 1,700 attendees. Local and community events continue to play a very important role in keeping the Convention Center vibrant. We're proud to be the backdrop for the many important conversations and celebrations that we have the privilege of hosting. Last year, this included over 20 local gala events, which included Chefs for UNICEF Water for Life Gala, the African Heritage Month Gala in support of the Black Cultural Center, and the Cedar and Maple Gala with the Lebanese Chamber of Commerce. In the upcoming year, we will once again welcome 175 events, over 95,000 attendees, and we expect to generate another $90 million in economic impact. Again, this will include 50 international and national conventions, which is a number that continues to steadily grow. We remain very focused in our event attraction strategy on sectors of strength and comparative advantage, aligning our efforts with economic development priorities of the province and the region overall. And I'm very proud to say that we're starting the year very strong. Between April and June, we'll host 25 conventions at the Convention Center. Highlights include the Canadian Chiropractic Association, Digital Canada eHealth Conference, the 2026 Canadian Annual Employee Benefits Conference, the 2026 Canadian Surgery Forum, and the ArcticNet Annual Scientific Meeting. In addition to these signature events and conventions, we're also continuing to drive significant impact well beyond the economic return that we generate. Through our local program, we're very proud to support a network of approximately 100 suppliers and producers from across the region, and these suppliers incorporate their products into our local flavors menu. In 2026-27, we will continue with this commitment, generating over 60% of our food and beverage purchases to these suppliers. And for context, this represents about $1 million annual in spending to local small businesses. This year, we're also focused on broadening the impact of this program by incorporating even more elements of Nova Scotia's rich culture and heritage. Through the year, we will engage in a series of collaborative discussions with partners and stakeholders from the community to better understand how we can evolve this important program. We're also committed to continuously improving the sustainability of our operations. Last year, we launched a new food sustainability program called Bellies Before Bins, and through this program, we're able to repurpose, share, and donate surplus food from the events that we host. Since launching, we've donated more than 10,000 meals to local nonprofit organizations in need in our community. We also remain extremely committed to continuing our work against our equity, diversity, and inclusion framework, as well as our accessibility plan. And both of these frameworks have been in place for several years now. As examples of these commitments in action, both of our venues are Rainbow registered and age-friendly certified. The Convention Center is proud to be Rick Hansen Foundation certified. And last year, the Convention Center also successfully achieved gold level recertification by the International Association of Convention Centers. And this designation recognizes excellence in convention center management, governance, and service delivery. And it also puts the Convention Center among an elite group of only 30 venues worldwide who have maintained this benchmark of excellence. Turning now to Scotiabank Center, last year saw an impressive lineup of events and unforgettable moments in sport. We drove vibrancy and activity year-round with 110 events, over 500,000 fans, and direct expenditures of over $50 million. A highlight, of course, was last November when we proudly welcomed 100,000 curlers and fans for the 2025 Canadian Curling Trials. We held 20 events over 8 days, hosted 16 teams of athletes and coaches, and we also brought together 21 local bands for free entertainment at the Patch at the Halifax Convention Center. Major events like this remain a critical part of the event attraction strategy for Scotiabank Center, and it also is one way that we drive impact not only in Halifax, but also across the province. The example of that event is a great example of partnership in action with pre-trial events that also took place in Liverpool and Wolfville last fall in advance of the trials at Scotiabank Center. In December and January, we were also incredibly proud to welcome not one, but two PWHL Takeover Tour games to Scotiabank Centre. And bringing experiences like the Takeover Tour to our city has an incredible impact. The recent success of the Takeover Tour games that we hosted demonstrate the incredibly strong market and interest that we have for women's sport in Halifax and Nova Scotia. Our tenants, the Halifax Mooseheads and Halifax Thunderbirds, also continue to play a very critical role in the success of Scotiabank Centre. They are both top performing teams in their leagues in terms of attendance and fan base, and they continue to drive significant vibrancy not only for the venue, but as well as the downtown. The important role of Scotiabank Centre in our community and its alignment with our city's broader tourism and growth goals have become emerging topics in the event sector over the past year. As Scotiabank Centre nears its 50th anniversary, strategic investments are required to ensure that we can remain a landmark in our city's skyline and can continue to drive incredible vibrancy and impact through the events we host. We look forward to continued conversations with council and staff on the best approach to ensuring that Scotiabank Centre remains an iconic venue for many years to come. This year, we have an amazing lineup of events. We'll welcome 105 events, over 500,000 fans, and we expect to generate more than $49 million in economic impact. In partnership with the Halifax Mooseheads, we're excited in June to be hosting the 2026 Q Draft, which marks the first time this event will be hosted in Halifax. And in March, we're very pleased to be welcoming back university sport for men's and women's basketball, and this is part of a multi-year hosting strategy that we have in place with local partners and universities. Consistent with recent trends that we've seen in the venue's performance, our overall event mix, as well as conversations that we've had with staff throughout the year, we are projecting a break-even operating budget for Scotiabank Centre in the year ahead. In closing, we've outlined a very ambitious long-term plan that will ensure Events East can continue to leverage the power of live events to build on our success and drive impact. Our new long-term target is to generate $730 million in economic impact between our two venues by the end of year 5. As we work to drive this impact at every opportunity, we'll do so working closely with both of our shareholders as responsible stewards of our venues. We'll also work in close collaboration with the many event industry partners to align our strategies. I do want to acknowledge and thank the ongoing partnership that we have with many organizations who have been critical to our success, the team at Discover Halifax and the Halifax Partnership, the Tourism Industry Association of Nova Scotia, Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage, both the Hotel Association and Restaurant Associations of Nova Scotia, the Downtown Halifax Business Commission, and all the local business improvement districts. These partners and many more are critical to our collective success in continuing to attract and host incredible events. Our team continues to be inspired to showcase this wonderful place to the world and leverage all of the strengths that Halifax and Nova Scotia have to offer. I want to thank Mayor Fillmore, members of Regional Council, Acting CAO Brad Anguish, and HRM staff for your ongoing support of Events East, as well as our events industry as a whole. With that, I'll conclude my formal remarks, and I'd be happy to take your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, for a great presentation. There are some questions popping up, and we'll begin with Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor if you wish. Put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council approve the 2026-27 Events East business plan for the Halifax Convention Centre Corporation submitted to the municipality on March 31st, 2026, as set out in attachment 2 of the March 16, 2026 staff report. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Suzanne, thanks very much. I believe this is your first presentation as CEO and President of Events East. Well done. Kerry Cousins did an amazing job for this community and really look forward to your leadership. So it's exciting times ahead in that 5-year plan. Colleagues, there was, and Councillor Hensby was around at that time when the Scotiabank was being built, or the Metro Centre at the time. There was lots of opposition to that. We shouldn't be spending that kind of money. It shouldn't be taking up the downtown. Same thing when we looked at the new convention center. Lots of opposition, people even protesting on the day it opened. But to hear the numbers, $550 million since 2018, 3.2 million visitors, 1,500 events. amazing work, and it's part of the reason, events. We just had our event strategy done. The events is such a part of the fabric of our municipality and attracting businesses and people and visitors, and the work that Events East. I look forward to the time. You know what I'm going to say, that the third venue is the Wanderers Grounds that under Events East. Hopefully that will happen in the future. So just amazing. So I have some questions. I'm going to stack these questions. Can you speak to some of the biggest the obstacles that are in front of you for both these venues? Could you talk about the impact of the United States and the political climate down there? Have we gained, particularly from the convention side? And really should give us a sense of, the number of full-time and part-time employees, and if you know those at the top of your head. And, you talked about lots of plans ahead of the Scotiabank Centre, but it is, 50 plus years? So, what are some of those plans? And then finally, if you wouldn't mind just talking, you alluded to in your presentation, but having anchor tenants in Scotiabank Centre like the Mooseheads and the Thunderbirds, could you speak to the importance of that? That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Your Worship, through you to the councillor. Okay, I'll try to unpack these. I appreciate, of course, the enthusiasm and the support as well. In terms of obstacles, when we think about the years ahead, I would say we're starting from a really strong position and foundation of success. For us, there's a couple of things that are really critical to our long-term success. First and foremost, it's maintaining the event attraction strategies and the service delivery that we have in both of our venues, and working closely with our partners to ensure that we can continue to attract substantive and significant major events as well as conventions. And that will be an ongoing focus for us. In terms of obstacles, I would say as we think about the next 5 to 10 years, for us to maintain the level of operation that we've had, one of the critical things we will need to start thinking about is the right investments in infrastructure, which is anticipated in our long-term strategy. And that goes a little bit to your last question about Scotiabank Centre in particular. As that venue nears its 50th anniversary, we've had extremely strong performance as a venue, and we've had tremendous support from HRM in terms of strategic investments. But the age and configuration of that building are starting to show. And for us to maintain the position that we have, that will take some discussion about what does long-term approach look like and what is the best way to approach that for the future. In terms of your second question on geopolitical circumstances, certainly we've been monitoring that for several years now from when the tariff discussions started. And of course, there's more and more geopolitical uncertainty. Specific to the convention center, our primary focus is on the domestic Canadian market, so we're a bit insulated from global uncertainty from that perspective. And contrary to what people might think, we actually aren't seeing conventions migrate or events migrate from the US into Canada at a substantive rate, and our counterparts aren't seeing that across the country. So certainly something that we're continuing to monitor, but right now we aren't seeing any direct impacts of that. I think your third question was about staff, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So in total, across all of our venues as well as Events East, so our corporate staff, we have 500 employees in total. About 125 of those would be considered full-time salaried staff, and then we have about another core variable hourly staff who work constantly with event activity, and then we have a large casual pool that fluctuates based on business volume. And then lastly, anchor tenants, I think. Is that the
that's
last
correct,
one? Yeah. So I did reference in my remarks both the Thunderbirds and the Halifax Mooseheads, and we're very fortunate with the Mooseheads. We've enjoyed a partnership that is now over 30 years old, and they have been an anchor tenant in that venue for some time. And we're very, very lucky to have the partnership that we have as well with the Halifax Thunderbirds. And both of those tenants drive a significant level of activity through the building. Just to give you some context, that would be about half the event activity that we host comes from those two tenants. They are both top performing tenants in their leagues and kind of what I would call hallmark franchises in both the Q as well as the NLL. And one of our key focuses in the upcoming year is just really continuing to nurture the success of those two tenants, and they're critical to our ongoing success as well. And we're very fortunate that we have very strong partnerships with them.
Great. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that, and we'll move to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Suzanne. And congratulations on your new role. Look forward to working with you. I have a few questions around economic impact, benefits, direct and indirect. You mentioned the multiplier effect of the various events that take place in HRM, and I know the businesses benefit significantly. Looking at Councillor Daigle Gammon, I'm thinking about budgets. You mentioned that Scotiabank Centre may break even this year, so I'm curious about that, and I'm also curious about the indirect benefits that possibly accrue to HRM. We know that this economic activity results in provincial business and personal income tax revenue. I'm wondering how HRM benefits directly and indirectly. We had a very scathing budget discussion over many months, so I'm still somewhat burned by that. So I was very curious when you mentioned that the Scotiabank Centre is breaking even, and you also I also in the report saw that. There's $2,437,500 that comes from the reserve in terms of HRM, from an HRM reserve. I'm just interested in, how that will, what we might expect for the future on that. And also, maybe you could say just a bit more about what may be required for the Scotiabank Centre. You alluded to capital investments, and I know Councillor Mancini talked a bit about what those might be. Can you provide a bit more on that as well, please? And I'll leave my other questions for later. Thank you.
Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So just to start, in terms of economic benefit and economic impact, as I mentioned, both of our venues combined last year would have generated $140 million in economic impact. And that includes, as you mentioned, direct and indirect benefits. When we think about direct and indirect specific to the city, I would say the main benefit that we drive is the vibrancy that we deliver in the downtown core. And you really just need to look at a Tuesday night Mooseheads hockey game in the middle of February and what's happening in the bars and restaurants in downtown, and the important role that both of our venues play in terms of driving that foot traffic and keeping our hotels and our restaurants vibrant year round. I'd also say that one of the strategies we have in both venues, and specifically in the convention center, is looking more at how we drive that year-round activities, so that in those on non-peak times, specifically January to March, that both of our buildings are driving vibrancy directly to the downtown core. The overall economic benefit, of course, I know contributes to the GDP, and that's primarily a provincial benefit. As it relates to your question about Scotiabank Centre specifically in the upcoming year, we are very confident that we'll meet a break-even operating budget, and we have consistently in the last couple of years actually delivered a surplus through Scotiabank Centre based on performance. And that surplus contributes to the capital reserve that supports the venue overall. So we're expecting a break-even operating budget in the upcoming year, and I would suggest that that's probably the trend that you're going to see from now and into the future based on performance and what we're seeing in event mix overall. As it relates to capital for Scotiabank Centre, we do work directly with staff on the capital program for Scotiabank Centre, and capital's funded specifically by the city for the venue. In the upcoming year, we're aligned with the capital budget process that you guys have followed. So we have a $3 million capital budget that would have been approved through your standard processes. That really represents routine building maintenance and some completion of existing projects, critical systems work. As we think about the future, what we're really talking about is to maintain the overall success of Scotiabank Centre as a premier sports and entertainment arena. We do need to start to think about the configuration of the space, the age. Right now, we aren't meeting accessibility standards, as an example. We'll need to look at sustainability and technology and those types of things. And it really is just a matter of the venue hitting that 50-year mark. There are a range of options that could be considered in terms of what that might look like. And those are really discussions that we hope to advance with staff and council this year. I don't really have anything more specific to share at this point, other than it's time to really proactively start thinking about what that will look like and what's the most realistic way to approach it.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, but I'll come back. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Deputy Mayor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, congratulations on your new position. Very exciting. My questions were about the economic impact as well. I think Councillor Steele has done a very good job covering the broad base of that. But, in particular, the point that it's mostly a GDP benefit, which when, we look at the municipality's ability to generate revenue to pay for like large projects like this, we need to make sure that that there's some planning, some foresight, and some reality around our ability to raise revenue. And I just want to, commend Councillor Mancini on never missing an opportunity to advance his narrative around things like Wanderers Ground. But in making these decisions, I think these are things that we need to discuss at council about what's best for the city, and it's right and proper to question things, whether it was about the convention center or about the Wanderers Grounds. So I just want to thank you very much for being here for your presentation.
Thank you very much for that. And we'll go back to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one final question. What's the additional $250,000 paid to Event East? I didn't understand what that was for. Maybe staff can answer, or you have it, perhaps. Yes.
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, thank you for the question. I am going to defer that question to staff, but actually as we come back to you, I realize I did not answer your last question that you had specifically about the convention center.
Yes.
So before I pass that to staff, the convention center, as you know, is jointly owned by the city and the province, and our primary mandate is really the generation of economic impact, and that was 90 million last year, expected to be 90 million in the year ahead. And in exchange for that, there is an investment by both shareholders that's joint, and that covers building costs, capital, as well as property tax. So in the joint investment of 4.8, which there's a portion that's the city's portion is 2.4, that includes $2.3 million of property tax that we pay back to the city. And the remainder of that really represents the share of capital and building costs. And that is how that funding model has been structured. And is consistent with the MOU between the province and the city. But specific to the breakdown in the report, I'll pass it to you. I think the 250 was separate.
No, it's the same thing. Through the mayor to the councillor, I think Suzanne answered that in terms of what you're looking for. The amount is split between the province and the city, and then the reserve is funded through the property taxes from the building, and the province does pay the leasehold, which we pay in full, and we pay back to them, and then the difference between that would go towards Event East for operating and what Suzanne had mentioned from that perspective.
Okay. I think I also asked about the additional $250,000 that was paid to Event East. I think that was over and above the $2,430,000. No, that's part of it. Is it? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And going to Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Suzanne, for your presentation and your team for all the work you do. Mine's a little specific. You mentioned in the report inclusive economic strategy, and it goes on to say that strategic objective of strengthening our dynamic downtowns, main streets, and rural events. So it's a two-part question. Number one, what does the inclusive economic strategy mean to Events East specifically? And you mentioned about 100 full-time staff. So how inclusive and diverse is your full-time staff on the Events East? Thanks.
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, can I just ask for a clarification on the inclusive growth strategy that you're referencing? Are you referencing the city's strategy or something specific?
No, it states inclusive economic strategy, and you mentioned the downtowns, main streets. My concern is the rural events, specifically, maybe naming some of those, and the other one is about the staff. Thanks.
Yeah, so as it relates to events and what we are primarily focused on, it would be attracting and hosting the events specifically that we host in the Convention Center as well as Scotiabank Center. And then we work in partnership with other organizations like Discover Halifax or Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage as it relates to when we attract events, is there benefit and opportunity that we can push out to other regions of the province? And that's really aligned to our provincial mandate. So examples of that would be something like when we host the Canadian Curling Trials, we would work with the province to ensure that there's pre-trial events that happened in those communities. The same would have happened around the World Juniors as an example, when there's opportunities for training camps to ensure that they go to places outside of Halifax, which can host the core event, but other communities across the province who might have smaller infrastructure or less capacity. As it relates to your question on our staff, we do monitor the makeup of our workforce and of our full-time complement, which is approximately 125. We do mirror the census data of the province, and we do monitor that regularly. So we do have a very diverse staff base, and we work very closely with our human resources group to ensure that we nurture a culture that is respectful, safe, and fully inclusive. And that's a journey that we've been on for several years now, and something that we will continue to stay focused on in the years to come.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you very much. We'll move to Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Suzanne. In thinking about the revenue, just a comment and then a question. I think it's okay kind of breaking even on these things because it leads to the vibrancy of downtown. And when you have a vibrant downtown, you're collecting property taxes from everyone around you and adding to quality of life. So that's how we get the money back is we need that vibrancy to bring in property taxes. But what I'm thinking of about a long-term question is when we're looking at Scotiabank Centre being 50 years old and it needs a big refit, and the convention center's new, but someday it'll need something too. So are we kind of learning from, because right now we don't have anything, as far as I know, socked away for Scotiabank. So are we learning from that, and that do we have a reserve going for the convention center, and how are we going to move forward with those big capital costs in the future?
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, as it relates specifically to the convention center, it's a process that we plan to initiate this year, both with the city and the province. So that venue is just about 8 years old. So it'll soon be nearing that kind of 10-year mark. We did do an analysis last year of the entire building structure and consideration of what will be required over the next 10 to 25 years. And in partnership with both the city and the province, that'll be a conversation that we advance proactively this year to talk about what might be required 5 or 10 years down the road. And to your question on Scotiabank Centre, I think that is one of the learnings that we have with that venue, is also just continually proactively having a multi-year capital plan in place. And with Scotiabank Centre, we have had that. And over the last decade in particular, there's been strategic investments in the critical infrastructure. And that is because we've had a multi-year capital plan in place with staff as well as council to really look forward at what those investments will be required. We're just reaching the stage now that it's time to start thinking about the more significant investments that will be required as it nears 50 years in age.
Okay, so are we looking at mechanisms to, like a ticket surcharge or something to save for these big things in the future?
I think there's a variety of options
Yeah,
like that we can consider once we advance the conversation a bit further, and certainly things like facility improvement fees and potentially other types of funding strategies are things that we'd want to
Is
talk
what you're
about.
talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other names on the board. I'll therefore offer a thought, and just to say thank you, Suzanne. You have appeared in this chamber many times. This is the first time in your role as CEO. A resounding success today. Thank you. The metrics that you've provided are striking, and I just was reflecting that you and I first met a very long time ago. When at that time I was an HRM staff member sitting with you on the joint provincial HRM project management team that built Nova Centre and the Convention Centre, and we've a lot of water under the bridge since then. And Councillor Mancini's right. There was some very pointed skepticism at the time, and the metrics you've shared today, I think, show that it was the right decision at the right time and continues to be a force multiplier for our downtown. The regional economic benefits of the combined convention center and Scotiabank Center are enormous, but beyond the financial benefits, we're lucky in the city to have a lot of organizations that generate a lot of pride, and Events East is high on that list. You are bringing the world to our doorstep, and in return, showing the world who we are. So I just want to say thank you to you and the team that's behind you for all the work that you do to show HRM to the world in such a wonderful way. So thank you very much. Okay, I think that's the end of this agenda item, colleagues, and we will we'll move on. Thank you. That takes us back to where we were in the agenda, which is item 6, business or. Oh, why don't we take a vote? What do you say? That would be a good thing. I would hate to have you come all this way for nothing. So we'll go to the digital voting, please. And the motion carries. Thank you. Cheers. That takes us to item 6, business arising out of the minutes, which I do not believe we have any. And number 7, call for declarations of conflicts of interest today. Not seeing any. Thanks again, team. That brings us to item 8, motions of reconsideration, of which there are none. Item 9, motions of rescission, of which there are none. Item 10, consideration of deferred business, there is none. And that brings us to item 12, hearings. And colleagues, I note that at 6 p.m. today, we have a scheduled variance appeal hearing regarding 41 Cowie Hill Road, and we'll come to that after the evening recess, as well as a public hearing 12.2 regarding land use bylaw changes in Eastern Passage. And again, that will come after the evening recess. And that brings us to item 13, correspondence, petitions, and delegations. Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence today?
Yes, correspondence has been received for items 13.11 and 17.3 and has been circulated to all members of council.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to 13.11 fly past request, which was passed on consent. And then at 13.2 petitions. And I understand there are 2 today. One from you, Madam Clerk. Would you like to table that?
Yes, the clerk's office has received and is submitting a petition containing approximately 900 signatures. And it is from residents who are against planning case MINORREV 2025-007280 for 1407 Main Street Eastern Passage, which is the public hearing that's being heard later today.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor White, do you have a petition to table today? Okay, thank you.
I disappeared. I'm on. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a petition from the residents of Henry Street. This is about a wish for and ask for traffic calming on Henry. There's a lot going on in that area with the construction of the hospital and other building construction as well. And residents have noticed an increase in the speed and volume of traffic on their streets. So they're looking for some help there. They also note in the petition that a number of surrounding streets already have traffic calming or bump outs or traffic diversion with the bikeway. So this is specifically about Henry. Then it doesn't have any treatment there. And they're talking about the area from Jubilee down to Coburg. So this petition has 83 people signed it, which is 93% of residents, and this will go to staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to item 14, information items brought forward. And there is an item from April 14th, 2026, requested by Councillor Steele regarding the annual public safety strategy report. And there is a presentation today, and I understand that Amy Siciliano, there, hi Amy, is here, and the floor is yours when you're ready. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Amy.
Good morning, Mayor and Regional Council. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Amy Siciliano, and I'm the Public Safety Advisor, and it's a privilege to share with you our annual update on the municipality's public safety strategy. This is a municipal-wide strategy, but its home is in community safety, and the key implementation leads include our Programs and Partnerships Division, led by Lillian Ash, as well as the Research and Development Division, which sits under me. We have key collaborators across the organization that include Parks and Recreation, libraries, human resources, many community organizations, and other branches of government. So my goal today, hopefully over the next 10 to 12 minutes, is to provide Council with an update on our work over the past year and what's on the horizon for the coming one. So I'll start with a background of how we got here. I'll introduce the framework that guides our public safety strategy and the action areas for our work. I'm going to spend some time talking about how we're measuring and monitoring impact. And I'm going to do that by giving you some examples of some of our achievements that are included in your staff report. And then I'll finish up by talking about what's coming next. So the municipality recognizes that prevention is core to its legislative mandate to develop and maintain safe and viable communities. And it has built the infrastructure to ensure that its approach to prevention can grow and thrive. This includes more than 15 years of foundational work and key milestones, including the Mayor's Roundtable and Claremont reports, which highlighted the need for a holistic, preventative, and community-led approach to public safety. These reports emphasize the need to address the root causes of harm rather than reactive enforcement alone. Our inaugural public safety strategy, which was approved in 2018, established a shared vision for municipal public safety across the HRM. And it established some of our signature programs in community safety, including the community mobilization teams that support gun violence, and our Safe City and Safe Public Spaces program that works to prevent sexual violence in public spaces. It also, that inaugural strategy, built awareness and capacity across HRM for the important role that our social infrastructure plays as a key contributor to creating safer communities. So I'm talking about library, recreation centers, parks, transit, youth programs, among others. Our current public safety strategy, which was unanimously approved by Municipal Council in 2023, gave us a mandate to advance community-led safety, establish alternative approaches to responding to harm, and create a center of responsibility to align public safety efforts across sectors. Since Regional Council approved the strategy, it has attracted over $5 million in direct external funding and approximately $600,000 in-kind funding through pilot projects such as Project Upstream, which is a work we're doing with Public Safety Canada on building capacity and multi-sectoral approaches to preventing violent extremism and social polarization. And a project that recently ended, which was a national project that we were selected as a pilot site for to develop better tools for monitoring and reporting on prevention approaches to community safety. So the strategy guides evidence-based investments in upstream, alternative, and holistic approaches to community safety and well-being. It really frames a strategic approach to building capacity across sectors to support and grow HRM's community safety ecosystem. By strengthening the ecosystem, we create the social conditions that reduce risks, that reduce safety risks for everyone. So this is really primary prevention work. Build extra support and capacity for communities or places more at risk of violence, and this would be considered secondary prevention. And respond to incidents in trauma-informed, community-centered ways to prevent further harm, promote accountability, justice, and healing. And this is tertiary prevention.
Thank you. I think, Amy, if you'll permit me, we'll take our moment of silence now. Colleagues, as we discussed previously, today is National Day of Mourning, where we're going to honor the workers who have died or were injured or became ill on the job. I would welcome anyone who is able to stand to join me, and we'll just have that moment of silence and then carry on. Thank you.
So under the strategy, we have three strategic action areas. Community-led public safety leadership is about the work we do with community groups, other municipal business units to support, champion, and also lead various public safety initiatives. The second action area is a broader spectrum of responses to social issues and harms. And through this action area, we're working to establish and build out the continuum of responders and responses to social harms, really trying to ensure that we have the most appropriate response to the situation that's presented to us. And the third action area is the center of responsibility for community safety. And this is about establishing an appropriate structure to advance public safety initiatives, something that has the capacity to lead and the authority to convene partners, organizations, and experts. And as you will recall, shortly after the public safety strategy was approved, we established a brand new community safety business unit, which is really strengthening our approach under this action area. Within these action areas, there's 14 different actions, and these include different programs, services, and initiatives. Attachment A in your report details progress on each of those actions within these three action areas. So the public safety strategy is built on an overarching theory of change, and it's guided by a monitoring and evaluation framework that helps us with key insights on what we're doing, how we're doing it, and the impact that it's having. It helps us communicate progress toward the outcomes we're aiming to achieve, and gives us the evidence we need for continuous learning and adaptation of the work we do. So there's 4 categories in this framework. The first is outcomes. Really, that what we're talking about here is the change that we're aiming to make. The next is activities, and that's an way that we track the activities that we're doing under each program or initiative. We also have program level measures, and these are the kind of outputs, so the shorter term goals that we have related to the work we do. It also includes where we are able, and I'll give you an example later, to have independent evaluations of the work that we do to help us understand better the impact that the work is having. Finally, we look at population level measures. And these are indicators of broader social change. Something that would be familiar probably too would be police reported crime data. But there's other measures that we gather from surveys, both that we do, StatsCan does, and I'll give you actually an example of that later today. And that kind of population level data really helps us understand trends in the community and how we need to kind of adapt and respond to those trends. So preventing violent extremism is a really great example of that. We're seeing across various data points that this is a growing issue, and because of that, we aim to have an action area or a focus area in our new strategy that's going to help us better understand and respond to that issue. So here is a busy slide, but really I wanted to show you, this is from your action, from your attachment A, an example first of a newer initiative that we've started, led by Sylvia Foon, who's with us today. And I'm kind of going to show you how it walk through our monitoring and evaluation framework. So the Child, Youth, and Family Response Table, or CHART for short, is a table that convenes youth-serving organizations across the municipality to focus on strengthening the coordination amongst that sector, with the aim of preventing harm, providing the most appropriate response in terms of a service provider who could best meet the needs of the youth in need. And so they come together monthly and do various things. And so the gray box there shows you the program measures, so that's in bold. And under each of those program measures, you can see the activities that are supporting those program measures. And then in the right-hand side of the slide, you can see the longer-term outcomes that this program is working toward. So CHART first is established and maintained as a standing multi-sector youth coordination table. They meet monthly, as I mentioned. Various service providers are coming to these monthly meetings. And the second program measure is about what they do there, which is talking about how they can best identify the service provider that can support the particular youth in the situation that they find themselves in. Another program measure that they are working on is education and awareness. So Sylvia will bring in various experts who come and help provide information, develop capacity amongst that youth serving sector for existing and emerging issues that are impacting our young people today. So she's had sessions on healthy masculinities, tech-facilitated violence, gender-based violence prevention, among others. Okay, this is an example, and it's an infographic. I believe it's your attachment B that we produced after we received the final report for an independent evaluation of a training program that we run, which is nonviolent crisis intervention training, which is led by our community safety training and education coordinator, Song Chen, who's also with us here today. So this was done by Dalhousie's Claremont Center for Community Safety Research, and they followed the training program as it developed to give us some key insights and help us understand the impact. There were, I believe, so we've trained over the past 2 years well over, or up to the end of this evaluation, well over 400 and some odd participants, including frontline HRM staff, community organizations and volunteers. We've also trained train the trainers with the business improvement districts who have their own trainer that are working to train staff within our business improvement districts to help them de-escalate situations that they may be confronted with in the work that they do in our business districts. And so the evaluators looked at the training program. They did surveys and focus groups with those who had been trained, and provided us a report with how the training was doing, which we received last year. So we found through this report that our training is really making a difference in terms of capacity for our municipal staff to have the skills to de-escalate situations that they may be presented with in the work that they do every day. They've reported increased confidence in these skills. They're able to retain the knowledge that they've learned. So as a part of the evaluation, we did a 6-month knowledge check. So go back and what do you remember? Are you applying it? And in those metrics, we learned that almost 100%, 98% had retained that knowledge. We also learned that the NCI training was reducing stress and improving well-being for our municipal staff, and that mostly it was very relevant to their role. So this training program, not only NCI, but we have several other trainings that we've launched in the community safety training program. The data that we collect from this program is also being used in our council's strategic plan. So it's one of the KPIs that we're reporting on up through that plan to you. Okay. I also wanted to highlight how the work that we do through the public safety strategy and our engagement with communities is supporting newcomer safety by just highlighting a few points here. So we have done a lot of engagement over the past year and a half to understand issues related to senior safety in the HRM, and that has included targeted engagement with newcomer communities, so a focus group with newcomers, newcomer serving organizations, as well as newcomers who participated in their own focus groups. We have had very strong participation from the immigrant serving sector in the work we've been doing with community on building capacity and raising awareness on violent extremism, and have engaged organizations such as ISANS, the YMCA, the Halifax Immigrant Partnership, Shabbatco Connections, Rainbow Refugee Society, and the Parent Resource Centers at Bayers Westwood and in the North End. I also would like to note that our CARE training curriculum, CARE is our alternative crisis response service, which I'll speak about in a minute. The training curriculum was developed to include intercultural competency training, which was delivered by ISANS. And translation services are also available for folks who are accessing that service delivered by CARE. We did a very interesting project with the Legal Information Society of Nova Scotia in partnership with Diversity and Inclusion to engage and support newcomer youth and their families who are interacting with the criminal justice system or at risk of interacting with the criminal justice system. So they've developed a series of tools that are going to be available on their website and available in also 9 languages. And this work was done in collaboration with various newcomers and newcomer serving organizations. Our CMTs in Spryfield and the North End also have larger newcomer communities in them, and so they're working alongside those communities to support various safety initiatives as it relates to incidents that happen in those communities. Okay. Another initiative that I wanted to bring forward to share is something that we've been working on over the past about a year, close to a year, through funding from Public Health Agency of Canada. And the goal is really to provide an accessible, evidence-based, and community-informed framework that we can integrate equity into capital planning decision-making. So the framework really is examining distributional, so where things are, and structural equity, so why there may be things missing in certain communities. Looking at social infrastructure, so we're looking at transit, active transportation, parks, recreation centers, and libraries, and we're looking at how access is, how well, I don't say good or bad, but the range of access to get to these places. So we're doing an access analysis using active transportation network and our transit network to see the variations between how folks can access our municipal facilities. And we're doing that in relation to indicators of socioeconomic conditions at the community level. So we're looking at material security, which is about the relative level of resources available in a community, as well as social cohesion. So the structural factors that enable or constrict how connected you are to your community. So we're using those 2 indicators to understand socioeconomic conditions across the HRM, and then look at where our facilities are and how residents access those facilities through active transportation infrastructure and transit infrastructure. And we'll use that to build an evaluation matrix into the capital planning process that project managers can use to show how the degree to which equity considerations could be embedded into their projects. Okay. I also wanted to highlight a major milestone that we achieved last year, which is the launch of the Municipalities Crisis Assistance and Response, or CARE team. It was launched in October 2025 in a phased approach. So initially, back in October, it was limited area with limited hours. In January, it expanded to 24/7. And we've also expanded the service area. So it was originally in Dartmouth and Cole Harbour, and it's expanded now into the north end of Halifax, as well as the waterfront downtown. Integration with Patrol has happened in February, I think. In April. And integration with emergency services, or IES 911, will be happening, I believe, imminently. And what that means is that calls that come into 911 will be able to be transferred over to 211 for evaluation and dispatch. So CARE is meant to provide a 24/7 alternative to the police for some calls, including calls related to mental health, substance use, public intoxication, thoughts of suicide, or general well-being. And our intake and dispatch partners are 211 and Souls Harbor, so you can call 211. Your call will be evaluated. If it's eligible for CARE, then the CARE team will be dispatched to help you. So as a part of the work that we do, as I mentioned on the monitoring and evaluation framework, we are evaluating CARE over the 2 years. So starting when it launched up until the 2-year mark. And we received a draft report from our evaluators, and I wanted to just share some high-level findings from that. So what we're seeing, and this is only 3 months of evaluation, so it's very early, but some very positive results. So of the calls that are coming in and being addressed by CARE, most are for mental health crisis or well-being checks. Other calls that are coming in are related to homelessness, suicidal ideation, and information or referrals. Part of the evaluation has also included interviews with service providers that are delivering the service, allied service providers who'd be using the service, and police as well. And through that survey analysis, we've seen very strong support for CARE and hope for the expansion, a satisfaction with training from the CARE team, a desire for more communication and outreach to raise awareness for CARE, and the services it provides. The Board of Police Commissioners, I would also say, is doing a policing survey, and in the survey to community, one of the questions is there's the level of support for alternative responses, and we're seeing from the results of that survey that 84% of people in HRM are completely or mostly supportive of the CARE model. I also wanted to add that CARE administrative data, so the data that's informing this evaluation, but also that's coming out of the program, is going to be integrated as well in the Regional Council's strategic plan. Okay, last slide. So there's lots in the report that I obviously can't touch on, but I wanted to end by talking about what's coming next. So we're continuing the work we're doing with Project Upstream, which is a national project funded by Public Safety Canada to strengthen multi-sectoral collaboration and the capacity to prevent hate and violent extremism in our communities. We're continuing engagement and consultations to inform the strategy development, which will be coming to Council later this year, so a renewed strategy. And this preventing violent extremism will be one of the focused areas, along with senior safety and gender-based violence. We're going to see, as I mentioned, integration with CARE through 911 pathway, so a transfer over to 211, a launch of a new project that's also Public Safety Canada funded called the Community Healing Project, and the creation of a public dashboard that is going to help us better communicate the work that we're doing in the strategy to counsel the public and others. And we will also, of course, be continuing to seek and secure external funding. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our work.
Thank you so much, Amy, to you and your team for that. And I'm just going to look and see, and we do have a number of questions, and we'll begin with Councillor Kent, please.
Yeah, this is less about a question, but just about a big thank you. Amy, it's always a pleasure to see you and work with you. Rachel, great work with the whole team and supporting this whole journey. I'm not going to go through each and every one of the items in there. There's so many great things happening, and I really appreciate it. I'm excited about that, particularly about the dashboard. I think that often the public is wondering what are we up to? What are the things that are going on? And to have a dashboard that we can have them contribute to. I can think of a lot of places and a lot of folks that I want us to get together and talk to. So you can count on that coming in the future, some conversations around that. Really, really, really glad to hear about the care connection to 211. It's an important piece of, the not only the benefits to the public, but also the benefits to the teams that are receiving those phone calls and thinking how can they disperse that to the right person without just asking them to call. I love that. And I think it's going to be really beneficial to the folks within our systems that are working to support the folks that call in and need that help. So thank you again for all the work that you're doing. And I feel like every time we create these strategies and we talk about all the great things, that just means that more and more work's coming. And I know you're all prepared for that. So well done.
Thank you very much for that. We'll move to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Amy, for the presentation. I wanted to sort of better understand how this work is integrated with the work of the Board of Police Commissioners, and if any of this work, this more holistic approach to safety in the community, is freeing up resources, perhaps police resources. I know that it's early days, but I'm wondering what you anticipate there, because as you know, perhaps more calls from IES might be targeted to care or some of the other supports that you have. Do you see perhaps police being freed up to perhaps handle more of the traffic concerns we hear from residents, or organized retail crime, or some of those other concerns? So that's one of my questions. I do have a few more. Maybe I'll pause though, because yes, I see Rachel's there.
Hi, Rachel Bohm, Executive Director of Community Safety. Through the mayor to the councillor. We work very closely with the Board of Police Commissioners, and I sit as a staff at the table with HRP and HRD. We make regular reports. It allows for constant collaboration in terms of the range of services and planting seeds for further development of our alternate response services. I don't think we're at the point in our evolution where funding has shifted, but certainly there is the potential to see how investments in community safety can reduce the pressures on police services. I mean, we're a growing municipality, so the pressures on law enforcement continue to increase with our population, but certainly the CARE pilot is a great opportunity for us to learn how an alternate response program can reduce calls for law enforcement, but also provide a better service to citizens by matching them with the support they want and need.
Okay, thank you. And I see I have a couple more minutes, so I'll keep going. I know the Board of Police Commissioners is working on integrated KPIs, and I know you talked about your evaluation framework. I spent a lot of years doing evaluations, so I know all about those causal models, I guess. So I'm curious, are your KPIs integrated with with the police KPIs that they're currently working on? Or do you have separate KPIs?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So we have our own KPIs. Okay. That said, under Regional Council's strategic plan, under the strengthening communities priority, there are combined KPIs, if you will. So we have a KPI in there that we would be reporting up to you alongside other KPIs that are coming from police and fire. The KPI that we would be under our responsibility is the one, and I have it written down here, number of people accessing alternative policing response services. So in that way, you'll be able to see the kind of different ways that business units are reporting on their contributions to strengthening communities, ours specifically as it relates to the alternative response or the care service.
Okay. And I see I still have a minute, so I will ask, you talked about equity considerations, social infrastructure in communities. What types of equity considerations are you looking at? Income, historic injustices, I don't know, Councillor White has left. Often we have the discussion about which district pays more. What equity considerations are you looking at?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, that's a great question because it's not an easy one. And we spent actually a lot of time thinking about this, and we are lucky with this funding that we received from Public Health Agency of Canada. We've partnered with Nova Scotia Health, and there's an epidemiologist named Natalie Saint-Jacques who works at Nova Scotia Health and has spent her career developing indicators for socioeconomic conditions. And so we're using the indicators that she's developed. And as I mentioned, material security, and I'll tell you exactly what that means. So it's an indicator that has a bunch of different variables built into it. And they are average individual income, education level, unemployment, housing in repair of need, the value of the dwelling, low income after tax, if you're paying 30% more on housing, as well as if you're receiving government transfer payments. And there's many more variables that you could use, but she's taken the ones out that are redundant. So if they're not adding something to that score of material security, different, then they're removed because they're redundant. It's already included in there. The indicators that she's developed are Nova Scotia wide, and they're also made for Nova Scotia, which made them of particular interest to us because you may be familiar with the Canadian Index of Multiple Deprivation, which is a StatsCan index on socioeconomic conditions. So that's material security, and that's really the amount of resources an individual may have. And it's measured at the community level. So a small geography that's like a neighborhood or a small community. And then the second one is social cohesion. And so the variables or the data that is going into developing that indicator is if you're a single parent household, if you're separated or divorced, if you speak an official language, if you're a recent immigrant, if you're a visible minority, if you're a recent mover, if you're a person living alone. And those are combined again to create the score of how social connectivity or how connected you are. What was I going to say here? Sorry. So those are the two indicators that we're using to understand socioeconomic conditions across HRM. We can also look across the province because they're available across the province. These socioeconomic indicators are also available publicly online. And I believe in the report I provided you a link, but if I didn't, I'm happy to follow up. So that's what things look like on the ground. And then we've taken what we have in terms of our municipal assets, so recreation centers, community centers, libraries, transit terminals, high-frequency bus stops, and we've looked at our active transportation and transit infrastructure to see how we access those. So what's the level of access? Is it very good? And so we have measures. So sometimes there's standards, but in many cases there's not a standard definition of how far you travel to a recreation center, for instance. But we're looking at it across the municipality and scoring it low and high in terms of access. So for transit and for active transportation. And so that's how we're understanding a measure of equity. And there's certainly other ways to measure equity, and the Office of Diversity and Inclusion does an incredible job of helping us understand. You spoke of historic injustice or the impacts of colonization and how that affects levels of equity or access in a community. And those are a part of how we're understanding this work. But what we're really trying to do is build also an objective way for us to understand what do things look like on the ground, and what does access to our facilities look like in relation to those socioeconomic conditions, and developing a tool, as I said, that will enable folks who are involved in capital planning projects to score the relative degree of equity that a project may provide.
Thank you very much. And we'll move to Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Siciliano, it's so good to see you as always, you and your team. Thank you for this amazing work. You know, I remember in 2018 when the first public strategy came out, and we're a different municipality now than we were then. I wonder if you could speak to some of the bigger differences in the strategy, but also are some of the issues the same then as now, or are there different types of issues when it comes to public safety now? And my second question, I have other questions. I'll throw in a second one here also. You talked about the public facilities and the equity-based and where they're located and tie that into capital projects. But we're actually behind on our rec facilities. We're behind on our libraries because of the growth has been so great in our municipality. If you could speak to what is the impact of public safety, the fact that we're maybe not where we should be with the number of facilities. You talked about location and all of that, but we're actually behind. So what is that impact? So those are my first two questions.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, it's great to what a great reflection question. I think when I stepped into this role back in 2018, we were just finishing Ceasefire, which was a Public Safety Canada program that was meant to address gun violence. And I think one of the great things about having Ceasefire was that we learned a lot, and we were able to build one piece of it that we knew was working quite well, which was the community mobilization teams. And I think, so when we look in kind of the long term, that's something that we've built up that's well established in the community and respected in the community that is working to help address the issue of gun violence. Not that it's gone away, but we feel better resourced to address that problem. I think, certainly the mass casualty has changed the way that we think about our work, or maybe amplified the way that we think about our work in terms of gender-based violence, and also its relationship to violent extremism. And so I think a big part of the next strategy and where we're really putting our minds to is how do we strengthen our approaches to address both of those issues, which are related and a growing issue in our community, and there's certainly growing awareness in our community. And I think there's more capacity in different sectors. Like I just had a meeting with the province yesterday on their gender-based violence division, where they're doing some system mapping to help us understand what the resources are and how we can strengthen those resources. And those are really important pieces. And I think the level of coordination and support across sectors is something that I would say has really grown. Like having the capacity to build relationships, collaborate, and be there for community has really helped us amplify the work that we do, and align with provincial, community, federal mandates. Like a lot of the work we're doing with violent extremism is really as a result of the federal government recognizing that we have some capacity to do work here, and there's a need that they've identified in Atlantic Canada, and we were ready to step in and say, hey, we can start filling that. The question around
Gaps in facilities,
gaps.
libraries, that
Yeah.
type of
And so I'm hopeful that this tool that we're building, this evaluation tool within the equity-based policy framework, is going to help us more concretely identify where the gaps are, and not just in terms of gaps. You may have a recreation facility, but if it's difficult to access that recreation facility, that's also a problem. And so that's why the access analysis that we're doing as a part of this work is incredibly important. So I can't speak, we're not at the point yet where we've actually done the full analysis, but I strongly believe that this tool is going to be incredibly helpful for folks who are making decisions about where to recapitalize or invest new, by giving them a view of the landscape of what's out there in relation to the need in community. So where you have high needs in a community and the resources to meet those needs may not be there, you'll be able to visualize that with this tool.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll come back, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Daigle-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Steele, thank you so very much for bringing this forward from an information item. I actually think that the annual public safety strategy report should be a standing agenda item as opposed to an information item that needs to be brought forward. I think we all know how valuable the work that gets done as part of this strategy. When you see it in this one big package, it really is a little bit overwhelming at the amount of work that is happening and how much you've been able to leverage in terms of funding and donations in kind and just the collaborative nature with other departments. I think it's pretty amazing. And of course, when I saw the equity-based policy framework, I kind of did the dance of joy, but that's probably the same with my colleagues because you're listening to all of these questions. And one of the things I was thinking about, what is material, the one thing in the list when you mentioned it, so rural wasn't there. And of course, when you think about a regional municipality that is urban, suburban, and rural, and then when you take into account then, the service boundaries that are different again and don't align with urban, suburban, and rural. So you've got service boundaries and then you've got those. It's interesting to see how equity is applied. So when you talked about, I guess, my brain is jumping ahead thinking, well, wouldn't it be nice if we're sitting at budget, at capital planning, and we see a score next to every project that we're being asked to vote on, and that score is based on the equity framework. Is that where you hope this will go? I know it's hoping to, give us that picture about where equity is when we're looking at capital planning, but it would be really interesting to see if there's a score that gets applied and it actually becomes part of the required information being presented to us as council-led capital budget.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. Thank you so much for the question. So our key partner in this equity-based policy framework is the capital planning folks. So Holly and I are working very closely together. And this work started a few years ago when I presented to the Capital Planning Steering Committee when they were looking to understand how they can embed equity into their decision making. And so it's been a few years in the works, but with some funding that we got, as I mentioned, we're able to really accelerate the work. And there are ways that capital planning projects, as you know, are evaluated: capacity to deliver, strategic alignment, but
we want equity.
And so this is really adding the fifth. There's four of them, and I'm blanking on the final two, but this is adding a fifth category that project planners will be able to go and look at these tools, and there will be, we're developing a matrix, and they'll be able to create a score. So is it in a priority area? So in other words, an area that has low socioeconomic score on the index, is it lacking facilities is it lacking access to those facilities? So there's a series of questions that they will answer, and that will allow them to come up with a score for how this project ranks in terms of its capacity to meet equity objectives. And it's not all, really these are geographic assets, so they're things that are being put in a place or fixed in a place. Recapitalized in a place. But we believe it's a great start. And other municipalities are starting to do this. You can see this work happening in Toronto, in Ottawa, and a few communities out west as well. And so we've been able to draw some learnings from them. But it's really providing a way for us to build equity into the decisions we make in how those decisions impact the communities that we serve.
So Amy, I have seconds left. I'm not sure, acting CAO, does it require a motion to have the public strategy annual report come as a standing agenda item rather than as an information item? Maybe our solicitor.
That's not necessary. We can handle that through agenda review, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much for the report and the work that's gone into this. It seems like it's very innovative what you're doing and will hopefully help us make better decisions soon. So I'm just wondering if this tool will be ready for next year's budget, if you think that it may be ready, and if you could say a little bit more about the implications for capital planning and whether child poverty is one of the factors that you're looking at. Nova Scotia has, if not the highest, one of the highest rates of child poverty in Canada. So we have special, unique circumstances here to think about, and that might impact our decisions in capital planning. So I'm just wondering if you could say a little bit more about that, please.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Morse, thank you so much for the question. So the plan is to have it ready for capital planning in the fall. We're right now finalizing the evaluation matrix, and we're going to do some test cases with folks that lead capital planning projects, which is not me, and that's our plan. So yes, ideally we'll have it ready to go. I know Holly's excited to bring it into her toolbox for the upcoming planning cycle. Child poverty would be included in transfer payments because typically people who are experiencing poverty are going to be receiving government transfer payments. And so that is one of the variables in the material security score. There's also an opportunity because those indicators, so material security and social cohesion, are made up of census data, and those are discrete data sets. You can look at specific, so if you wanted to say unpack what's in material security index or indicator, like what is the difference between all those variables, you can go and look. And as I mentioned, all of those, the socioeconomic scores are up on Nova Scotia Health website, and I believe I provided you the link, but if I haven't, I will. But the capital planning folks would also be able to go in and look on the maps that we're creating with our GIS team to look at specific variables, drill down into specific variables. That said, the tool is meant to aggregate that up because that's the way we should be doing it. Although we really want to pull specific information in, it's the best practice would be to look at it at an aggregate score, because all of those, like, not one thing makes you secure. It's a combination of things, and that's why it's combined. That's why those data points are combined into one material security score or one social connection score, because it's never one thing that is putting you in a position of vulnerability.
But we may see it by age, I guess. Will that be defined?
I'm sorry?
would we be able to see some of the factors by age? You know, youth impacts, children.
Okay. I'd have to go back and look, but yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And we'll move to Deputy Mayor Cuddle, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Amy, for the presentation. And you know, as always, really appreciate your depth of knowledge in this field and the leadership that you provide, not just here at Halifax, but to colleagues across the country, as I witnessed in December when I was at the Strong Cities Network. You know, one of the things that I came away with there was that when we talk about public safety, it's not just about security. Like the policing and security is one side, and you need that, but the other half really is the investment in kind of public safety in the way that we're talking about it today through this strategy. And it's not an or, it's an and in how these things work together. You know, I think so often at cities, you know, it's we can look at pipes and we can look at roads and we can look at buildings and we can point to them and put a cost to them and see how many units are produced and how many people are housed. It's a little bit more elusive, I think, when it comes to actually looking at kind of human beings and people. But really, what are cities if not for the people? Right, and that's really why we're here. So, I really think this work is critically important. And you know, again, back to some of the things I've learned is that it's not just about the individual. It's about how our city functions as a whole. It's about volunteerism. That when people feel they belong, they're more likely to step into, you know, volunteer and help out in their communities. It's about emergency response and being resilient, whether it's a climate emergency or a local tragedy. It's about political participation, and we see, you know, democracy, you know, is under threat around the world, and there's lower voter participation, and people are less engaged and turned off. But you know, investing in social cohesion and investing in people can build that, as well as with the quality of life. So some of the things that I think we've seen is that our communities are changing. Over the last few years, we've seen incidents of hate crimes. You know, we're not immune to that. That's happening here in our city. Harassment, online toxicity, and you know, so having strategies to deal with these things, you know, is, I think, and I think many of us here feel is very important. I'm wondering a couple of things. One is, you know, we talk about StatsCan and the data that we're using from there to inform and measure. Are we doing any kind of work with Engage on this? They're doing that quality of life survey. It's something that we funded. Just wondering how your work is maybe benefiting from their work, and what kind of, you know, is there a relationship there? I'm also wondering from your perspective, what you see as the challenges, right? The primary challenges in the city when it comes to public safety and community cohesion. Like what are the big issues, and how are we working towards solutions? One of the stories I loved from that Safe Cities Network was the deputy mayor of Rabat in Morocco, where they were having a real challenge with youth violence in the city, and so the municipality doubled down and built soccer fields in all the communities, because, you know, soccer, football was kind of this thing that everybody loved, and it was the municipality being proactive through recreation and providing amenities that brought people together in another way to kind of, you know, address violence, youth violence. So I'm wondering, what do you see as our challenges, and is there any thought about how we can tackle this we're measuring access to community centers, but do we have any ideas of what we actually need to do? Like top level, big question. but the challenges would be a good place to start.
Through you, Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, thank you so much. It was really great to have your support at the Strong Cities Summit in Toronto. So thanks so much for making the time to be there. Maybe I'll speak to the Engage Nova Scotia survey. So I'll just maybe back up by saying, so the kind of three questions in the equity-based policy framework that we're trying to answer is, what is the geographic difference in socioeconomic conditions across community? And I talked about that already. What does public infrastructure and active transportation look like in terms of accessing our facilities? And then the third one is, what are residents' perceptions and experiences of social infrastructure in our communities, particularly in socioeconomic vulnerable communities that we've defined through the StatsCan data. And so for that, we looked at the resident survey because there's really rich data in our resident survey. And there's questions related to public infrastructure, our municipal infrastructure in there, and how folks experience that infrastructure, if they have challenges accessing that infrastructure. We considered looking at the Engage Nova Scotia data because it's 2019. It seemed that it could be useful, and we still may use it, but we're excited to look at the survey results that will come out in 2025, because this is something that we would be wanting to monitor continuously. So to answer your question, yes, we will, but we haven't yet. We felt that the resident survey is more recent and would give us similar information at the level we're looking at right now. The other ways that we're engaging residents is directly. So we have established a community liaison group that is helping to review the equity-based policy framework, provide feedback and insights from a community-based perspective. So we're getting some insights directly from residents there. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah. So what do you see as the main challenges right now that we're facing?
Yeah. All right. So the big question. Well, I can speak and maybe also defer to my executive director. I think in terms of emerging issues, the issue related to violent extremism is one that I feel like we need to build more capacity in. And we've been doing some engagements with community organizations for about a year now to see, is this really something? And we've been validated over and over again that this is something that's showing up for them in the services that they provide to young people, in the ways that they are interacting with young people, in the ways that they're, moving through the city, in our transit, in parks, in our community centers, et cetera. So that is something that is certainly emerging, and it's not in terms of volume, it's not like a significant issue, but one event has a tremendous impact. Similar with hate crimes and hate-related incidents. The volume is not tremendous, but the impact magnifies. So one event has an impact far beyond the person that it directly affects. And so those are two, I would say, emerging issues that certainly we are paying close attention to, along with gender-based violence. And there's a report coming maybe next, and I'll talk more about that then. We did a lot of engagement with seniors over the past year and a half as well. And this is a growing population, as we all know, and a population that sometimes is also isolated geographically, but also socially. And so we've learned a lot about senior safety through the engagements that we've done with them. And I would say, given the demographic composition of our municipality, that is something that we should be paying closer attention to. And I'm really excited to kind of dig more into that in our new public safety strategy. And I'll turn it over to Rachel.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor, I think in terms of challenges, gauging from what I hear from citizens, recently attended many of the town halls held by the RCMP as well. hearing from communities about mental health and substance use and the intersection with public safety, homelessness, and crime. So that would be, an area of public safety that community safety is looking to address. And if you're looking at solutions for those issues, looking at preventive measures and working to create communities where, people have access to help, but also where the conditions are such that we reduce the incidence of mental illness and substance use. We hear a lot in our community about public substance use and the impacts on other community members related to that, such as communities where people feel a lot of their public spaces are used for substance use such that it isn't a safe place for children and families. So that's certainly something that will be, knowing that our community is very concerned about these issues, it will be a big part of the renewal of the public safety strategy. I think as well, homelessness continues to be a key issue for our city and cities across the country, and connecting people, just with that relentless focus on housing. Dealing with homelessness and keeping people safe is part of that, but really the solution is just to constantly keep our focus on increasing housing and, again, creating the right social conditions that reduce the issues around homelessness, such as social cohesion and sense of belonging. And many of the projects and initiatives of community safety really do focus on that. And then another area that's emerging more and more is community resiliency around climate change and related severe weather. And so we have some work upcoming that you'll learn more about in terms of strengthening communities' approach to look after each other, which will have, two benefits in that will address emergency preparedness and response, but also build stronger communities and neighbor-to-neighbor care of each other.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're closing in very rapidly on the midday recess. At 1 o'clock, we do have a scheduled in-camera presentation. There are 2 speakers on the board. I'd like to suggest that we get through these next 2 speakers, and I would just ask everyone to bear in mind the ticking clock as we do so before the midday recess. So with that, we'll go to Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Amy. Thank you for the great presentation. I always wonder where the data goes, how it's, if it's being implemented, things of that nature. So there was over a year ago, they did a public safety walk, 2 of them actually, within my community. And they were simple. They had I think they had an app and whatnot, and people were logging in and putting all their data in and everything. But residents are still wondering where does that data go? Am I being heard? Is it there's simple things like more lighting in certain areas and whatnot. So we're trying to understand, or they're trying to understand where this data goes. Is it being implemented, and if it's worth their while? I mean, there was quite a few people that came on the walk, and they're trying to understand. They want to know that they're being heard. So if you could. If you have any information on that, that would be great.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hinch. So that would, I believe you're speaking of the community safety assessments that were done in your communities. I don't have any information available on hand related to that, but I would say that typically the information that's gathered from residents is compiled into a report and shared with the relevant business units who would be responsible for considering those recommendations, such as lighting, maintenance issues, etc. We have a very good relationship with Parks and Rec, and when work can happen quickly, they tend to do it quickly. And I know that assessment that I was on in Dartmouth downtown, we saw results fairly quickly. Others take longer. Particularly when it involves capital budgets. And sometimes they're out of our jurisdiction. So sometimes the lighting may belong to the province or a private business owner. I can request from the lead of that program to ensure that you get a report back and the community is informed of the status of the work they put into that assessment, because I agree that's definitely important to hear back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll move to Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to bring this home. The mayor was very eloquent in saying really what he was saying. Mancini, don't take too long. It's lunchtime, so I'll see if I can follow suit. 3 real quick questions, Dr. Siciliano. I get every time there's a major event, especially if it's a shooting or a stabbing or, God forbid, a homicide, I hear, is our community safe? The deputy mayor talked about community safety is more than just policing, right? And she asked about the public engagement piece. So there's so much in here. I don't think the average citizen realizes the amount of work and what's going on here. So my first question is there any public information campaign out there to let our citizens know that this strategy exists and the work that's being done that you're sharing with us? My next question is, you talked about supporting newcomer safety, and I'm so glad to hear about that work and talking about preventing violent extremism. We have a lot of new Canadians in our community, which is fantastic, and I'm very proud of that, the fact that we continue to welcome new Canadians. But do we do work around things that, from a cultural point of view, may be totally different? Calling 911, policing. Some people come from communities that policing is far from a friend and they're intimidated by policing. Fire safety, those types of things. Is that kind of work done with new Canadians? And my third and final question is around the CARE program, which I'm really excited about it. Glad to hear the stats and the advancement and expansion of it. And I'm also glad to hear now that when someone calls 911, they get transferred to the CARE team. What will it take? So what will it look like when this CARE program is available throughout the whole entire municipality? I realize the major of the population is in the core and where you're working now, but there are other parts of our community. So those are my 3 questions, Mr. Mayor. So I would mind getting answers. Thanks.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mancini, thank you so much for those questions. So the question around, the first question was related to newcomers, and I'm sorry, I missed, I think, the end of it.
So around newcomers and what exactly, you talked about some of the things you're doing, preventing violent extremism and that kind of work, but are we speaking to newcomers because from a cultural point of view, 911, fire, policing, all that kind of stuff?
Okay, and the first question was about amplifying our work. So anyone that would like to invite us to come and speak to any of the engagements they do with community, we would welcome the opportunity to share the work that we do and build relationships. Because I think, to your second point, the work is the work, but unless you have the relationships that underpin the work, we are not being as successful as we can be. And this is true with CARE, where relationships with community and with the service providers that would rely on CARE are going to be central to its success, right? So we need to be out there, and I know that Bemidele Bello, the program lead, is doing continuous engagements in various communities in various places to ensure that CARE is known and that people feel comfortable accessing it. A really great engagement just happened at the Mi'kmaq Friendship Center with many Indigenous folks that had an opportunity to ask questions about CARE and learn about it and how it can serve them better. So, and we love being out in community and welcome the opportunity to amplify our work. I think the dashboard and those kinds of tools, as we get more web presence, is going to help amplify and show the work that we're doing and help raise awareness about it.
So and that's fine. The newcomers.
Yes.
So are you doing that other work, that newcomer work, the 911, explaining policing and how it works here and the fire?
Yes. So one project that we just did was with the Legal Information Society of Nova Scotia. One of the things that we learned through conversations with newcomer communities and newcomer serving organizations is there's a lot of confusion around just criminal justice system, but also just how emergency services, et cetera, work. And so through funding that we got through the federal government Building Safer Communities Fund, we flowed it through Legal Information Society of Nova Scotia, who already plays that role in our community. If people need to know anything related to the law or legal issues, it's free advice. It's well publicized. So we thought they would be an excellent partner to help us provide legal information to newcomer communities. And so that project just ended. It hasn't yet launched. It's available in 9 languages. There's videos. They did it with newcomer communities, so youth, newcomer families, to make sure that it was relevant to what they needed to know. Like peace bonds is a great example.
Right.
It sounds like a good thing. But it may not translate into the way that it actually means. So that's some of the work that we're doing as it relates to supporting newcomers. I mean, there may be additional work that police, fire, and others are doing in terms of emergency services that I wouldn't be able to speak to right now. I know that there's really great translation services because of the leadership at HRP that we're all able to access to now through a standing offer. So anyone in HRM needs translation services. Like any business unit in HRM needs translation services. We have a standing offer with an amazing organization that can provide that on the spot for a very good cost. So that's a wonderful thing to have.
It's lunchtime and the mayor's giving me the evil eye, so we better end it. Thank you, Dr. Silciano.
Amy, thank you so much, and to you as well, Rachel, and to your team. I know we'll be seeing you again a little later in the afternoon, but for now, thank you, and appreciate the conversation. Colleagues, as I said, we'll be coming back at 1 for an in-camera session, so to make that a little smoother, I wonder if I could have a motion to go in camera now, please. Councillor Steele, seconded by Councillor Kent. Thank you, and we are recessed until 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, let's keep the ball rolling here. We're back and we are resuming the agenda at item 15.1.2, which is the municipality's role in a society-wide response to gender-based intimate partner and domestic violence. And I understand that there is a presentation on this item, and I'm happy to welcome back Amy and her team. Come on up, and the floor is yours whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. It's a privilege to be here to share a recent report that we provided to you on the municipality's role in a society-wide response to gender-based intimate partner and domestic violence. I'm Amy Siciliano, and I'm the Public Safety Advisor with Community Safety, and beside me is my colleague, Amy Brierly, who's the Social Policy Strategist and lead for the Safe City and Safe Public Spaces program in Community Safety, and we'll be presenting together today. I'd also like to acknowledge that the work that we did for this report was done in collaboration with various folks within Community Safety, and of course the entire municipality helped us create the information in this report. But I just want to call out Divine Kbeve Onyanyeki, Brian Mapongo, and Lauren Salim, who all are here and helped us in the creation of this report. I also wanted to note that the report and the presentation includes discussions of gender-based intimate partner and family violence. I want you to take care, and if you need support, know that there are safe and culturally appropriate supports available in our community by calling 211 or visiting 211.ca. Yep. Okay, so what are we talking about when we're talking about this issue? Gender-based violence is inflicted on a person or people because of their gender expression, gender identity, or perceived gender. It's rooted in the systemic oppression and discrimination of women, girls, trans, and gender diverse people. It's also rooted in the systems and structures of our everyday lives. In other words, people who commit acts of gender-based violence are created, not born. And by that, I mean the conditions in which we're all raised and socialized into the world. And this socialization happens at home, in our schools, among friends, families, in neighborhoods, in our streets, in our parks, and all of our public and shared spaces, on transit, at work, in media, and through culture. So I would also say that gender-based violence, when we're talking about in this report, but we're talking about in general, we're talking about intimate partnerships, domestic and familial relationships that experience violence. We're talking about human trafficking. We're talking about child and youth commercial and sexual exploitation. And it may take many forms. Harassment, it may take many forms, including harassment, physical, sexual, psychological, emotional, spiritual, and financial abuse, coercive control, technology-facilitated violence, and abuse by immigration status. So in defining gender-based violence, we're also mobilizing the conditions for understanding our own role in creating and perpetuating the problem, and the power that each of us hold in changing those conditions. Okay. So why does this matter? Well, the province of Nova Scotia and Halifax Regional Municipality have declared gender-based violence as an epidemic. The the main sources of data of gender-based violence that we can draw from are administrative data. So think of data that comes to us through police statistics, but also from the coroner's office, from health services, from shelters, and from social services. It can also come to us through surveys or self-reported data in which people are asked whether they've experienced specific forms of violence. And I'll share a little bit about the most recent survey that Statistics Canada did in just a moment. But overall, it's difficult to measure this problem. It's a challenge, really, to measure the true extent of the problem because people may not recognize how broader social and systemic factors contribute to their experience, and they also may be just less likely to trust the supports and systems that are in place to report it. So it's we know from when we look across the system of how this problem is defined in terms of the data that we collect to understand it, that less than 1 in 10 of the most serious incidents of gender-based violence actually make it into police reports. And, there was a recent CBC article that was published that I thought really helped us understand the magnitude of the problem. And this was an interview with the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, which last year reported a 182% increase in the number of women and children seeking help from women's shelters. That increase has been from 2019 into 2025. According to their data, they have about 13 people each day reaching out for help. So as I mentioned, the StatsCan just released every 5 years they do a general social survey. So they do a survey of the entire folks living in Canada and are able to generalize those findings across the country. And what we learned, the survey was released, I think, in so it's gradually being released. The what I'm talking about was released just at the end of last month. Is that it found 1 in 5 women are experiencing unwanted sexual behavior in public spaces. Nearly 15 million people living in Canada, or 44% of the population above the age of 15, have been physically or sexually assaulted since the age of 15. We also learned that, or reinforced our learnings, that your age, ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation, gender, and rurality can magnify experiences of sexual violence. And by that, I mean it's more frequent or the impact is more profound. For example, due to the relative isolation of rural communities, there are less resources available for people experiencing gender-based violence. And there's greater barriers, often transportation barriers, to actually accessing the resources that may be there to support you. So it also, of course, means that these populations that I just mentioned are less likely to show up in the administrative data or the survey data that we do have to help us understand the extent of this problem. Gender-based violence is not a problem of gender-based violence. It's a social problem that affects many, many spheres of our everyday lives. There's a strong relationship between gender-based violence and other forms of violence, including the generational impact on for children exposed to violence and trauma. We see increased demand in social services and healthcare and justice, lost economic productivity when people need to take a time away or cannot return to work. And there's also a strong relationship between gun-related violence and gender-based violence. Engaging in gender-based violence is the most common attribute after being male for committing acts of mass violence and the growing problem of violent extremism. And the Mass Casualty Commission report really, really helped us see as Nova Scotians the relationship between a mass casualty and gender-based violence. So, the direct women and girls are most likely to be directly impacted by gender-based violence, but they're not the only ones impacted. Is really the take-home point here. It impacts us all. So when regional council declared gender-based violence an epidemic, it also passed this motion that direct the chief administrative officer to prepare a staff report with respect to the municipality's role in providing a meaningful and sustained society-wide response to gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and family violence, including reviewing the municipality's internal policies and identifying any gaps. So the purpose of the report that is presented to you in the presentation today is to clarify what HRM is already doing and where, and how we can strengthen our response through alignment, coordination, monitoring, and shared outcomes. So how we did this, we took a three-pronged approach. We did a survey of all municipal business units and asked them what they were doing in relation to the work to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. We did a survey. We partnered with the YWCA. They have a research consulting part of their organization and have very strong relationships across the gender-based violence sector. So we partnered with them to do a survey of community service providers and organizations. And we did a jurisdictional scan of other municipalities to understand what they were doing to address this problem. This was not the first time we've done research on this. The research that we have done builds on a lot of work we've been doing over the years, not just us, but across the organization. So we've done engagements with the gender-based violence sector, like community organization sector, and people with lived experience in developing CARE, which is the community's HRM's crisis response, mobile crisis response service. We have done engagements in our scoping study for the program that Amy Brierly leads, the Safe City program. That was very extensive engagement on this issue. We've presented staff reports to Regional Council on Islamophobia and its particular impacts on women and girls, anti-Asian racism and its particular impact on women and girls, and a comprehensive report on gender-based violence was presented to the Board of Police Commissioners just last year. As some examples. Okay, so I'm going to start by sharing a very high level of the municipality's role in a society-wide approach to gender-based violence, and then I'll turn it over to Amy to talk about the survey provider and jurisdictional research we did. Okay. So we mapped out the municipal role in a society-wide approach to gender-based violence across the spectrum of prevention. So primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. So what are we doing across this spectrum and across the municipality to address this issue? And as I mentioned, I'll provide a high-level overview of what we've learned. So first is primary prevention. So if, collectively we want to stop producing domestic and sexual violence, we must focus our attentions on disrupting the pathways to harm by changing the cultural, social, and structural conditions that produce, promote, condone violence, inequality, exclusion, and discrimination. And we do that work. We do that work in all of the primary prevention work that's happening in libraries, in our recreation centers, in the specific programmings that we provide. And I'll give you just table attachment 1 has a list of this work, and of course there's some in your work in your report, but I'll highlight a couple of things. So gender-based analysis plus is a training that we provide through diversity and inclusion. It helps inform policies, for instance, that we produce as a municipality. It helps us understand how to apply that lens to our infrastructure, so the built environment, but also as it relates to service design, workforce training, public education and awareness initiatives. And this gender-based analysis plus is really about shifting social norms and understanding how we can bring mainstream gender really into all the work that we do. Primary prevention also includes the creation and maintenance of welcoming and inclusive places, programs, and services that enable women and gender diverse people to safely and equitably access public space and municipal supports. So we can think of it like specific examples ranging from programming to performance metrics. So Halifax Library really stands out here because of the wide range of programs they offer across their branches, including many for parents, children, youth, and families that are focused on increasing well-being, connection, parenting support, youth development, and more. Libraries are really a safe and trusted space for everyone and really create the conditions for social connection and relationships, which are foundational for, secondary and tertiary prevention initiatives to work. You have to have that foundation. The Board of Police Commissioners is doing great work as well, and they receive presentations and statistics on gender-based violence, domestic violence, and intimate partner violence. The Board of Police Commissioners also recently adopted police performance metrics, which include 2 metrics on domestic violence, which is a great thing to have for us to be looking at. All right. And then secondary prevention. Here we're looking at things that are around, when there's less protective factors, which can lead to more risks. What can we do to strengthen those protective factors? So within the municipal context, this includes programs and services designed to reduce risk, interrupt escalation, and address underlying vulnerabilities. So some examples here include the Youth Advocate Program, YouthWorks, 2 programs run out of recreation under the Youth Division, Crisis Assistance and Response. Again, this is our CARE service that we just stood up in October. We offer crisis de-escalation training, which is a demonstrated training for addressing gender-based violence as well as violent extremism. We're in the process of launching bystander training. This is being led with Amy and Song in the community training program. And also the Affordable Access Program is important to consider in this regard. So providing subsidized municipal programs for eligible residents, including like discounted transit passes, recreation access, and property tax exemption and referrals. These really increase the protective factors for residents experiencing economic barriers to participation in and access to our municipal services. So they play a really important role in that secondary prevention space. Tertiary prevention is perhaps what would be more commonly thought of when we're thinking about gender-based violence response, but it really is prevention because you're doing that work because you're trying to prevent further harm from happening. You're trying to prevent the same thing from happening again. So this is work that addresses response and mitigation after violence has occurred with the goal of, as I said, preventing further harm, promoting accountability and justice, and really supporting healing and recovery for victims and survivors. There's a lot of work we're doing in this space, and of course, top of mind would be policing and victim services. So there's specialized policing services. Victim services has extensive training. I'll speak a little bit about that in a second. Community mobilization teams are also play an important role in this space. So both RCMP and HRP victim services are civilian and volunteer units that provide support to survivors and victims of serious crime, including domestic and sexual violence. Both units have extensive training in trauma and violence-informed approaches to gender-based violence. Victim Services also leads training and initiatives that increase police officers' awareness of the issues victims face and help victims by connecting them to community agencies and services. So they really play a critical role at that moment in the wake of a serious incident of gender-based violence, creating timely and safe navigation pathways. Okay. It's important to note also that many of our core municipal services play more than one role in this spectrum of gender-based violence prevention. So HRM social and transportation infrastructure is a core protective societal factor that crosses the spectrum of approaches to gender-based violence and the ways that we address it. Transit, for instance, enables residents to reduce social isolation. It enables them to access primary and secondary violence prevention programs and services in our rec centers, in our libraries, in our parks and public spaces, and of course, also the ones that are offered by the community sector and private practice. Amy will speak about this, but it stood out for service providers that we surveyed in this report as an essential service for victims and survivors. So when home is not a safe space, the ability to move through the region becomes even more essential. Libraries, recreation centers, and parks also really serve as vital, safer spaces in such contexts. Over to you, Amy.
Test. Okay, great. So as Amy mentioned, staff engaged YWCA's HERE services to support us in developing and disseminating a survey to local community service providers who are doing work in the field of gender-based violence. Shannon Pringle was here with us earlier, and she's the Director of Advocacy and Community Response and helped lead this work. The survey itself was individually disseminated to 30 service providers in the community from community-based organizations and post-secondary institutions, and 17 of those service providers responded their insights and perspectives through the survey. As Amy mentioned, survey respondents stated that they frequently engage with victim services and police, transit as a critical option for leaving abusive relationships. We also know that transit is one of those key protective factors in and around issues of exploitation. So when people have access to safe, affordable, and accessible transit, that is very beneficial in terms of having those basic needs met that can sometimes be taken, can be used as a form of exploitation from people who are causing harm and abuse. We know that libraries are safe, welcoming, barrier-free spaces where people can go and spend time. That's a huge piece. We also know that libraries are a place that people can access basic needs such as washrooms, different resources in community, sometimes food. ID clinics at libraries are also particularly helpful for people who may have lost access to their IDs or had their IDs destroyed in abusive or exploitative relationships. The community partner respondents also noted that the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, the community mobilization teams, Youth Advocate Program, all play a key role in addressing trauma, supporting healing, well-being, equity, social connection, and healthy development. The survey respondents also stated that they sometimes connect with planning and development, public works, and compliance and community standards for more infrastructure and regulation related needs. So in the survey, we also asked community partners to share more information about some of the challenges that they might experience in navigating municipal services. So some of the key challenges that were identified across the respondents were difficulties in navigating across different municipal systems and services, inconsistent or lack of information about points of contact into the municipality, the need for more non-police and culturally safe services. There was a specific mention around the need for an increase in culturally safe and gender inclusive services for youth in particular. And adequate resourcing. As we know, the need is huge within the gender-based violence sector in terms of the services that these community partners are offering. And so thinking about access to funding and funds was also a key piece of information shared with us by the survey respondents. So another part of the work that we did, as Amy mentioned, was a jurisdictional scan of Canadian municipalities. So staff looked at municipalities across Canada to better understand the actions that municipalities are taking within their jurisdiction to respond to and address gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and domestic violence. So we sort of relied on some of our strong understanding and existing internal knowledge of the GBV response landscape through the many years of work from the public safety strategy and the Safe City and Safe Public Spaces program. And we looked at publicly accessible information as well. So staff focused on jurisdictions that met one or more of the following criteria. So looking at jurisdictions with a comparable population to HRM, jurisdictions that are recognized leaders in municipal action and approaches to gender-based violence, cities involved in the UN Women Safe City and Safe Public Spaces Global Flagship Initiative, which Halifax is, of course, a member of as well. So in total, we looked at around 15 jurisdictions. We did see similarities across Canadian municipalities in terms of the work that they're doing. So many municipalities have HR policies and resources around domestic violence, training for staff and community on issues of gender-based violence, public awareness campaigns and resources, youth and family programming, grants and other funding mechanisms. Safety functions in public spaces, so things like messaging services in our public spaces like transit and community centers, where people can text for help if they are experiencing harassment, and specific gender-based violence strategies and action plans to address the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls to justice for municipalities. We saw a modernization of the way that municipalities are approaching this work, and that looks like clearer policy directions, stronger coordination across response services, and greater use of funding and public space tools to support prevention and response. A lot of municipalities are moving towards explicitly naming gender-based violence in their municipal strategies, as well as public space or code of conduct bylaws. Yeah, and then just to say that there were a few municipalities that had initiatives that sort of stood out and that were really interesting that you folks can see more about in the attachment that's attached to the main report.
So in developing this report, we really identified a significant opportunity to strengthen awareness of the role we all play in a society-wide response to preventing gender-based violence, because when we see ourselves in this work, we set a strong foundation for strengthening the approaches we're taking to address it. We become more aware of opportunities for alignment, identification of gaps, and pathways to building greater capacity within the prevention spectrum. We can then work toward developing common outcomes for monitoring and reporting on the work that we do across the spectrum of preventing gender-based violence in Halifax. And so our recommendation to Council is that we direct the CAO as part of the upcoming renewal of the municipality's public safety strategy to incorporate a focus area on gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and domestic violence, with the goal of improving the municipality's internal strategic coordination so that the municipality may better define common outcomes for monitoring and reporting on its role in a society-wide response. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. There are some names on the list for discussion, and we'll start with Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor too, if you wish. That the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer as a part of the upcoming renewal of the municipality's public safety strategy to incorporate a focus area on gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and domestic violence, with the goal of improving the municipality's internal and strategic coordination so that the municipality may better define common outcomes for monitoring and reporting on its role in a society-wide response. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor, I think it was Inch. Yeah, Councillor Inch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Siciliano again, Amy and Amy Square. It's like a band from the 70s. Look, you know, colleagues, it's the reason I asked to pull this off the consent is we need to always be talking about gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. When we attend the Board of Police Commission meeting, it's a constant conversation with our police departments, and we as a municipality need to do the same. So every opportunity we need to discuss it and keep talking about it, because it's too easy to get lost in the day-to-day shuffle of the operations of our municipality. So I appreciate this presentation. So a number of questions I have. I'm interested to find out more about the gaps. You talked about we need more non-policing crisis response. Can you talk about that a little bit more? We do have our CARE program now, and great success in the early days. But if you could talk about that a little bit more. Once again, colleagues, we talk about transit and libraries. It's just not about books, and it's just not about moving from point A to point B. There's so much about that. So when we have these discussions in these debates in these chambers, and we talk about libraries and transit, the importance of it and the connection to the topic we're having here, I don't think people realize it. And so we need to continue to talk about that piece also. Could you also talk a little bit about what we're doing, the primary prevention around education, especially with the youth, because isn't this a topic that education that's needed at a very young age? And I'm sure there are stats that I've heard and stories I've heard about the youth and those young males that grew up in a certain household and repeated that same action they saw in that household. So, what is that education piece? And what's the future look like? Because what we're talking about is this growth that we're having in our community, which is fabulous for many reasons. And again, I've stated many times, I'd rather have the challenges of growth than the alternative. But what this growth comes in numbers, and what does it do with when we talk about gender-based violence and intimate violence? What's our future? I think I heard you say 122% increase. And so, if you could just speak to that, what potentially what's that growth look like? What's that future look like when it comes to this topic? If we're not continuing to work on these things, I'm just watching my time here. Hang on. And the last thing that I'll stop. Do you have an opinion when it comes to the way our two police forces are evaluating their work on this topic? Our police forces go off. They have a model they follow when they're involved in this. Is there an opinion there from the work that you do in your professionalism and how we evaluate that? And I say that, out of respect for our police. It's not to put them in, to make them look bad. Is like all things in life, we need to continue to evaluate so we can get better. And so that's why I asked that question. Is that the right evaluation tool that we're using? So I have other questions, but let's start with there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Thank you so much for your questions, and Amy and I are going to share the responses. So to your first question around the non-policing crisis response, I think when we have heard about through the survey respondents, but also in our other work, is really that broadening the spectrum of responses. So we know that police are a critical response when people, especially when there's imminent danger. But we also know that people who are experiencing abusive relationships may not ever reach out to police or see themselves as reaching out to police as a resource. And so, there's lots of research across the country that shows that people in any number of spaces that are interacting with humans need to have the knowledge and resources to be able to support people when they receive a disclosure of someone experiencing abuse or domestic violence. So our care team, as part of their training, have received training on understanding gender-based violence and being able to support people who might be experiencing crisis alongside experiences of gender-based violence and how to connect those folks with appropriate resources in our community. So that's one way that looks. I think we also know that, in some of the training that we've done with staff, that, for example, staff in libraries and community centers who are working with youth often are sort of some of the first people that might get the sense that a young person is experiencing something like sexual exploitation. And so that person with the knowledge and skills and that relationship with the youth become a point of, that is a non-policing response to that person and their need. In terms of the question around primary prevention and education, our colleague Sylvia, who is leading the chart work that Amy spoke about earlier, has, some of the conversations that are happening at that table are talking about the intersection of gender-based violence and other forms of violence that youth are experiencing. We are also involved in work with the province on a committee that's looking at a society-wide response to gender-based violence through curriculum. And so there's representatives at that table who are doing work in the P-12 system, the secondary school system, and then we've been quite involved in the workforce section. So there is really good work happening in that space and curriculum being introduced to be having those conversations in classrooms. I turn it over to you, Amy.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Mancini, the increase, I mean, you know, an epidemic suggests that there's been a sudden spike, and I think we're seeing that, but this is also a really long-standing, insidious problem that's been with us for a very long time. So I think while we may be seeing an increase in the magnitude of the problem, it's not something that's new, and I think that's a really important point to make. And also that you know, we're also seeing more coordination and more on the ground, like as Amy just spoke to, awareness raising and training to recognize and respond. And I think that in itself is a really positive thing, but also makes us more aware of the problem and makes, like, I guess what I would say is that increases in numbers doesn't always signify a bad thing. It could also mean that there's more resources for people to be able to report and seek help in addressing the issue. And so both of those things can be true. In terms of the police, I wouldn't be in a position to give you an opinion on that right now. I know that there is a model that's currently being used, and that there are other options out there. And I believe the Board of Police Commissioner has heard from
We're going to be hearing.
Okay, and rehearing Sunny Mariner's work is maybe you're speaking of, yes. And so I think that's a great opportunity to see how that particular approach may align or may not align with the work that police are currently doing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll come back.
Thank you very much. We'll move to Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those who may not know, I've had, I don't mind sharing it, I have had an experience in this world related to this. I have worked in the field with Transition House Association, with domestic violence shelters all around the province. So this is important to me. It's important it should be important to everyone. I really appreciate the work that you're doing on this and the approach that you're taking. I appreciate the motion. I'll certainly be supporting it. I have a couple of questions, though, that would be helpful to me. One of the things that it's actually dovetailing off Councillor Mancini's talk about public education. One of the things that I had the fortune to experience with Transition House Association was I had a meeting with the Canadian Labour Congress, and I attended some sessions that they did on creating education within their unions around how to support someone that you think may be experiencing, how to the signals, the kinds of things that you might notice, the kinds of things, the ways that supervisors would approach something where normally someone who comes in late and leaves early is criticized. There may be very, very good reasons, in particular someone trying to avoid a very difficult situation that could arise at their own home, and that's they're often fighting for their lives or their children's. The training that was done was, I thought, was very, very impressive, and it was very good. It was a situation where they trained trainers, because the unions, the volume of the employees, but they're employees of other organizations. They're employees of big business. They're employees of the municipality. They're employees, they're parts of unions, but they're working for someone day to day. And I wonder if there would be or has been any consideration in your thoughts, or maybe this is planting a seed of some form of a program that our municipality can put out around helping employers understand what's at play, and how to approach and how to support, how to understand this world that someone might be living in, and how to make a cultural change within their own organization or business or institution, whatever it is. It would be a really important game changer, I think, for culture change. Also, the piece that is around not only supporting the person that they believe to be experiencing it, but also identifying and not being afraid to have conversations with people you think that are the violators, the ones that are abusing potentially or causing harm to someone through some form of violence. It wouldn't be uncommon to certainly many people in this room that those who do that often have a bravado about them. They talk about it. They make jokes about what they've done but in a way that they can still come off as not necessarily giving away too much information. And then it's often accepted in locker rooms, in a street conversation, in a coffee shop, those sorts of things. And the kind of training I'm talking about can help also train people who wouldn't normally have given this any thought about how to stand up to that person and say, this is not okay, this is not cool, you need to get help, and here's some options for you. If this is what you're doing, give this some more thought. And holding people accountable. I think that often this particular type of issue in our communities, gender-based violence, is uncomfortable. It's still uncomfortable, and it shouldn't be, but it is. And not, our services here at the municipality may or may not be the right place for what I'm talking about, but I think it's a really, really important piece for culture change, because every day we're all working with each other, and you may notice some nuances to somebody and wonder if there's something going on. And the more people and the more we talk about these types of things, oh good, I've got 11 seconds, the more likely it is we are going to help support those before or cut something off in the middle of, so that it doesn't become a police issue, so that it doesn't become a Department of Justice issue that can complicate an already difficult scenario. So I'll leave it there, and if you could just respond on something of that nature, and maybe what the province is doing, since they also said acknowledged an epidemic. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you so much for those questions, and they are very relevant. So in terms of, there's a few different points that we wanted to share. First off, our colleague, Dolly Mosier in HRP Victim Services is involved in an initiative called Safe Place, Safe Space, and there's some more information about this in the appendix that looks at the internal survey feedback. So Dolly works with externally with partners and businesses and workplaces to offer some of what you're speaking to, Councillor Kent, in terms of how workplaces can create safer places, can have safety plans in place, and how to support people who may be experiencing gender-based violence. We've also been working with Transition House Association of Nova Scotia this past year, and we'll continue working with them this year to offer community workshops in Halifax Regional Municipality based on their Neighbours, Friends and Family curriculum. Those have been really focused on community members, so kind of locating those sessions in communities around HRM, but they're open to anyone. But through those conversations, we've also been chatting about what would it look like to offer this kind of training internally to HRM staff. They have been trained in a few different modules around gender-based violence education, and there's a mix of like a workplace-based training and the Neighbours, Friends and Family training, which really kind of offers people information about how to support a loved one, a neighbor, friend or family who might be experiencing gender-based violence. So I'd say that is on the horizon in terms of work that we will be doing. And that's also something that we heard from our internal survey of business units. We asked a question around like what resources would be most helpful to you in the work that you're doing in your business unit. And many folks said, more resources and support to have those kinds of conversations and to really support people in a practical way. I'd say to your point, Councillor, around the sort of like normalized comments that happen in our day-to-day lives and the holding people accountable kind of being able to call in people when they are saying things that are, harassing or based in some of those, societal ideas about violence and gender. Our work in developing the bystander intervention training, that's been one of the key things that we've been discussing in that training development around how do we have really accessible, approachable ways to be able to notice when behaviors are happening, whether that's out in the public or in our own conversations, and to be able to safely and appropriately, based on the situation, be able to kind of step in and name that behavior or support someone who is the target of that behavior. Finally, I'd say the province's work. So there's been quite a lot of work, as you folks might know, at the provincial level in terms of coordinating response to the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations. And we've been involved in a number of those conversations, but the one around education is really trying to take an approach of layering on knowledge throughout the lifespan. So the work that the folks in the P to 12 area are doing is meant to kind of layer on age-appropriate knowledge around gender-based violence, healthy relationships, having hard conversations, so that when folks make it to post-secondary or life after P to 12, those conversations can be advanced and then into the workplace become relevant for what someone might be experiencing in the workplace. There's some good work happening on that front.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this afternoon for the presentation. Just a couple questions about, again, following up on how we're working with the province, and just a quick example of something that's come up recently in my district. There's a parent who's had to advocate for her daughter because she doesn't qualify to get a bus to school because there's a path that's a shortcut to the school, but the path is wooded. It's off the road. It's not visible from any housing, and HRCE is using this as a way to disqualify this student, this high school student, from getting a bus to school, being, accepted to school. So I'm just wondering, how are we working with HRCE on issues like this? It seems like this isn't even a consideration, that a young student's safety on walking a wooded path to a long distance, like it's at least half a kilometer, with no visibility into the path, but this is considered acceptable. So anyway, I'm just looking for ways that we're working with the province, how we're overlapping, and what you might suggest in this small but specific example.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, off the top of my head, I can't think of a way that we're collaborating with the province on addressing an issue like that. One thing that comes to mind is Amy's program on the community safety assessments, where we could have a closer look at that pathway, because ideally we want that path to be safe. We want the student to be able to use it. I would say that's like where my mind is going. And so what can we do as a municipality if it is our path? Is it public infrastructure?
It is, yes.
To increase the perceived safety of that path, and also understand what maybe real risks might be. Like, has there been incidents there? What kind of incidents have happened? How can we prevent those incidents from happening with the tools in our toolbox? And I think the assessment that Amy's team leads is a great starting point for that. We had talked about it earlier today, and can lead to some improvements in that corridor. And then, like, in terms of, I guess I would have to come back to you after I thought more about how we could collaborate with HRC on the particular issues like that.
But you're saying that the community safety assessment is something we can, as councillors, request for specific situations in our districts?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving to Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. Councillor Mancini asked most of my questions, which is, what he normally does. But one of the things, there are two things. So with regards to the province and, intimate partner violence and intimate partner abuse and things of that nature, I find that a lot of, once they flee the situation, then they're homeless. Whereas in one point they had a home. And for some reason or another, they either get evicted from the home because of what's going on within the home. Like, is there any conversations and talks about that? Also, I want to know more about the transit. Like, how would the transit, like, are they involved? Do they know, are they equipped for such situations as, say, if somebody gets on the bus? Because when you're fleeing a situation, you may not have money. You may not have shoes on. You may not, like, there's these certain situations. So I'm trying to understand how transit can provide the support that that person would need. So I would like to know more about that. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you so much for your question. A couple notes on the first part of your question around housing and folks who are experiencing gender-based violence, intimate partner violence. We do know that our housing and homelessness team colleagues in their work, frontline with folks, are often supporting people to access multiple different resources. So, potentially accessing resources around housing while also accessing and being able to support them to access resources around gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and domestic violence. There is a lot of work happening at the provincial level on this issue. I'd have to get back to you, Councillor, on some of the specifics around this, but off the top of my head, one of the things that I can think about is the provincial rent subsidy. I don't think that's the correct name, but there's a program where folks who are experiencing domestic violence are able to access financial support to be able to either stay in their home or to find housing and pay rent in another location, a safe location. So there's definitely work happening, but I'd have to get back to you with more details. And then Amy, do you want to pass it to you?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. On the question of transit, what I heard you asking is, are transit operators equipped to deal with incidents as they relate to gender-based violence?
Yeah, because you mentioned them quite a bit within your presentation, so I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, so I think in the sense that I was mentioning them is in terms of the infrastructure that we have as a municipality. Transit plays a critical role. So it plays a critical role in the sense of a safe place for people to move through the city or the municipality. So having access to transit means if they need to leave their home or wherever they are, they have a way to do that. If they don't have access to a private vehicle or are unable to use active transportation, having a transit option is an essential service in that moment. So I think overall, if I could step back and say, one of the greatest strengths we have as a municipality, although we tend to focus on police and the tertiary, like the real end, like after the incident and what happens after, we have incredible resources to prevent the violence. And if we're talking about a society-wide response, as a municipality, we are so well positioned to be doing that work of preventing harm in the first place. When we have transit, when transit is safe, when we have places for people to go that are safe and accessible and they can learn about how to have healthy relationships, what healthy masculinity looks like, which if we talk about gaps, I think that's one that we can do a lot more in. And so those, transit in the way that I was speaking about it is kind of twofold in that we need transit as an essential piece of infrastructure in emergency situations or in situations that are unsafe or could be dangerous. But we also just need transit because transit helps us access the services that prevent harm from happening and help build the good families, good relationships, good communities that are really the protective factors for violence not ever occurring.
Okay.
Employment, getting like, because we know employment is a big stressor in the home.
It is.
And that's an increased risk for violence in the home. So thinking about our infrastructure in a real deep, like, primary prevention way is a really good way for us to be, not only just like, because when I think I said this in the presentation, when you're aware of the role that you play in driving a bus, in preventing gender-based violence, that's a huge thing, just to have that awareness, because once you're aware of it, you can strengthen the way that, when if somebody's on the bus and they may be experiencing violence, knowing that you play a role in preventing it is one step closer to helping that person, right? Especially when they have the tools that they may need to respond safely, like the bystander training.
Yeah.
But until you see yourself in that role, you may not even take the training.
Can I go back to Amy again with regards to housing? I'm talking about situations like if someone's intimate partner, it's an ongoing thing. It's not just a one-time thing. So it's something that's constantly happening. And the landlord gets to a point whereas they're not going to tolerate it anymore. They're going to just evict the person. So then that person who's being abused, again, is homeless. They have no place to go. So, and they're not going to be probably eligible for the subsidy program or anything of that nature. It's something, there's something that needs to happen within between what's going on within the home, and to try to address that and try to either get the person out that's creating the violence or something so that they're not losing their security of their home. That's what I was talking about. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're not looking for a response there. Okay, thank you very much. We will carry on with Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions, and maybe I'll get them all in. Amy, not MES, but the other Amy, mentioned there's no requirement for legal disclosure around suspected cases of intimate partner violence, domestic violence, etc. with adults. You seem to be alluding to something that may be changing, so maybe you can comment on that. I've had a number of emails, interestingly enough, about this particular item on today's council, where the suggestion has been made that males are also involved in intimate partner violence. They're also the victim of it, as well as domestic violence. And I think you just, Amy, number one, just made the comment that there is a shortage of services to support males in this area. So maybe you can comment a bit further on that one. And I also have a question just in terms of how we're collaborating with the police and across public safety generally on this, because I know in the 25-26 budget, we approved some additional intimate partner violence resources, and there was a discussion about additional resources again this year. So I'm wondering, the sworn officers versus, the other public safety staff. How does that collaboration and integration work? And then finally, I just have a regret that we remove Wi-Fi from our transit terminals, because I think you mentioned that transit terminals can be a source of safety. So over to you. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for your questions. On the first question around the requirement for legal disclosure of cases of intimate partner violence, you'll have to let me know if I'm getting to your question here. But what I was speaking to earlier was that there are many situations in which we might, be engaging with a friend or a family member, or say in the position of being somebody working in community or a healthcare professional, where we might have a conversation with someone where they share with us that they're potentially experiencing an unhealthy relationship or things like coercive control. There is no legal, as you know, a legal requirement to report that. But I think where we see ourselves, as is the case for, when we're thinking about a whole of society response, ourselves as HRM staff in our environment at work or in the roles that we're playing in community can be like trusted people who can support folks to access resources. So we're really kind of not speaking within the realm of like domestic violence calls that police would be responding to or domestic dispute calls. We're really thinking about like in the places and spaces that we're working as municipal staff, engaging with human beings who might be experiencing any number of intersecting crises, knowing how to understand gender-based violence, maybe what are some of the signs or signals, and then what are the available resources in community to be able to support those folks to access those. So that's kind of more the realm that we're talking about. Amy, I'll pass it to you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Steele, thank you for the question. Undoubtedly, all genders experience gender-based violence. There's I would say a focus on women, girls, gender diverse folks, because proportionally speaking, we know that those are the populations overwhelmingly represented in as victims and survivors of that type of violence. We also know that men are probably less likely to report it, and that has to do with cultural norms as well. And they're healthy masculinities, I think, the way that I come to this work is always with the intent to prevent harm, and healthy masculinities and the way that we can promote that is one way to prevent violence, right? When people have strong and healthy stereotypes available to them about what they can be, that is a positive thing, and there's more that we can do in that space. When it comes to survivors of sexual violence who identify as male, there are less services available. I can think of the People's Counseling Clinic. They do incredible work in this field, supporting men who've experienced sexual violence. I can't think of any others, actually. And so that tells you something. I know that Victim Services, and I was trying to find in the chart what it's called, but they now have a caseworker assigned to people who have committed harm, who've harmed others in domestic violence, which is an incredible resource and show of solidarity for supporting that person for where they're at in their life and helping them to course correct, and having that kind of wraparound support for somebody who's committed harm is a really good thing to prevent further harm. So I hope that helps.
Well, it doesn't really answer the question, though. I was talking about more for services for males, and I know this is significantly the lower percentage, but males that have been victims themselves. And I don't just mean grew up in a household where, where your father was abusive, so now you're abusive because you are a victim there. I'm speaking more about you've been a victim of, violence, and where do you receive the support? So it's that small percentage, and it's not addressing toxic masculinity and all the other services that are out there to address some of those issues. Yeah. Okay. Maybe move along to the collaborating across police force. Oh, I had posed the question. She didn't answer.
Okay, yeah, let's let her answer.
Apologies. I think there are less. Violence against men is an issue, certainly as it relates to gender-based violence. As I mentioned, there are less supports and resources available to support men who've experienced violence. But that's not to say, and so the People's Counseling Clinic would be an example of a support that would be available to men who have been a victim of gender-based violence. And that's the only one I can think of. Maybe, Amy, you have examples of others. 211 Men's Helpline is another. So there are less resources available to men who have experienced gender-based violence, and there's more work that we could do in that space for sure, as a society.
Thank you. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Cuddle, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I mean, I think that this is a great conversation in highlighting kind of the intersection between municipal services and gender-based violence and all the opportunity that exists. You know, I don't think when we talk about these subjects independently of this, when we talk about transit, we talk about rec, or we talk about, you know, other programs and services, this isn't necessarily top of mind in that. So I really welcome this conversation, and just highlighting how important the services we provide as a municipality already are. The two things that kind of two things that I want to highlight are about the youth supports, like ensuring that we have youth supports, and also the transit. And, you know, gender-based violence, it's a wide spectrum, right? And it doesn't necessarily fall into one bucket or another, just as it's not, you know, we talk about the access program, the affordable access program for transit and recreation, but gender-based violence, you know, doesn't necessarily completely align with income. And I just want to note that the student bus pass program for high school students has been canceled, and you know that would have been a very important resource to provide students who might come from homes where there's a prevalence of violence, or for students to be able to get to those safe recreation programs. Like whether you have access to funds or not, those funds could be withheld, they might not be accessible. Just how important, you know, for the youth supports, the transit is. And when you talk to the province, is that something that you've had the opportunity to talk about? And I'm wondering how we can bring that up. I'm just very disappointed that we've canceled that transit program for students, and wondering if you've had the opportunity to talk about it through this lens and this perspective of, you know, supporting youth in many different facets, not just through income access.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the Deputy Mayor. Not yet. I agree with you. I think it's tremendously important. It's important for all services that youth access, and we hear that a lot. And when we work with youth, we pay attention to providing some supports for them to get to where we want them to be, or go to where they are is even better. So we recognize the barrier that transportation has for young people. I know the province right now is engaging in a systems mapping exercise as it relates to gender-based violence resources across the province. And when I was a part of that conversation that has just started, you know, I raised the important point about access, and it's okay to map out the resources, but we also need to understand what access looks like to those resources. And I think that presents an opportunity for us to be having conversations about access in terms of transit and other ways that people can, you know, actually physically get to the resources that may be available to them. So it's something that is on our radar and certainly will be a part of future discussions.
Yeah, and with the recent cuts to a number of not-for-profit community service providers, I know in my community of Spryfield, like we've outright lost a couple. One of them being Family SOS, which was you know, embedded in a highly vulnerable community, that had established relationships, and now and just like overnight they're gone. Are you seeing an impact through the loss of communities, like our community partners? Or is it too soon? I mean, it's all fairly fresh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. We've been doing some engagements very recently with the community-based organizations, and we anticipated less turnout because of the lower capacity, lower resources in that sector. And this is not a scientific opinion, but it's an observation that we haven't seen people not showing up. That doesn't mean that those cuts aren't impacting them. I think I see it to mean is they valued this work and they're coming to join us in doing it. But when we've been having those conversations, that issue has certainly been raised as one of significant concern amongst the sector and their capacity to do work as it relates to violence prevention in general. So I think it's too early. And then those that no longer exist, we are not hearing from. So.
Right, and it's mostly women who are employed in those sectors, and yeah, it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Councillor Daigle-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both very much for this presentation. And it is absolutely something that probably get motion voted unanimously, all of that good stuff. One of the things I'm curious about. We often say that homelessness looks different in the rural community than it does in suburban and rural. And I wonder if gender-based violence, with the lack of infrastructure in the rural communities, right? There is no transit. There are very few real services around. The response really is an RCMP response when things are after something has happened, as you say. But in the preventative end, does the strategy look at how do we build some of the infrastructure that is missing in the rural community? Do we look at it that way? And just anecdotally, I wonder, at one time, gender-based violence, domestic violence within the disability community was on the rise. And I wondered in the jurisdictional scan if you had seen anything like that and any programs that were specific to that. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, thank you very much for the question. And yes, indeed, we see disproportionate impacts in rural communities for the reasons that you mentioned, including isolation, lack of resources, lack of access to those resources. In terms of the strategy, one of the things that I think the public safety strategy could do is really bring to the forefront the important role that transportation plays in rural communities and ability to access resources. And, perhaps that's something that council and those making decisions about transit would again, going back to this is a society-wide response means every single business unit, every single division, every single program and service that we provide should be thinking about how they're addressing gender-based violence in their work. And so that's a great example, of in a public safety strategy, how we can foreground that and work across business units to help them see the value in the work that they do through that lens, and hopefully help reduce some of those barriers that we see in rural communities, because they absolutely are real, and even more so for folks who are precariously housed and don't have the options that maybe suburban and urban residents would have in terms of access to alternative housing in violent situations. And I think I'll turn it over to the other Amy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you so much. In regards to the question around did we see anything in the jurisdictional scan in terms of what municipalities are doing around the issue of gender-based violence experienced by folks with disabilities or in the disability community. There are quite a few initiatives happening in Ontario quite a few municipalities are linking their gender-based violence work with their community safety and well-being plans, and many of them do sort of look at the intersections of identities and the sort of compounding and intersecting forms of discrimination that folks are experiencing. Discrimination for disability intersecting with gender-based violence and sort of the heightened risk that folks with disabilities experience in terms of gender-based violence. So there are several municipalities that are sort of looking at that holistic approach to gender-based violence, but also recognizing those intersections. I would say, and as we mentioned earlier, our scan by no means was fully exhaustive. There might be initiatives that we haven't heard about or don't know of, but I would say definitely in the sort of community organization, community sector, a lot of work happening with advocacy organizations and community organizations, specifically around supporting folks with disabilities who are experiencing gender-based violence. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Amy and your team for your presentation and all the great work that you do. I have a few inquiries I'm going to ask about. Number one is the correlation between youth and childhood traumas are some of the determining factors of those who initiate this type of violence. So does this account for some root causes of violent behavior maybe later in life? A second one, are there online therapy options being utilized more currently? Number three, is there an increase in safe spaces to report and receive immediate help? And my last one's more on the funding end. Are you looking for collaborations with the funding opportunities from the feds, province, and the private sector for private sector programming sessions, other than just government, but a collaboration of the three levels in the private sector? Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you very much, Councillor Young, for your questions. So the relationship between youth, childhood trauma, exposure to violence, and then, being at risk for committing acts of gender-based violence, I think it's really important to say that there's definitely a higher risk when young people are exposed to violence at home for later in life to commit acts of gender-based violence. That does not mean it's determinant at all. In fact, most people who grow up in violent households go on to live happy, normal lives. That said, there is an increased risk. So when you look across the general population, children who have experienced violence at home have higher risk. Again, it's not causal and it's not determinant. It puts them at greater risk. Okay. And there's some further reading in the report if you click on a link that kind of talks about that in more detail, and I'm happy to send you more information if you're interested in learning more about that. I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
In terms of online supports, I mean, Amy may be able to help me out here, but certainly there's the Kids Help Phone, which is an incredible resource. There's 988, there's 211, and all of those things are really great services that you can access remotely. A barrier to some of them, I think, in fact, all of them, I think, is you have to have cell service. You have to be able to. So this is why, 911. The portal from 911 to care for us is really important in our ability to be able to access folks who may not be able to, who don't have data on their phone, for instance. Okay. And
safe spaces.
Safe spaces. Maybe do you have some ideas on that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, in regards to is there an increase in safe spaces to report and receive support and immediate help? I would say, I guess in general, I think, and this again is not a scientific sort of assessment of the situation, but just in our work in gender-based violence, working on these initiatives, I really do think that there is sort of a growing recognition of all of our roles in preventing and responding to gender-based violence. And I do think that there are more people learning and beginning to kind of gain tools and capacity to be these like safe, reporting, safe people to report to. And initiatives like the CARE team, 211, other sort of avenues where you may not be making a police report, but you are disclosing to someone that you're experiencing something, and then are able to access resources and supports from that disclosure.
Excuse me, I'll just add that collaboration between the feds, province, and private sector. We received a significant fund a few years back that lasted for 4 years, the Building Safer Communities Fund. Because we know the relationship between gun violence and gender-based violence, we dedicated some of that money to work. In fact, it was work that Amy led around the bystander training and other commercial exploitation of children and youth. So we've used some federal funding that way. We're right now exploring, there's a really interesting organization called Moonshot. It's a private business that does work on gender-based violence, some really innovative work on gender-based violence, and we're learning more about what they do and hoping potentially to have some collaboration in the future that would allow us to work with them. But I don't have more than that to report right now, but I would say that there's definitely interest in looking at what a collaboration like that could look like.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just note that some colleagues are coming around for the second time here, so I'm going to jump in if I could with a quick question. But I want to just begin by expressing gratitude for the really dedicated work that you and the team behind you have been applying toward this terrible epidemic of gender-based and intimate partner violence in our city and province. It's and then the way that that's being embedded into the public safety strategy is really wonderful work. So thank you. Thinking for a minute about Appendix 3, Attachment 3, which was the jurisdictional scan. I just wonder if you have any thoughts to share with us about best practices or programs that you've discovered in other jurisdictions that could be adapted or implemented here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for your questions and comments. In relation to the jurisdictional scan, yes, there are definitely some really interesting initiatives that are happening in municipalities across the country. I think when we look at sort of the categories of initiatives that municipalities are taking, my humble opinion is that HRM has actually either started work in each of those categories or is doing some of the kind of leading work, I would say, in that work. Of course, we all have work to do, and I think the Mass Casualty Commission, the DFI report, all reveal to us that we have much more work to do. I think there's some notable initiatives that I would sort of bring to the forefront. There's interesting work happening in Quebec through a coalition of municipalities across the province who are sort of working together to generate ideas of how municipalities can respond to gender-based violence within their jurisdiction. So things like using municipal space to host sessions, providing support to transition houses in terms of like storage of belongings and transportation. So that idea of like working across the province to really sort of generate new opportunities and draw on pooled resources. The City of London is doing some really great work around mandatory training for all of their staff within the municipality around gender-based violence. There are some really interesting public awareness campaigns happening in Montreal, Calgary, Ottawa, that are really sort of drawing folks into the conversation in public around what they can do to recognize and respond to gender-based violence. And there are HR policies. The City of Charlottetown kind of stands out as a really interesting example. specifically in their domestic violence policy, they speak about domestic violence leave, but they also give really clear direction to the municipality around our role in raising awareness about gender-based violence, providing resources to teams around gender-based violence. So our HR team is doing a lot of great work on that front and could be an opportunity to enhance that work.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. We'll go back to Councillor Mancini, please. Unless, Councillor, you wanted to close.
No, I don't need to close. No. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, because once again, it's me in the break. I don't know, there's a theme here. Councillor Morris was talking about asking about the safety assessment. Councillor, I've seen Amy's team on a number of occasions implement this program, and it's very effective. And staff are very responsive to it. Obviously, there can be capital questions or issues there, but it's a very good, especially from a women's perspective, which is the unique thing. So it's very good. So my question is around funding. Councillor Young started talking about funding. Is there a future funding requirement in this work that you're doing on this topic?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we haven't identified a budget for this work. That would be the work that we have to do in developing the new public safety strategy. As you'll know from this morning's presentation, we've been quite successful in seeking external funding to help mobilize the resources we have to extend their reach and do more. I'm confident that we can continue that success. I hope it's clear from today that we see gender-based violence not as just this one issue, but a society issue that has far-reaching impacts. And so I think that also allows us to see how we can prevent gender-based violence amongst many different funding streams. I talked this morning about the equity-based work we're doing with capital planning. And, one of the things that's very clear to me is that our social infrastructure, as I talked about today in terms of the primary prevention, plays such an important role in creating the conditions for safety, keeping women, girls, men, boys safe from gender-based violence. That tool in itself is work that we can do to prevent. And so I see, and funded from Public Health Canada. So there's lots of intersecting ways that we can think about resourcing this work, and we'll bring those into consideration before coming to council asking for additional resources to fund.
And I bring it up only, and the last thing my colleagues want me to hear the word budget again, but after we just went through, but I see Commissioner Moore in the room here, and when we're at budget time for the next year, and if this public safety is impacted or has alterations, let's be crystal clear if all those alterations has any impact on the work that you guys are doing on this topic, so that we can make the sound decision. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and we'll go to Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know your work is mainly about coordination and policy and that sort of thing, but could you say a little bit about priorities for communications? I'm thinking, how do people know if they're in an emergency situation? How do we communicate so people know what help is available, especially for youth who may not be as aware of resources out there? And is there an opportunity to use our transit buses to communicate in a way that would provide sort of resources to people, so that I take transit. I don't know if I've seen a lot of messaging on our buses about where to get help if you're in one of these difficult situations.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, thank you for your question, and thank you also for your patience in me and Amy deciding who's going to answer. Yes, so communications to the public. what comes to mind first around this is that we haven't necessarily done any sort of like community safety-led communications campaigns, but our colleagues and collaborators at 211 and Transition House Association of Nova Scotia have done quite a bit of work in terms of communicating to the public how best to access resources in relation to gender-based violence. And so when we were doing the work, our whole team of contributing to the development of the CARE team, that was one of the really key pieces, or one of the key pieces among many of working with 211, is that they are such a trusted, knowledgeable, up-to-date repository of information that folks can access across the province. And so if somebody accesses the CARE team, they're simultaneously accessing that wealth of knowledge that comes from 211. And so collaborations like that, I think, are really important in terms of the communication. In regards to, but I do think it's an opportunity for us. So it's something that we could look into more, like how do we do that in our municipal spaces? And perhaps that relates to transit. So not only communicating that on our transit system, but also in our recreation centers, community spaces. So that's definitely something that we could look to work on. And I would also just say that a really notable campaign that our colleagues in Halifax Transit ran was the anti-sexual harassment campaign. And I don't have the year in front of me when that happened, but just as a really great example of what those public education campaigns can look like in our public spaces.
Yes, that is a good example. And if I understand, the CARE teams are geographically limited at the moment. So I'm just looking at how we can communicate resources more broadly across the region. So it sounds like that's kind of a next phase, perhaps, of what you're doing.
Just to add to that, Councillor Morris, so there is a bus shelter campaign right now advertising CARE. Some of you may have seen it. I saw it in my neighborhood. And the transit campaign was 2022. It was an anti-sexual harassment campaign that was run. I agree with Amy. It's a tremendous opportunity to raise awareness and help people navigate to the services that they need, and we have infrastructure that allows us to do that. The comms team works closely with diversity and inclusion as well, and you may see communications going out both internally and externally. I would think of top of mind the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence that comes in December. So comms really pushes resources and information out both internally and externally as it relates to that. So there's things that are happening, and there's lots more we could do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just comment on Councillor Morse's suggestion in terms of transit. It's when you're on transit, it's great to see those signs, and they are really effective on the bus. So just not only the shelters, but on the bus. I had asked a question last time that we didn't get to because we ran out of time. Is how are we collaborating against across the public safety spectrum? So I'm thinking police in particular. I know last year we funded an intimate partner violence person with the RCMP, a dedicated resource. So how are you using your expertise, and how are the police working with you? I'm very curious about how the integration is working across public safety. So maybe you can comment, but with the gender-based violence lens on how this is working.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I apologize for not getting to your question around collaboration. I can certainly speak to our experience in developing CARE and the work that we did with police and continue to do with police on that. For a broader perspective, I might defer to my executive director or Rachel that can talk more, or Bill, who could talk more broadly to the the overall police transformation and how that work is going. But with CARE, as Amy mentioned, there's been significant work that we've done to be sure that the care team understands and is able to safely respond to incidents of gender-based violence, because you can't separate one incident, like a mental health crisis incident, from a gender-based violence incident. So it's better to be prepared for that. And police have been a central role from the very outset in helping us understand what that looks like, helping us to identify risks, set up guardrails, identify ways that there would be opportunities for us to move into that space safely in terms of how we roll out care. They share data to help us understand where care make the most impact. And I would say more generally, as it relates not only to gender-based violence, but in the work that we do in the public safety strategy, like we check in with them regularly on, if I need to know, I talked earlier about population data. If I'm interested in police statistics, right now I just put an ask in around gun-related violence and firearm offenses because I'm reporting back to a funder, and that's a really important metric for them. So in that way, like our day-to-day relationship and the way that we share information and resources in terms of us both being able to understand the nature of our own work and how it complements each other is something that's kind of a daily practice, I would say. But I'll turn it over to my executive director.
Our model for the Board of Police, with community safety being fully integrated, is really a leading practice, and it allows that collaboration to be taking place at that board level. On a business unit level, I would say every initiative, every program under the community safety umbrella is collaborating with police on a regular basis. I see that happening amongst our team members. The housing and homelessness, we would have conversations almost every week. We strive to provide a civilian response, an alternate response in almost all of our programs. So the CMTs as well, they're attending community level police stakeholder meetings, through town halls, through community safety, proactive community safety approaches. We have some work underway with the North End. We're always communicating with our police counterparts, inviting them to the meetings and keeping each other up to date. So I think I can reassure you that the collaboration is strong, and we work in lockstep, and we work as much as possible to avoid having law enforcement respond when our civilian approaches are a better fit.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the continuum of service.
Counselor, I'm afraid we're
no
out of
worries.
time.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. And having said that, there are no other names on the board, and the question has been called. Thank you. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for the incredible work and the great conversations today. Much appreciated. Colleagues, we're overdue for an afternoon recess. We do have a substantial agenda ahead, including 2 public hearings. So let's try to be back at 4:05, okay? Okay, colleagues, we have quorum, so we're going to get back underway here. We are at item 15.3.1, analysis of costs and benefits of Halifax Mooseheads expansion proposal at the RBC Dartmouth 4 pad. And I wonder if I see Councillor Mancini on the board for tabling.
If you don't mind, it's okay. I know it's a CPAD thing. Do you prefer to?
Yes. Councillor Steele, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to negotiate and execute a market rate lease agreement with the Halifax Mooseheads for the existing exclusive use space and the expanded building envelope at RBC Centre in Dartmouth, with terms and conditions satisfactory to the CAO, including detailed leasehold improvements, the owner's representative consultant, construction, and public benefit conditions for the proposed expansion.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. We had a robust and detailed discussion at Community Planning and Economic Development about this market rate lease agreement, and the Community Planning and Economic Development Committee agreed that this motion is the best motion to provide staff with the direction and guidance to execute this lease agreement. We had some discussion about the importance of public benefit conditions for the proposed expansion. There was discussion. I think there was a single washroom being discussed. We talked about whether that was at the best location and whether it would provide sufficient public benefits for the community. We also talked about the engagement of an owner's representative consultant to oversee the work, so that the work is done to be consistent with HRM requirements. And so we built this into the market rate lease agreement discussion. So with that, I'll say the committee was very comfortable with this approach, and we feel this is the appropriate guidance to give to our staff as they move forward with the negotiations, considering the importance of our budget discussions and our need to be very vigilant about HRM budgets, and also to have some fairness and equity across the board in terms of how we negotiate with other sports teams, ensuring that we are attempting to achieve equivalent and appropriate public benefits. So I'll close there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And despite the numbers on the board, we'll go to Councillor Mancini.
In spite of Councillor Mancini, you will come to Councillor Mancini. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Steele, well done. I was going to do exactly what you just did to summarize in that discussion. It was a very good discussion, strong opinions. I really feel, Mr. Mayor, that staff really have an understanding of the direction that the committee wanted. I don't sit on the committee, but they allowed me to speak on that day. You know, we talk about the budget. We talk about partnerships a lot in our municipality, and here's a partnership with the Halifax Mooseheads. We heard of Events East talk about the importance of the Mooseheads in the community. So, you know, originally the ask was they were asking us to pay for it, and we would get our money back by the lease. And now they come back to the table realizing the economic climate and their deep pockets, the owners new deep pockets, to say, look, we'll pay for it, right? And we're looking at adding the washrooms and other benefits. There was debate over, was the washroom the right thing? Look, I get calls from people that use the volleyball field all the time saying they wish I had another access to a washroom other than what's already there. You know, I just think it's a good thing to do. I believe the Mooseheads are open to other opportunities, be it hosting hockey schools for the more vulnerable communities. There's lots on the table that they could help out with. I believe this is a good thing. This is a partnership. and that's what we're looking for. Would we have paid for this on our own? It would be a different conversation. So they're willing to step up. The conversation around an owner's consultant, that we need a consultant that watches the project that represents us. So who pays for that, whether it's us or them? I think staff understand that conversation. So I support this, colleagues, and I hope that you all support it. It's a good opportunity and a good example of good partnership. And we need more partnerships as we proceed with other capital projects. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. And we'll go to Deputy Mayor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just would like to thank Councillor Steele for doing such a great job capturing the discussion we had about this. And, you know, one of the things I was concerned about, and I'm going to raise it again because, you know, I think it's worth highlighting, is about public benefit. And, you know, it's one thing when an organization comes and offers you a bathroom. It's another thing when you actually have the opportunity to have a discussion about what would the best public benefit be, and is that public benefit enough? Does the cost of the public benefit somehow equate to the benefit that the reciprocal benefit that the organization is getting by having a facility in this location? You know, I think we do need more clarity as a municipality when we're negotiating these things, to talk about what is fair value, what is public benefit. You know, the Mooseheads are a successful hockey franchise. They're a business. You know, I think about the organization in my district that provided accessible washrooms, for the rugby clubhouse. They also provide that space to community events. They rent it out at a reasonable rate. They're not-for-profit. They hold fundraisers there. They hold charity events. They offer recreational programming for people of all ages. Very inclusive, community-minded organization. What we're doing here is exclusive. It's an exclusive space. This space will not be accessible to any organizations or any groups or the general public. And it's an exclusive space on a public municipal land attached to a public municipal facility. And you know, I realize that, yes, the Mooseheads are a beloved organization here. They do add life and vitality to our city. That is the hallmark of a healthy franchise. That's the mark of a successful business. And that's what they do. They market and they promote their organization. And, you know, that's you know, and that's great. That's good for them. But I don't think that equates to public benefit. And so I'm going to leave it there. I think, you know, we've had this discussion. We have this agreement. We've provided direction to staff. I'll support it as it is. But we need to do better. And I think even with staff, I was disappointed when staff came up and said that the benefit was having the Mooseheads in our city. That's not enough of a public benefit in a contract negotiation like this with a private for-profit organization. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to quickly add, because I've had 2 washrooms in public spaces in my district rebuilt over the last number of years, 10 years. And those things, like, they are surprisingly expensive, right? To build a washroom facility, Penhorn Lake, Grahams Grove, you're into $800,000 to $1 million just for a washroom space. So if we were to build something for the fields out there that was separate from this, we'd be into major dollars. We're halfway through to the public benefit, as far as I'm concerned, just on the washroom piece of this. So I think this actually is a decent agreement, and with an organization that, you know, we ultimately have this space. It gets built, they're leasing it, but it's ultimately ours too. So I think this is a reasonable thing we've landed on. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll just drop in my 2 cents here, if colleagues don't mind. It's been said the Mooseheads are an incredibly important part of the city, pride making. But at its core, this project is about a partnership between the municipality and a private organization that yields public benefit. And it is, I think, exactly the kind of partnership that we need to be doing a lot more of to diversify our revenue sources and reduce costs. It's clearly not just a private benefit. It's got the public-facing improvements, permanent washrooms for the adjacent fields, as you've mentioned, and for the courts. It's going to improve the facilities functionality. It's going to improve sports development. It's going to deliver public benefit, all while protecting the municipality's financial position. So I'm very happy to support this, and I think we should be doing more of these kind of partnerships. Now let's see if there's anybody else on the board. Questions called. There we go. And the motion carries. Very good. Thank you to Maggie and Brendan and the staff crew back there. Much appreciated. That brings us, colleagues, to item 15.5.1, Deputy Mayor Cuddle, Administrative Correction for Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors term. And Deputy Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 6 of Administrative Order 1, Executive Standing Committee Terms of Reference, requiring the Executive Standing Committee to review nominations and make recommendations to Regional Council, to endorse the extension of Deputy Mayor Cuddle's term on Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors from June 2026 to June 2027, and assume all costs associated with Deputy Mayor Cuddle's attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon on the second.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. This is an administrative correction. It really has more to do with FCM. Since I was appointed to this term, they changed their sequence of voting for the board. So it's moved to a 2-year term, so there will be no election at FCM this year for the Atlantic region or the Atlantic municipalities. That has been moved to next year. So this is just aligning our term and our procedures with those of the FCM's. It's kind of like a housekeeping amendment. And so I just ask for your support to ratify this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope Council does approve this. I would like to say that Deputy Mayor Cuddle actually holds the seat as chair of the Atlantic Caucus. You'll be the incoming chair of the Atlantic Caucus, right? I hold the seat for Nova Scotia. Deputy Mayor has the one for HRM. So I will say that Deputy Mayor Cuddle's contributions to FCM have been quite significant during her term, and she is extremely well respected in that room, in that national room. So I hope you support it. And I call for the question.
And the motion carries. Thank you very much for that. That brings us to 15.5.2, Councillor White, prioritizing the maintenance of active transportation routes during building construction. Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the CAO to prepare a staff report regarding policy that maintains the municipal right-of-way during building construction projects for pedestrians and or people cycling, rolling, wheeling, regardless of whether the sidewalk or bike lane on the opposite side of the roadway is open or not. B, developing and refining HRM policy and or fee structure to deter building construction footprints from encroachment into the municipal active transportation right-of-way. C, developing and refining HRM policy and or fee structure to encourage developers to reopen the municipal active transportation right-of-way as soon as possible during building construction when closing it is necessary for a time. And D, developing or refining HRM policy that prioritizes temporary protected pathways for pedestrians and/or people cycling, rolling, wheeling in the vehicular right-of-way over parking spaces or when unnecessarily wide travel lanes during building construction projects.
Seconded by Councillor Hinch.
Okay, thank you. And wordy motion. I guess I knew exactly what I wanted staff to look at from our discussion last week. I think that development engineering staff do an incredible job. I work with them all the time on tweaking things and communicating. I just, from that discussion, it just felt like there might be more we can be doing. And I do get a lot of feedback from residents on this. So I hope I have your support to take a look at what we can be doing better to keep the walkways open.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. And I remember having the dialogue on this particular subject, and I kind of complimented the example of the walk-through sea cans that are being used as the protected walkways and stuff in a project down here on Hollis Street, and I thought that was a creative use of those devices. But I was kind of curious of what type of limitations or constrictions will this put on some of the development opportunities, you know, because some places you need perhaps to encroach over the sidewalk for some of their apparatus and stuff, be it the cranes, whatever, or just putting up scaffolding and work on in that within that area. So I'm just kind of curious if that's going to, part of the report is going to look at any limitations or restrictions it's going to do on building activity within the right of way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hinch, please.
I just want to thank Councillor White for bringing this up and putting this on the agenda. Like she said, we discussed a lot about it last week, and we continue to have discussions about it. I continue to get lots of emails regarding these type of situations that are going on in my area. So I just wanted to thank Councillor White for bringing it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree. I think this is an excellent motion. I guess what I would have is a question that's similar to Councillor Hensby's. When you look in the suburban areas where there are quite a number of developments that will occur on the side of a street that doesn't already have any form of sidewalk, and so the development agreement may include the installation of said sidewalk, and very often we've got, in Bedford, for example, we've got sections of sidewalk along the Bedford Highway that are completed, and there are plots of land that have none to speak of at all, and we're relying on those development agreements to create the sidewalk. So there's already an interruption in play because we have these missing segments, and so hopefully this will wind up being able to provide a carved out exception for those instances wherein something actually has to be constructed in order to have the sidewalk that we're aiming for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor White for bringing this forward. We already have something in place where developers are charged for using the right-of-way, but I don't know how that is working. So I'm hoping the report might have a little bit of a summary of that. It's been in place for some time. Apparently there's a break depending on how the hoarding is used and that sort of thing. But if there could be a synopsis as part of this report on that right-of-way charge, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other names, so I'll offer my thought. I really commend you, Councillor White, on the intention here. That clearly there's some things that aren't working. I would point out to colleagues that we do have something called the Construction Management Plan. That it's an administrative order where much of what Councillor White is trying to achieve lives already. It does. I would say it does need to be updated, and it should be updated, but in consultation with industry. You know, it's made me think of the provincial government making rules for surgeons in the operating room without talking to surgeons. You know, I just don't think we should be plucking policies out of the air here in the chamber without consulting with industry. And perhaps, Councillor White, in your close, you could talk about how or whether you consulted with industry. If it's true that our shared objective is more efficient, less disruptive construction activity, then we really should do that in an informed and coordinated way to get a solution that can actually be implemented and that works in the real world. So I guess what concerns me is moving forward in a piecemeal way, absent the industry, and it might take a bit more time to do it that way, but ultimately we get a better product. And again, we have the tool already in existence. It just needs to be updated collaboratively. So I'm afraid I'm unable to support the motion as it stands. Thanks. And that brings us to Councillor Kent, please.
Yeah, I was just looking for that motion again. Just 1 second. Page. Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you. Yeah, it starts on 1. So here's, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to disagree with you a little bit, only in that this is a staff report. That's how we get the information we're looking for. I think that the concerns that you have around the admin order, which I can appreciate, and also I can appreciate the industry engagement. But I think that's staff's work to do, to create a plan forward if they are thinking that some of these recommendations could go forward. I think we have to do something in a city of this age. We have very narrow streets in certainly in some areas, and we have certainly Dartmouth has unusual grid lines, not really a grid, are they? And it creates quite a lot of concern, and I think that this is probably overdue. But the construction management plan, as you said, it should be updated. Maybe that's what staff's going to come back with. They're going to make me say, yes, you know what, the admin order for construction management can be updated, and we can add these things, and that would be what comes back. But I think it's important that I want to support this particular motion for a staff report, because I think it's important enough that in a city like ours that's growing as fast as it can, you see as many cranes up in the air in and around these streets that are just, especially in some of the areas, there's 5 or 6 in a row, right? So I think we have to look at it again, and I think now's the time. This is a great motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And perhaps this is a Brad question, maybe just understanding from the dialogue going on that, this report needs to be at least somewhat, or not at least, also informed by the developer community. I also agree with Councillor Kent that it would be very hard for one councillor to navigate the developer community on their own in crafting a report. So I just appreciate, perhaps what could we do to incorporate that feedback moving forward. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. Well, look, by nature of our reports, there's a section on community engagement that always, whenever we're dealing with development, means developers as well as community. So to the degree that it's appropriate and the measures that we're bringing back, this could be conceptual to start, or who knows, we may be able to find something that's deep and it's policy ready. But certainly we wouldn't bring back a report that's uninformed by development. That would be leading us down the wrong path. So that goes as part of the report work. If council feels they need to have it expressly in here, go for it, but we'll be doing it in any event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, please.
I can pass based on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to jump in, and for those people who weren't here, this motion is really a follow-on to 15.1.4 around the amendments to the construction site management temporary pedestrian paths through work sites. So thank you very much, Councillor White, for putting forward this motion and this request for a staff report. And I just want to point out the verbs in the motion. We're not talking about preventing construction. We're looking for deterrence. The verbs are deter, encourage, and prioritize. So I think this is what we're asking for. We're not going to prohibit development if it's not possible. We're going to endeavor to make it as safe as possible. And when I think about it, the hoarding going up Duke Street for anyone that walks up the hill, sometimes to go to parking or go to the bus or whatever, you can't walk on one side of the street, or when you leave parking, you have to risk your life to get across the street. So I think about that particular site. I know not everyone uses the bus or walks up the hill, but those are, that's a really good example where I think perhaps more could be done. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to chime in. I can see which way the wind's blowing here, so I'm not going to try to change anybody's mind, but I just do want to clarify what I was saying. My intention was, my wish was that industry had been consulted on the drafting of the motion itself. Would be a very collaborative way to go forward. It's highly prescriptive. I can see the first element is going to create a great deal of difficulty. And of course, a great motion I think that I would have supported would have been to direct staff to update the construction management plan in consultation with industry. That would have been a really good motion I would have supported. And then of course I have the worry of yet another staff report going into the staff report machine that is hopelessly clogged and overburdened right now. So there we go. I just wanted to clarify my position on that. And Councillor White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, everybody. That was a great discussion. Let's see. I find sometimes I've done motions and they're very vague, and then I maybe don't get what I was looking for. So that I went for prescriptive, and of course, when staff does a report, I would love to see more. Specifically, Councillor Morris, when you mentioned how are the fees working, that's exactly what we need to know. And the hoarding, that's something that didn't make it in here. But sure, if we could do something with better beautification, let's hear about it now. Yes, like staff are already doing the work. Their construction has to happen. I'm not in any way trying to stop that from happening. Just are there better tools that can be used? I did run this by staff. Both I got feedback from a few staff members. So yes, it's clear what I'm looking for, and also it's a motion that has the potential to improve things compared to what other cities are doing. So I did have some feedback from the Construction Association in Nova Scotia that wants to have input here, and that's basically how I replied, is that yeah, this is for a staff report. Staff will definitely reach out if that's part of the work. So I'm glad to hear that from Brad, because that's exactly how I thought it would happen. Some of these things I just wanted to mention, like people they'll walk on the road anyways. If we've got the sidewalk closed off and they're on that side and then they think they can make it, they go on the road. So it's just really, I'm really interested in spots where we could put a barrier there so they can stay on that side of the road and continue safely, and all the other things. Just mention this aligns quite well with an action in the IMP that also brings in transit and bus stops. So again, it's something that we're looking at doing anyway. I just wanted to highlight it and get going on it to continue that conversation. I think that's everything. Hope you have your support to take a look. Thank you.
And the motion carries. Colleagues, this brings us to item 16.1, which is a motion that I am tabling. So the Deputy Mayor and I are just going to swap positions here.
All right, there we go. Hello, everyone. We will now move on to item 16.1, motions. Mayor Fillmore, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Colleagues, as we all know, the budget process really is a year-round exercise now. With that in mind, I wanted to bring this motion forward to provide staff with the same direction that we provided them at this time last year, prioritizing affordability for residents by keeping expenditures and service levels flat. The baseline provides a clear picture of our core obligations, our fiscal constraints, and the trade-offs associated with our decisions as the budget process progresses. Therefore, I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare the 2027-2028 budget by holding expenditure and service levels flat with consideration for increases for inflation, contractual commitments, mandatory provincial contributions, and other items approved by Council.
All right, that was seconded by Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So colleagues, bringing forward this motion is really about setting that clear direction again early. It gives staff the time they need to prepare a focused and disciplined budget, and it gives council a really strong and consistent starting point for our decisions. But more importantly, it ensures that we're making really intentional decisions about where we use taxpayer money rather than allowing spending to grow without clear direction or intentionality. It also means that any additional spending is clearly justified, it's aligned with our priorities, and it's understood by residents through our budget process. We used this approach at the most recent budget cycle, and while the outcome didn't align, I appreciate with all of our individual preferences, the process itself I think was sound. And throughout that process, we reduced our compounded 4-year increase to the municipal portion of the tax bill down from 50% to 35% 4-year increase over 4 years. And that motion was part of what helped us to get there. It improved transparency, it clarified trade-offs, it demonstrated that a disciplined approach can meaningfully reduce long-term pressures on residents. And for those reasons, I believe this motion reflects the kind of responsible and transparent, disciplined budgeting process that residents expect from us as their council. And just to close, I wonder if the acting CAO would share any reflections that he might have on the value of early budget direction setting like this.
Thank you. Yes, I think I've said this repeatedly through the budget process. The more direction, clearer direction we can get sooner on a budget, the better. So the timing of this is very good. Obviously, the content of it is the domain of council, and we look forward to understanding what we have. We are doing I'll just put the shameless advertisement in for the post-mortem process. Certainly we're going to do 3 facilitated sessions with groups of council. Please attend and give us the pros and cons of what you liked and didn't like. But that's also helpful to have the direction to be able to visualize next year's process and then understand what it is you didn't like, and we can adapt around that. The other advantage here too is as we head into a summer break and we try to get folks rest, it's always good for us to know heading into the break and the executive leaders to know where they're going with the budget so that it's not a surprise in the fall. And so, yeah, I'll just put the plug in that the sooner the better for us so we can get organized around it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. CAO. Next on the list, we have Councillor Austin.
Oh, you busted off. Oh, okay. I was just going to note that actually I support this motion. I mean, the mayor and I, we didn't agree on very much, I think, in the way of taxation or spending through the budget debates, but I actually agree entirely with him on process, right? Like, I think I've toyed with the idea of like we should maybe have, but then it's like, well, do you tie your hands too much and lose your flexibility? But we should have some real budget norms, like even maybe a budget administrative order. And I think having a starting place where it's like, okay, this is where you are with a status quo scenario. This is, no cuts, no increases, and then it's up to us.
what we want to spend money on or what we want to reduce to cut things back. And then council has its deliberations. And I think the mayor's motion, the way I understand it, the way it worked last year, I think this is an entirely appropriate starting line to go with. And then from there on, it's up to council. So I think this is good.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I too support the concept of this motion. I'd like to I have a question, I guess, for the CAO. One thing that I worry about with the motion, though, is are we going to miss out on some opportunities that might come forward from a business unit that may not be brought to council? I'm curious on how that might work. For example, there may be an investment that we should be making in, long-term climate resilience, for example. And are these ideas not going to come forward because of this sort of, it's across the board? So I have that question for the CAO. I also am curious on how this will interact with the upcoming municipal service review, because that too may impact budget. So how will the integration of that work? And then I have another question, comment. I understand these are givens, but the mandatory provincial contributions. We know that the mandatory provincial contribution for this year, the fiscal year we're currently in, we know that it rose by $16.2 million. And we know that our mandatory education tax, we pay a fairly significant amount of the provincial load, not just the HRM load for education. And HRM currently, we pay, I think, 58% of the total uniform assessment across the province, where we only have 47% of the population. So perhaps there's nothing that can be done about it. And I know this doesn't affect the municipal tax rate, but it affects the tax bill that all of our residents have to pay. And currently HRM appears, because of the high value of our assessments, appears to be subsidizing education across the province. So I just wanted to point out that this motion is accepting that as the status quo. So maybe I'll let Brad answer my question.
Oh, that last one's a rough one. Okay, let me think on that. And I may ask Jerry, giving Jerry the warm up there on that last one. So, yeah, look, it's hard for council to give an indicative, way forward with budget. The pessimist, I'll just speak very candidly, the pessimist staff goes, oh my gosh, it's an austerity budget, just don't try. Well, that's not true. We will make sure that we convey that message. The first thing I want to point to is your strategy. So when we were bringing forth this budget with the same motion, we brought forth items that were relating to your strategy that were not in the flat expenditure level. And you debated whether you were going to add them or not add them, so that you will have that again no matter what. So staff will be directed and encouraged to respond to the strategy, and we will highlight to you those things that are kind of above the flat expenditure. Okay, so there's always a risk there, but and the other piece here is I noticed it's items approved by council. So items approved by council are right up to and right to the bitter end. And as you know, there was a big number added at the bitter end with the budget. So I think there's minimal risk there. On the municipal service review, I can tell you that Jerry and his team have thought this through. The timings have been there. We haven't quite landed the airplane yet in terms of exact process, but we're kind of leaning towards November is when these pieces should collide, when we're really going to be giving you the budget update as to where we are with this direction, what the numbers look like, while at the same time landing the municipal service review and the findings it has. So it should inform that discussion. Again, we're basically, I think, Jerry, if I'm not wrong, your intent is to be here in September and get the budget process formally approved by council as we do every year.
Thank you, Jerry Blackwood, CFO. Yeah, we usually come in the late September or the October timeframe to get the budget schedule approved. The plan for service review is get here before we come in with budget direction. So budget direction is towards the end of November. We want to get service review in front of council, hopefully like a month before that. But as finance through corporate planning is leading the service review, we have all kinds of our budget team that'll be engaged on service review. So as that iterative process goes forward, we'll be building up the budget materials around that as well. So, if anything came up that, like we talked about, just do it, or we call them the greens, like we would certainly put that in front of council as a, with a recommendation to build in. So turn it back to Brad.
Yeah, well, I'll kick it right back to you, Jerry, because I think we're on mandatory. I was wondering if you could address that.
Yes, so mandatory, big number, 230 million this year. Again, we are a child of the province by legislation. That is a legislated charge to us based on our uniform assessment. I know the rates haven't changed, I think, over the last probably 15 years. So as assessments go up, the rates haven't changed. And with respect to subsidization, you could say that's the case, but that's I guess one of the things that comes along with being the economic engine of the province, in terms of that we would have higher property assessments and more commercial assessments, which would drive up our uniform assessment.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this motion forward. I will also be supporting it. I am only saying this to Brad, and hopefully so that our staff will hear it as well. I know that a number of councillors, myself included, have been, worked on motions in the past, and the feedback that we got from whichever staff that was, well, we were instructed to hold the tax rate flat, so here is your menu of options. We all know that there's no money, nobody's confused on that, but it's incredibly helpful for a number of reasons, to understand the cost of things, and even if we don't pursue every the 4 gold star option on everything, it's very important that we understand what those options are. So my only thing about this motion is that we still get the right information from staff, knowing full well that we can't pursue the top shelf of everything that has to happen across the municipality. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does, and I'll make sure that message gets conveyed. Certainly, we tried to do it last year as well to make sure that one of the biggest challenges. It's easy. It's as big as that budget book is. What's more important to what I found over the years for council is to understand what they're not getting.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's also worth communicating.
So I will continue to convey that point. It's I call it expectations not met, because a lot of times councilors will get through a budget book and go, oh my, I thought this was in it. And so that's a two-way street. So by all means, as I've said before to councilors, if there's something you're looking to see or you're expecting to see, please have the dialogue either with I'm going to assume the new CAO, or me, or Jerry, or any of the staff that you have relationships with, to bring that point home. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. When I read this motion, my head goes two ways. One is just, well, isn't this just how we do it anyways? And then the other side and therefore what value does this add? And then the other side of me is concerned about what Councillor Hartling just articulated, like we're a growing municipality, so whatever capital upgrades we're doing this year, I mean, we talked about like the monitors for the field in Fall River, like if we're building new things and we're expanding, we need to service them. Like I get so much feedback that our services are just so low and not what people want to see. So I really hesitate to support keeping expenditures flat when we have this growing municipality and more things to serve. I have trouble with that. I wonder about staff talent attraction. Like we have our contractual commitments, but if we're going into negotiating, trying to keep everything super tight, and that leads to dissatisfaction with the job and whatnot, these sort of things. So I worry about the instruction to hold everything as tight as possible when as tight as possible may not give us what we're looking for. I'm also thinking about what about creative ideas from staff. That parking compliance motion I brought, like I had to bring a motion on that, but it ended up, it was something that saved us money, but it was a service enhancement because it was more people. So that's what I worry about when we're saying to keep everything flat, that it would discourage that sort of thing. And I guess maybe my question for Brad would be about items approved by council. Like when, as we go through the year, we approve things and we say, staff, take a look. Will those things make it in, or is it at budget time? Like that, I'm worried about things not making it into the budget, like you say, things we won't get to see and vote on.
All great questions, thank you. And I'll try to tie some of them together. So your point on service level. So if there's a service level that is unsatisfactory, certainly you're doing municipal service review. That should shine some light and some information for you. But truly, if you have an unsatisfactory service level, that should be brought forward as a motion to council and dealt with, right? And if council wants to look at it, then go for it. And then I'll tie that back to when staff brings back the solution or the recommendation and they say it's going to cost money, I think you're very familiar with our pretty standard practice now, which is to say, direct us to bring this back for debate during the budget. We've gotten, I'd say, very good at that and disciplined in that, so that we're not putting pressure or unreasonable pressure for in-year increases. Rather, bring it back. And by the way, staff can't take credit for it. Council's been doing this and saying, we want to see all this cost at once so we can look at it and make an informed decision. So so we've been doing that a lot. So honestly, you keep moving along, you keep making recommendations, you keep working with staff. On the creativity, sure, there will be people who take the read on that and don't, we'll do our best, but I can tell you every day, creativity, I'm constantly challenged as a CAO in the few months I've been here with ideas and pieces, and they're basically, I get the ask, right? Am I wasting my time? Am I not wasting my time? This is going to cost. And so we have that discussion, and that's where this direction comes in handy, certainly for me. But I want to tell you that this discussion here says, look, in an informed way, let's bring it forward. And that's what we did last year. I mean, there were things we brought forward that responded to strategy, clearly just approved by council, that did not get approved by this council. It was a great example. And then I think I had one more thing to say, but I can't remember what it was, so I'll be quiet there. If I haven't answered any of those questions, let me know. Sorry, it was HR. Sorry, salaries.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I've already had the discussion with Britt. In no way would staff continue to function with salaries we know are not working without the CAO bringing forth a recommendation. And that may happen in year. And I can tell you right now, we're having discussions. We have absolute hotspots in the organization we're struggling with. Whether that'll come forward in year will be obviously a decision of staff of how grave the situation is, but we are monitoring that for sure. And it'll either be brought forward at time of budget, or it could be brought forward in year to get your guidance. So definitely salaries continue to be looked at.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, Madam Chair. So an interesting motion. And it's always interesting because you got that last and, right? And the and being the items approved by council. So, you know, I think in some ways that allows for maybe some of the flexibility that's going to be needed for all of those in-year things that we may come up. Last year, I think one of the greatest disappointments and the piece that made some of the budget discussions more challenging was that the transit report got dropped mid-budget. And so there was a big ask when we had already thought we were at a good place. And so hopefully nothing like that was going to happen again. But then I think about Bill 212, and when I think about the defense investments that may be coming, and how is that going to impact, and is that going to be another mid-budget drop that somehow we're then looking at infrastructure costs and maybe a change to capital planning, something like that. So I guess when I think about, you know, yes, to approve this motion, but some of those things, I guess, will be captured under those items approved by council, because that will be throughout the year that we might be seeing some of those things come to us. You know, we still hear everybody say that they want value for their tax dollar, and they feel that they're not getting what they're not getting. And that is still a big problem. So when you think about a flat, if everything is flat, then where are we investing? And how are we investing? And if we don't do the investment in the things that we need, then we're not going to grow the economy either. So, you know, there's that delicate balance that we have to see both sides of the ledger when we're making these decisions. So, like I said, you know, I think it's going to be another difficult budget, but I think we're getting better at our process, if that makes any sense. And I know that when we do the debrief, people are going to say, Mr. CIO, that the pace of the discussions when we get to the BAL, they're happening too quick, and we're not leaving people enough time to make sure that they're really understanding what they're saying yes to or what they're not. So I think we might hear some of that, but those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm just going to say ditto on a lot of this. Brad, I look forward to the debrief. I have some comments to make. I found this budget a little messy, chaotic, and the worst I've experienced in my career. But we got the job to where we needed to get to it. I do have concerns with this motion in relation to many of the things that were said here. And the main thing is that we don't know what's going to happen between now and next year. A lot can happen. And we've already put off a whole lot of things. We know there's in infrastructure investments, service delivery expectations. There's the province and their admittance to some things that they're doing and priorities and all those things. So I'm a little worried that putting you through this process, staff through this process now, we're going to miss things. I think, I forget who said it today. So is there a way you can envision us having some flexibility or a path forward? Let's say you, between now and January, get to a place where you can get closer to flat, but you don't get there, and there's these reasons. And if more come along, is there a path that we, besides just bringing it back to council during the budget season, can you create a path that we can have some flexibility? I mean, we always had the flexibility of having things added in, but we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, so for sure, we'll be starting to send up those signals in November, for sure. It won't be January.
Okay.
That's a given. Look, we're always going to get curveballs. And the one thing I'll add, because, you know, I appreciate it was messy. There's no question. It was. But here's an interesting fact that yourself and Councillor Hensby and a few of the councillors served a little longer. It's been a long time since we cut a budget.
Yeah.
A long time.
I know.
We've been adding
I know.
for a long time. And that's not a criticism. It's just we haven't had to do this. And so part of it is process, you know, understanding to build the right process. We built a process that was actually around adding things. It was built in. All the slide decks say overs, right? We were concentrating on adding things and what new things would we add to a base budget, not about what we would take away from a base budget. So again, I want to just emphasize the postmortem. The process is the piece that we really could use a lot of guidance and feedback on to sort that out. But no, I mean, you know, if defense gives us a curveball, trust me, there's nothing in this motion that would override us in getting that information in proper briefing to council to say we have a problem and it looks like this. I can't imagine a scenario, can't speak for the next CAO, but Jerry's here. He'll make sure it gets done. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel better.
All right, Council, it is 5:05. We have a public hearing at 6 p.m. I just have a quick comment, if it's okay. I'll squeeze it in from here. Yep. Okay. Thank you. I just want to say, first of all, I'm very excited to see the service review come forward. I think that's going to be a very healthy discussion and kind of, you know, like to say, a look under the hood to see what's in there, and you know where there might be some cost savings going forward. I think this is a healthy thing to do, and hopefully that will help with our budget next year. My concern is about future risks, right? So what we're doing is we're looking at things on a year-to-year basis and budgeting based on year to year. One of the things I appreciated most this past year was the whole discussion around the debt to service ratio and the report that came forward, and you know the opportunity we had to put some guardrails on that, because I mean really we were heading for a cliff in terms of our debt to service ratio, and we needed to make some adjustments for that. So I mean that was very positive. But you know the things that I'm concerned about going forward are like our investment in roads. We've under budgeted that for many years. We see our roads in a state of deterioration. We have all the information we need, but it would be great if we could kind of encapsulate those risks into kind of an infrastructure debt to service ratio report, something that kind of gives us a future forecast. So we're making informed decisions that aren't just about next year, but about what we're doing for 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 30 years down the road, so that we're not leaving the municipality in a worse state than we are finding it, but rather a better state, because there's consequences for future councils, and we really are stewards of the municipality, not just for today, but for the future as well, and the future generations of the city. You know, when it comes to value for money, you know, some are getting more value than others. We know that. We know we have an equity issue when it comes to the cap, and certainly some people will not see the value for what they're paying in their taxes. That's out of our control, but it's an issue that I think needs to be discussed as we see more and more people move to our city. They're new homeowners. We see new houses being built, and that equity matched with the huge increase in the huge market increase is disproportionate right now, and I just think that needs to be talked about. And I also finally, to close here, just want to remind us that we have one of the most transparent and lengthy budget processes of any order of government, and in talking to colleagues from across the country of any municipality that I've spoken to, when I talk about how lengthy our budget process is, people are aghast. I'm like, how long is your budget process? Oh, it's so long, it's 5 days. And I'm like, wow. Wow, check out ours. So we do a good job. We look under every stone. It's hard and it's lengthy, and we have staff that are supporting us all the way. So let's not undervalue that and undervalue the work that we do on this. So with that, I'll close. I will be supporting the motion. I think there's enough in the wording that provides some flexibility. But if I need to make another motion for that kind of infrastructure forecast, I'll come back with that. So, question. Okay, and so that motion passes, and with that, we'll break for dinner. We need to be back here sharp at 6 p.m. We have 2 hearings, and we will, break for lunch. I mean, for dinner. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues and guests in the chamber, we are going to come back to order. We are at item 12.1.1 on the agenda. This is case VAR 2025-01872, appeal of variance approval, 41 Cowie Hill Road, Halifax. The process will be that we'll start with a staff presentation, and then there will be questions of clarification from members of council to the presenting staff. And after that, we will go to the appellant. The appellant can speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. And we ask that comments are respectful and remain on the topic of the variance, and that they're directed to me, the chair. The clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds remaining, and there's a yellow card that will show that, and then a red card when your time is complete. After the appellant, excuse me, has been given an opportunity to speak, I will then invite anyone who has identified that they are affected by the decision differently than the general public to come forward. After the appellant and others have had an opportunity to be heard, the appellant/respondent will then be given an opportunity to speak. The speakers can participate in person, or those who have pre-registered have the option to participate by Zoom. And Madam Clerk, can you confirm if any correspondence has been received for this appeal hearing?
Mayor Fillmore, I can confirm that no correspondence was received for this appeal hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. We will start with the staff presentation, and I see we have Aidan McFarlane here to present to us today. Aidan, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Aidan McFarlane, Planner 2 with Planning Development, and I'm here to present this variance application appeal for 41 Cowie Hill Road in Halifax. Before I present the proposal, I should explain why I'm here for variance appeal instead of at Halifax and West Community Council. As laid out in Administrative Order 48, respecting the creation of community councils, the administrative order allows Halifax and West Community Council to hear appeals of the granting or refusal of a variance, except for when the property is within the Suburban Housing Accelerator plan area, which this is. As a result, this appeal is to be heard by Regional Council instead. I believe this is the first one of the new plan area to be brought here, but that is the reason. With that being said, the lot at 41 Cowie Hill Road is zoned HA in the Suburban Housing Accelerator Land Use Bylaw. This bylaw will be referred to as the Shaw LUB from this point forward. Through the variance process, the proposal from applicants at ZAP Architecture and Planning is to reduce the rear yard setback requirement from the existing multi-unit dwelling to a proposed new lot line. The applicant has requested to reduce this requirement from 8 meters to 7 meters. The lot is located at the corner of Cowie Hill Road and Margaret Road. While there are some medium and high density residential uses in the area, the predominant land use in the vicinity is low density residential. As mentioned, the property is within the HA zone, within the Shaw LUB. There is currently an 11-story multi-unit dwelling on the lot, but the future proposed scope of work would be to subdivide the lot and construct a new multi-unit dwelling on the resulting lot. This variance would assist in creating a lot that would accommodate this new multi-unit dwelling that would then need to meet the requirements of the Shaw LUB. Here we have a site plan showing the variance request to reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 8 meters to 7 meters. The red dashed line here represents what a new lot boundary would look like in the case that a subdivision application is applied for and that this variance is approved. On the left side, we see that 7-meter measurement. That is the rear yard setback reduction that we're speaking of. So reducing that from 8 to 7 meters. This site plan in its entirety can be seen on map 2 of your package. So variances to setbacks are considered through section 250 subsection 3 of the HRM charter, which states that a variance may not be granted where the variance violates the intent of the land use bylaw. The difficulty experienced is general to properties in the area, and the difficulty experienced results from an intentional disregard for the requirements of the land use bylaw. With respect to the intent of the land use bylaw, setbacks are generally intended to ensure that structures and uses maintain adequate separation from adjacent structures, streets, and property lines for access, safety, and aesthetics purposes. The reduction in setback does not cause any concerns with respect to access or safety, as 7 meters is still sufficient to maintain access around the property as well to the below-grade pedestrian entrance on the rear wall of the building, as we can see in the picture here. The rear yard of the lot abuts the wall of the existing multi-unit dwelling that is occupied primarily by an internal staircase. It does not encroach on the privacy of any dwelling units. And as a result, it is the opinion of the development officer that the proposal does not violate the intent of the land use bylaw. The second criterion is if the difficulty experienced is general to property in the area. Unlike most other lots that were rezoned to HA through the Housing Accelerator Fund process, this lot already had an existing multi-unit dwelling on the lot. The Shaw LEB does not allow for more than one main building on the lot, and as a result, a new lot would need to be created in order for a new building to be constructed. Additionally, the shape of the lot is one that narrows front to back. Generally, this lot shape can present a challenge in meeting setback requirements, especially when abutting existing low-density residential uses, which have a greater setback requirement to them. This variance would provide additional space to accommodate the development of a multi-unit dwelling on part of the lot that would generally otherwise remain undeveloped. Lastly, there was no intentional disregard for the requirements of the land use bylaw, as the applicant had submitted a variance application prior to the issuance of any subdivision or development permits. It is staff's recommendation to deny the appeal, which would uphold the development officer's decision to approve the variance. Alternatively, council may overturn the decision of the development officer and allow the appeal, which would result in a rejection of the variance. Thank you, Mayor and members of council, for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions on the matter.
Thank you very much, Aidan. And I'm just going to ask the council if they have any questions of clarification for you. And I do see the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Aidan, for this presentation. Those of us that have been around for a while may have seen this come before us before, but this is a different request. I'm just wondering, with the 7-meter setback, will that still be able to accommodate adequate separation between buildings if a new building gets built on the lot? Like, they can still build another multi-unit building and maintain all the required setbacks?
Through Mayor to the councillor, yeah, that's essentially the idea, is that any new building on the lot would need to meet the requirements of the Shaw land use bylaw, and that this existing building would maintain that 7-meter setback to the new lot line. It's our opinion that this would still provide adequate separation distance from the buildings. It would essentially be a total reduction of 1 meter between what would occur as of right now and what would occur through this variance process.
I'm just trying to figure out, if they build the new building, are they allowed to build the new building up to the lot line, or do they need to have an 8-meter setback, or does they get a 7-meter set? Like, how does that work?
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Yeah, the new building would, due to the lot geometry, it would be a side yard for the new building, which might be confusing. But so the side yard requirement for the HA zone is 3 meters. So the new building to that lot line is being proposed here essentially would be 3 meters. So a total of 10 meters separation is the minimum that would be required.
Okay, so then the proposed entry for the new lot will be off Margaret not off Cowie?
We're not sure. There's been no proposal, so it's not really sure, I guess, how the access will be presented for the new building at this time. So unfortunately, I can't speak to that.
Okay, but it would still be considered a side yard.
Yes, due to lot geometry, the shorter of, if there's two lot lines abutting a street, the shorter of the two would be the front lot line in this case, while the longer of the two would be the flanking lot line. Again, until we see necessarily a subdivision application come in, we can't really determine which on Cowie Hill or on Margaret Road would be the longer of the two lot lines abutting the street. But I think either way, that lot line abutting the subject property, the existing multi-unit dwelling, would be a side with 3 meters of required setback.
All right. Thank you. I'm having flashbacks to our side yard setback, step back, that rear yard, front yard conversation the other day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other names on the board. I would now like to invite the appellants, Donna Marie Coleman and Amanda Dawn Coleman, to speak. If you're present, please come on up to the microphone. And I'm not seeing anyone rise, so we'll carry on through. And please bear with me. Yes, I will now invite those who have identified that they are affected by the decision differently than the general public to speak. We do not have speakers who have pre-registered. However, if anyone is in the gallery, you can come forward if you did not pre-register. And I'll just wait and see if anybody's coming forward. And it appears not. And therefore, we'll carry on. And I will now invite the applicant / respondent, Greg Zwicker, to provide their presentation. Greg, please come to the microphone, and you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will remind you when there's 30 seconds left. And the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you for the time. This will be pretty quick. I won't repeat everything that Aidan said in his presentation, but I have a few more details to share. That is the site, that's the existing building that we just talked about. The area that we're talking about is here off of Cowie Hill. So it's a separation from this building and a proposed building that would be in this triangular area. So the problem with this site is the shape of the land. The triangle really jams us up with getting that next building in there, and the fact that we have to place every building on its own lot. If we could put 2 buildings on the same lot in that zone, none of us would be here talking about this. It's the subdivision that causes us to put this second building on another lot. And because of that triangle, the 8 meters is really taking away building as we go and push it back. So I'll show you a floor plan in a second here. That's the abutting wall of the existing building. It's a stairwell. So there's no windows or units really against that end wall, meaning there's minimal impact on the current property on site. This is the existing site. That blue oval is where the 8 meter setback is a rear yard for this existing one, and we're looking to make that 7. This is the same test that Aidan just talked about, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but the HA zone was set in place to accelerate housing and to allow us to get housing projects up and running. So this is an attempt to infill a service site on a transit corridor in an area of housing. Like, the rules were there, the zoning was set in place to allow it, and we've got to this step now, the final step hopefully, before we can get this one unlocked. And the second part of the test would being difficulties not general to the area. This is caused by the shape of that site and the fact there's an 11 meter on that site. You don't have this condition anywhere else. It's unique to this property. And the third part is whether or not it was intentional disregard. So nothing has been built, nothing has been started. We're in the design phase. We're here asking and following the steps and working through the proper process with HRM. So I put a check mark on that. But this is what's interesting. So the long rectangle is the existing building, 11 stories. There's an 8-story sort of behind it that's fine on this side. This, called Building B, is actually the smaller of the building. There's 63 units in this one. There's 133 in that one. The issue is here between these two. So to the councillor's previous question around setbacks, there will be 7 meters on the side for this one and required 3 on the other side for the new building. So we actually end up with 10.2. So if we were really down to kind of the details of this, we're asking for a variance of 0.8. Not quite the full 1 meter. So there'll be 10.2 meters between, which allows for driveway and access to come between those two buildings. Well, here it is zoomed in. 7 meters off of this one, and then the 2.8 on that side. So it gets us to 10.2 versus the 11. The rest of this site is meeting your HA zone. Everything else is fine and satisfied. This is the one piece that's holding up development of this site. So our ask is similar to the previous presentation. Is your development officer has already made a decision on this and previously approved the variance. It's been appealed, so our question to you, or our ask to you, is to deny the appeal and uphold the development officer's decision. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zwicker. Colleagues, are there any questions for Mr. Zwicker? Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mr. Zwicker. So I guess, I mean, you're saying that this variance is holding up the development, but I mean, could the building not be modified to accommodate the existing setbacks?
Through the councillor, the shape of that building, you see it's already cut off on this top edge. It's an awkward shape. It's already tough to get the hallways, the stairwells, the internal layouts to work. And as we keep coming back on that edge, it just gets to the point where they won't do it. So losing that edge and pushing that end wall in, there's no building B doesn't happen. You could still do building A, the one on the right and the top, but this building B, the 63 unit doesn't happen.
Or it's a smaller building.
They won't do it.
Right. So I just want to be clear that it's not, I mean, you know, it makes it sound the way you frame it, that our setbacks are what is holding up the development of a building, right? But I mean, I just want to be clear, we have these rules in place for a good reason, as I know you know, and that, you know, I just don't like the framing of your comment there. But all in all, it's a 6-story building, and you know, we've gone through this with the Suburban Housing Accelerator, and it is about, like you said, a 0.8 of a meter. So I will support the staff recommendation on this one. You know, we have this is a heavy development. It's been through many iterations. I know the community is concerned about the rear yard setbacks and stepbacks. That's not being discussed tonight, so I don't have to go into any great detail on that. But yeah, so with that, I don't know if anyone else has questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Greg. That will draw that part of the proceedings to a close. And I'm going to turn to the municipal solicitor now. If you would please outline the process for council and the motion which must now be put on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to council and the public. So this is, as members of council will recall, always a bit of a challenge procedurally, as it seems counterintuitive that the motion being put forward is that the appeal be allowed, but the staff recommendation is to defeat the motion, which would have the effect of upholding the development officer. And it's done this way to avoid a double negative. You know, defeating a recommendation not to do something leads to the question, well, what's left on that? And so that's why it is in the Administrative Order 1 rules and set out that way. So if you are intending to uphold the development officer's approval of the variance to allow this to go forward, then you would defeat the motion that will be put on the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a councillor who would like to put the motion on the floor, please? Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the appeal be allowed.
Is there a seconder? See Councillor Cleary there. Thank you very much. And now, if you would, well, are we ready for the question? Question has been called, and I want to just confirm one more time with the solicitor the meaning of a negative vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Voting negative to this motion that's on the floor has the effect. Where did I go here? I moved my bit. Sorry. Want to get it right. Would uphold the development officer's approval of the variance and allow the project to go ahead as explained by the gentleman.
Okay, thank you very much. The question has been called. Thank you very much. The motion fails, which means the development officer's ruling is upheld and the appeal is denied. Whew, we did it. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one now, which is item number 12.2.1. 2025-00728, amendments to the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw for site number 1, PID 00374710, and site number 2, PIDs 00374728 and 00471698, Main Road, Eastern Passage. Just as in the last process, we will begin with a staff presentation and questions of clarification from members of council. The public hearing will open. In this case, HRM is the applicant, so we will then go directly to the public hearing speakers. Again, speakers can participate for a maximum of 5 minutes, and we ask that you keep your comments respectful, on topic, and directed to the chair. The clerk will announce again when you have 30 seconds and 0 seconds remaining. After everyone on the list has been given an opportunity to speak, I will call 3 times to see if there are any additional speakers. Speakers can participate in person, or if you pre-registered by the deadline, you have the option to participate using Zoom. There is no deadline to speak in person as long as you are present in the chamber when I call for speakers. Clerk, can you confirm if any additional correspondence has been received for this public hearing since the beginning of the meeting today?
Mayor Fillmore, no additional correspondence was received for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll start with the staff presentation, and I'm happy to welcome Taylor McIntosh to present. Taylor, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you. Testing. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Taylor McIntosh, and I'm a planner with the community planning team, and I will be giving the staff presentation for this case. This planning case was initiated by Regional Council and is not an applicant-led case. The case arose from a change made during the urgent changes to planning documents for housing project, which was a large package of amendments to planning documents approved in May 2024. The changes made were in support of housing need and the municipality's Housing Accelerator Fund commitments. For background, before the urgent changes, the C2 zone in Eastern Passage permitted multiple unit dwellings up to a maximum of 12 units as of right, with larger developments possible by way of development agreement in certain areas. Changes to the Eastern Passage Cow Bay planning documents outlined in the staff report included adjustments to the C2 zone requirements to improve development feasibility, but inadvertently, the related text amendments to the bylaw also removed the 12-unit maximum. As this change exceeded the scope outlined in the staff report and conflicted with policy, the maximum was reinstated as part of housekeeping amendments approved in March 2025. During the time that no maximum was in place, property owners of 2 C2 zoned properties had developed proposals for buildings containing more than 12 units. Approval of the proposals would have been granted through issuance of a building permit, although either proposal obtained permit approval before the maximum was reinstated and therefore could no longer be permitted. Having been made aware of this impact prior to giving first reading to the housekeeping amendments, in February 2025, Council passed a motion directing staff to consider amendments to the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw to enable multiple unit dwellings larger than 12 units on the two specific sites. The two sites being referred to are highlighted here and referred to as Site Number 1 at 1407 Main Road and Site Number 2 at 1509 Main Road. Site Number 1 is a fairly large lot with over 29,000 square feet of lot area. Currently, this lot could be permitted for a 12-unit building. The property owner had planned for a 64-unit. Site Number 2 is a bit smaller but has more lot frontage and is currently made up of two separate lots. Each lot is technically eligible for a 12-unit building for a total of 24 units across two buildings. The property owner had planned to construct a single building containing 22 units on the whole of the site. Both properties are in the commercial designation of the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Municipal Planning Strategy, which is the policy document that directs planning and planning decisions for the area. Both properties are also zoned C2, which is the general business zone in the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Land Use Bylaw. The Land Use Bylaw is the document that says what can be built in the area with a permit, following the direction of the Municipal Planning Strategy. The C2 zone is a mixed-use zone which permits a number of uses, including the residential uses up to 12 units. Staff reviewed this planning case following the standard process for amendments. The process includes staff review, including review by relevant agencies such as Halifax Water and Development Engineering, public engagement, development of a staff report, first reading, and now a public hearing at Regional Council, at the close of which a decision is typically made. The decision is then subject to ministerial review by the province before it becomes effective. In terms of staff review, we looked at what policy direction currently exists, starting with the Eastern Passage Planning Strategy. It was found that the strategy establishes that a certain level of growth can be accommodated in the commercial designation by keeping new development in scale with the community. When discussing multiple unit dwellings in the commercial designation, it speaks to a need for diverse housing choices, and that is currently implemented by allowing small-scale multiple unit dwellings as of right, but also allowing larger-scale development to be considered through the development agreement process to a maximum of 36 units per acre. This development agreement option applies to larger lots in the commercial designation. However, the two subject lots are currently excluded from this, as all lands on the harbour side of main and shore roads are excluded in order to encourage the retention of the traditional character of the area. We also reviewed implications of the regional plan, which is the overarching planning document that sets the direction for growth at a regional scale. The regional plan does designate this area as a local growth center, which are areas identified for creating opportunities for a mix of housing types. The regional plan also contains a relevant policy regarding prioritizing the supply of housing across the region to meet current needs. This policy was introduced recently and corresponds with a provincial minimum planning requirement. We also considered the municipality's priority plans, in particular the Integrated Mobility Plan, which provides direction to rationalize the size of growth centers within the context of transit availability or planned availability, by designating areas for high levels of residential density where there is existing or proposed high levels of transit service. Although Eastern Passage is serviced by a transit route, it is not planned for rapid transit or higher levels of transit service, and so this is a consideration of how much density is appropriate. Overall, policy supports a need to address housing supply and take opportunities for additional housing seriously, but there does remain a need to rationalize the level of housing growth within the site and community context. Staff sought an approach to supporting more units to be constructed by recommending 24 units be permitted on both sites, subject to the same building size and site design requirements as apply to 12-unit buildings today. Reasoning includes that although allowing more units on the harbor side of Main Road does differ from current policy direction, this change is considered justified given the present housing need and regional plan policy. 24 units also aligns with the level of density that can be considered by development agreement elsewhere in the community. Additionally, when compared to the total unit yield that could be achieved for each site today, site number 1 could currently achieve 12 units, so allowing 24 would add 12 possible units. For site number 2, as mentioned, this is currently made up of 2 lots, eligible for 12-unit building each, and so allowing a single 24-unit building would not technically increase the total unit yield, but only permit them to be constructed within a single building. Staff also recommend that the buildings be required to continue to meet C2 zone regulations, including a maximum height of 4 stories and lot coverage of 50%. In other words, although it is reasonable to assume a building containing more units will ultimately be larger, the maximum size of building allowed is not technically changing. And just a note on public engagement, the community were quite interested in this case. We held an open house meeting where the community, we saw 133 attendees, as well as received 251 responses on an online survey. Overall, the majority of those who participated were against the proposals. Feedback included concerns regarding community character, views and impacts to nearby low density, infrastructure capacity, traffic and parking concerns, housing affordability, impact to property values and taxes, environmental and stormwater concerns, and concerns regarding a private well in relation to site number 1. There were some positive views shared, in particular, views that this could provide support for local shops and services and need for housing and accessible housing options. So lastly, I will note that the motion considered by Council differs from staff's recommendation. The motion being considered is to permit 32 units on site number 1, but to impose a maximum height of 3 stories. Site number 2 is still being considered for 24 units, subject to all other zoning rules. Staff's original recommendation was to allow 24 units on both sites. However, Council passed a different motion at first reading to read as shown. Generally, staff do not have concerns with allowing 8 additional units on site number 1, especially given the introduced lower height limit. Our recommendation was based on review of policy and rationalizing the amount of density to context. However, if Council choose to allow additional units, they may choose to do so. I will note that Halifax Water and Development Engineering have advised that capacity may need to be proven at the permitting stage for both projects, and so introducing additional units could impact the outcome of those studies. However, that is only a potential consideration. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taylor, for that. Colleagues, are there any questions of clarification for Taylor? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We will now open the public hearing and move to the speakers list. Members of the public will be given 5 minutes to address the topic, and when I call your name, you may come to the microphone. Please state your name and the name of the community in which you reside. Excuse me, you can use the timer, which you can see there on the center table, I believe, to monitor your own speaking time, and the clerk will hold up a yellow sign when you have 30 seconds and a red sign when you are out of time. Please keep your comments respectful, on topic, and directed to me, the chair. And after everyone on the list has been given an opportunity to speak, I will call 3 times to see if there are any additional speakers. The first 3 speakers are Gary Edwards, Logan Brown, and Steve Tilley. So I would welcome Gary Edwards to come to the center microphone if you would like. Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. The floor is yours whenever you're ready. Either one is fine. Yeah.
I don't know. There we go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and staff. Thanks also to all those in attendance for allowing me to speak about my proposed development at 1509 Main Road in Eastern Passage. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and my family. My name is Gary Edwards. I'm 65 years of age. I, along with my wife Mary, were both born and raised in Eastern Passage. Our 3 adult children are also lifetime residents of Eastern Passage. During this time, I've been involved in this community at many different levels. I am a life member of the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Volunteer Fire Department. I have owned and operated several businesses in the community, and we have also developed several properties in this community. Firstly, in Cow Bay, I created 30 new estate lots in Bayview Estates, have been before council numerous times for subdivisions, amalgamations, rezonings, and development agreements. I redeveloped the site on Quigley's Corner, which used to be Lloyd's Supermarket, which was a family-owned business since 1957, demolishing the old building and creating 8 new apartments and a first-floor commercial space. I also built 350 feet of wharf and boardwalk on the shore of Fisherman's Cove, complete with a floating dock facility for pleasure boaters, as well as a waterfront picnic and seating area, which provides a clean, safe area to view and photograph our community's beautiful fishing village. You might be asking yourself why I'm telling you all this stuff when the only reason we are here tonight is to discuss my proposal at 1509 Main Road, Quigley's Corner. And the reason is this: each and every one of those proposals that I've been involved in, this same type of process and input from the public, and I'm certainly not suggesting everyone here tonight is misinformed or don't research the facts, but I just want to let you know that I've heard some pretty crazy stuff at these meetings over the years, mostly opposing the proposal put forward at the meeting, but with no merit to back up that opposition. And after each of those proposals were eventually passed and developed, the very naysayers have come forward to say, what a lovely development and beautiful addition to our community. I found in the past that some people come out to speak or voice their opinion based solely on hearsay, simply because a neighbor might ask, hey, did you get that mail out from HRM? See what they're proposing there? We can't let that happen. We must go to the meeting and oppose it without actually checking the facts and the merit of the particular proposal. So I just hope that if you were going to speak here tonight, which you're certainly welcome to do, that you have done your own research and have a clear understanding of the facts of what's proposed. Back to my proposal. I met with HRM planners approximately 3 years ago and suggested I'd like to build another building at Quigley's Corner, a sister building, so to speak, to complement the existing one. But I'd like to build a larger building than is currently permitted in the C2 zone. And the reason for that is simply the fact that you can provide more things in a larger building. People today want larger spaces, as well as social spaces to gather together, some room for their bicycle, or storage for their winter tires, and perhaps an elevator to make it easier to get groceries to the 3rd floor. They, the planners and staff, along with the decision makers of HRM, as well as influence from the Housing Accelerator Fund, returned to me and said, yes, you can now build 46 feet in height, unlimited square footage, and unlimited number of units. This was an email sent to me in writing. So then I went to my own architects, engineers, and consultants, paid lots of money to have this building designed based on these new rules. All good, right? Then I get a call from HRM saying, oh shucks, we made a mistake. We can't allow these new changes to the bylaw because it's too far reaching and allows for some very large multi-unit buildings because there are some very large lots in C2 zone. I argued that, hey, I'm not building a very large building. I only want to build what I've already applied for, and I'm not happy that you're going to pull the rug out from me now. I spent a lot of money to design a building based on what you told me I could do previously in writing. Councillor Kent then put a motion forward to amend the turning back, we'll call it, to allow mine and one other property which was in the same situation as mine to proceed by the way of this process here tonight. Back to a little more history. I actually lost a large contract with a convenience store chain because they wanted to put a service station on this lot. And I said no because I didn't think it fit. And I'd like to see something a little prettier on this waterfront property, but HRM allows service stations as of right on any C2 zone. So I know my time's getting short, so I'm saying, having said all that, all I'm asking here tonight is to build one unit with 24 or 22 units, and I could actually build 2 buildings as of right containing 24. So I know my time's up, so I'm not going to be able to finish, but I do ask council to consider what's better for the community and support the proposal. And thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Just before you leave the chair, I want to ask colleagues, the council, if they have any questions of clarification for you. And I see Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks for coming in. I just want to hear a little bit more about, you're able to do one building with less units than, and the same heights than you would have been able to do two, correct? And yeah.
Sorry, don't.
Just help me understand that last point that you were trying to make.
The building we have proposed currently is for 22 units in one building.
Yeah.
And the reason is, like I said, it's a bigger building. You can allow more amenity space and more storage and more things for the public and a better facility.
And what would you have been able to do if you had two?
I could go 24 units, but it would condense each building and you wouldn't get as nice a product.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move then to the next speaker, which is Logan Brown, please. Logan, come on up and take the center chair there, and the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Logan. I am the architect supporting Gary's development at site number 2. And essentially, I don't have much to say. Taylor's presentation description was very thorough, and all the facts that have really been laid out. I suppose the few things I wanted to comment on outside of that is essentially that, further to some of the criticism of concerns of appearance and character of the community, the concepts that have been laid out to date are illustrating development based on surrounding context. We're looking at taking aspects from the Jason Quigley's Corner building, some of the new 3 and 4 story apartment complexes down Main Road and Cow Bay Road. And so we're really not going to try to put something that we don't feel fits in the community. I also happen to be from just off Caldwell Road on Dartmouth, so I'm in the area as well, and understand a lot about what this character of the community looks like. I think it's important to also note that the ground floor is currently showing a commercial feedback to the community in the C2 zone. So it's not just trying to privatize the entire area, but also extend it as part of that existing community there. And I think to Councillor Kent's last point too, as we can look at 2 different sites, 24 units across it. Otherwise, we're looking to adhere to the bylaws and the size that we're doing on 1 unit if they're combined together. And it doesn't take a detailed Class A cost estimate to realize that 2 buildings for more units with double the mechanical, double the fire pumps, double the electrical, that's not supporting affordable housing. If we're able to look at less units even than what's required or requested in 1 building, we're trying to do a service in that direction as well and provide nicer units that aren't being jammed into a tighter site. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Are there any questions for Logan Brown? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Steve Tilley up, please. And while Mr. Tilley is approaching, I'll let you know that the next 2 speakers are Tris Winfield and Tom Harms, please. So, Mr. Tilley, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve Tilley. I'm a resident of Eastern Passage, and I'm here to speak solely on item number II, which is the second 24 units, site number 2. I'm a little confused as to why we might have 2 development agreements kind of lumped together, but so I'm not interested in commenting on the other. I'm interested in commenting on 1509 Main Road, which is Mr. Edwards's property, and I would suggest that his presentation, there's nothing I can tell you about Mr. Edwards that you didn't hear in his presentation. He's a long-standing member of the community. And my understanding is that at various points in the process here, it's been indicated to him that he can actually do what he wants to do and has spent a lot of time and effort and investment in pursuit of that. But the bottom line is he could, as I understand it, build 2 12-unit buildings, 2 separate buildings, because there's 2 separate lots there, which would essentially take up 200 feet of what we call view plane, or what neighbors like to call view plane. And neighbors like to think that that view plane belongs to them. I would disagree. I think the view plane belongs to whoever's invested in a waterfront property and spent the time and money and effort to develop it, such that Gary has. But the bottom line is, if he was to develop two 12-unit buildings, it would take up 200 feet of basically view plane in a very public spot on the corner in Eastern Passage. If you allowed him to build what he wants to build, which is presumably 24 units, but he only wants to do 22, you're looking at 125 feet of view plane. So it leaves us 75 additional feet of view plane for those in the community who are concerned about view plane. So it's a no-brainer in my estimation. And that's all I want to say here this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tilley. Council, are there any questions for Mr. Tilley? No, I don't see any. Thank you. Thank you again. I'd like to invite Tris Winfield, please, followed by Tom Harms and Leanna Tilley. So, Mr. Winfield, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to council and participate in the process. I'm the neighbor immediately to the south of the first of the two proposed buildings under this amendment to the Eastern Passage land use bylaw. And so it's very difficult for me to accept the idea. Right now I'm in the process of constructing the home that I'll live in for the rest of my life. And it's very difficult. I find it very hard to accept the idea that a building that was initially proposed for 64 units is going to be placed on the oceanfront lot immediately beside me. And the hardest thing about accepting that possibility and having to participate in the process to try to mobilize the community and generate opposition to it is understanding that that comes out of a mistake inside government. That the inclusion of Eastern Passage on the area, on the list of places that the current land use bylaw property maximums in terms of number of living units that could be constructed there would be removed. I find that very, very difficult to then realize that HRM is contemplating amending the land use bylaw to allow those two properties to occur. And in the interest of balance, I'd actually like to say I support Gary Edwards' proposal. I think personally he is an individual. I don't have a whole lot of contact with him, but I think that that particular proposal should go ahead. It makes prudent sense that these two vacant lots be converted from parking to a building that's an attribute to the community. But where this fails is in the placement of 64 up to 64 units, this enormous building on what is currently a single family lot that's zoned for a maximum of 12 units, or was zoned for a maximum of 12 units. And I'm just gonna make a couple more points here. I would say one of the two big issues here, other than the fact that this was a mistake to include Eastern Passage on the list of places that the number of living units cap would be lifted. The first one is that the rear property line, the setback, is the high tide line. Because of this property being inside the federal harbor designation in Halifax, the high tide line, the ocean, is considered as the rear property line. So under the current bylaw, that means that this building will be built as potentially within 20 feet of the ocean. And I just look at that from a 360-degree view and I go, is that even possible in today's highly environmental conscious era, that we're going to allow such a large building to be built within potentially 20 feet of the ocean? I mean, I haven't seen any mention from the city staff of that as a concern in their list of things that they would recommend. In the first public meeting, the 64-unit building was presented as having 4 stories above ground and 2 stories of underground parking on what is currently a single-family home lot that would be potentially 20 feet from the high tide line. It just seems completely absurd to me that the environmental impact of such a massive building would be allowed to go ahead, and that we are here to consider amending the bylaw to allow that to happen. And the last thing I would say is that listening to the presentation of the concerns of we need more living units in HRM, there are 65,000 apartments in Halifax. There are 13,000 apartments under construction. It is factually incorrect to say that we still have a housing crisis in terms of housing shortage. Rental leasing incentives have returned to the rental market, right? We don't have a shortage of properties coming online here. We don't need to add more, and that's why I request that this property, specifically the first property, the 64-unit building, be set at its original capped maximum of 12 units. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winfield. We'll ask the council if there are any questions for you, and I do see Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming in. And you're speaking about 64 units, and I'm looking at the motion, and the first one is 32 units. The second side is 24. Can you tell me where the 64 comes
Right.
from?
So the original proposal was 64 units, and of course you're correct, Councillor, that it says 32 units. But flipping back and forth between the different materials, the specific public notices, even the one online, I haven't been 100% clear until I got here that the 32 units was going to be the actual considered maximum.
Okay, thank you. I think that if this motion is approved, it is at 32 and the second at the 24. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in and answering that for me. Thank you.
One more question from Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chris, for coming in. I think it was Chris. I lost my notes. Thank you, and good luck with your home. That's always nice to see in the community, building new homes. I just am curious where you're getting your information about there's no longer a housing crisis, and where you're getting your information about there's enough apartments now available. The information that we have is considering all of the growth that is coming, according to the province, and the information we have from Stats Canada around apartments, and it's not telling us that right now. So I'm just curious where you're getting that.
Well, I'm very happy to answer that because I've done a lot of research on that. The 65,000 total rental units comes from the HRM M400 municipal bylaw process of the registry that was set up for total rental units. So I believe that's where the 65,000 figure comes from. 13,000 when I was doing, this is ChatGPT AI research, saying that currently the figure I had originally heard was 19,000 rental units that were scheduled to be coming online in the next 2 to 3 years in Halifax. ChatGPT corrected that to 13,000. So approximately 19% of housing supply is coming into Halifax in the next 2 to 3 years. And I see it in terms of the leasing incentives. 2 years ago, you didn't get paid to sign a lease for one of the new apartments that are under construction. I mean, there's lots of cranes here in Halifax. There's no not being aware of the sheer amount of construction of the success of the CMHC MLI Select program. That's why we're seeing all these cranes, all these 95% construction apartment building financing opportunities that there are for developers to do it. And that's where those figures are coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Immigration has stopped to Canada for the next year or two. we don't have an overwhelming demand for living units in Halifax anymore. Rents are dropping.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And another question from Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much for coming in today. I really appreciate your perspective. I'm wondering though, and this is also for the benefit of folks who might be watching on TV or anything like that, you mentioned that this building would be placed 20 feet from the high water mark. And I'm wondering, and perhaps staff could maybe offer some insights as well. I think you mean 20 meters.
20 feet. And that figure comes directly from Taylor. In fact, I would like you to ask Taylor to confirm that, because that comes from an email that Taylor sent to me back in, I would say it would probably be November of last year, when as a resident, I was really digging into this. That you would be correct when you think that it's 20 feet, and that's what many members of the public believe it to be, because that's what the municipal watercourse setback is, 30 meters in some areas. But because this is one of the, in fact, as most of Halifax Harbor falls under the federal harbor land designation, and because it falls under the federal harbor land designation, it is not subject to the municipal watercourse setback, and the ocean high tide line is being set as the rear property setback. And as I said, I would like to invite Taylor to come up here and confirm this for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the council will have an opportunity to ask staff questions later in the proceeding, but thank you for highlighting that. We do have one more question for you from the Deputy Mayor, Patty Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree, definitely the housing market has eased and vacancy rates are up, and the pressure is really in finding affordable low-income housing, according to recent reports that I've read. My question is that I've been a bit confused as well. I've heard so many numbers from the planner and from the developer and from you. I keep writing them all down, trying to make them all add up. But so I see on the application that it was originally 64. Now it's 32. I'm just wondering if you can comment on the 32, because you commented on the 64. What are your thoughts about the 32 unit building?
The property itself is surrounded by single family homes. So you're going to place a potentially up to 32 unit building, that's a substantial size building. If you look at the size of the property, it's rectangular. And when I went to the property public meeting, I said, this building is going to be a single hallway, double loaded, in other words, with apartments on either side of that hallway. It's going to be just a straight strip. And if you look at the size of the property, which is, for a single family home, it's a really good sized property. But if you then take an apartment building that's going to accommodate up to 32 people and place it on that, you're going to put probably somewhere pretty close to 50% of the lot will be covered by the building. If you look at the ratio of the size of the buildings versus the size of the lots for all these neighboring properties, many of which date back 100 years, that's an enormous building to place down in a very different neighborhood. And the current Eastern Passage land use bylaw specifically mentions, and Taylor did herself in her presentation at the start of this, that the properties on the oceanfront side of Shore Road and Main Road are specifically noted for their traditional oceanfront character. To then plunk up to a 32 unit size building in that, I just think it couldn't be, you could put a gas station in there or something really, really crazy, but a big, large rectangular block like that, if you're any of the properties on the north side, you just lost your son, right? Because this building will be directly south, and you're building your house, and there are people here tonight whose houses are going to disappear into the shadow of that large building. So if you came to me and said, well, we're thinking of a 12 unit building and that's permitted by right, I'd be like, well, that's permitted by law. That's the way it is. It's 12 units, and there's a big lot here. It will work. But a 32-unit building is enormous.
Right. I mean, either way, it's a 3-story height limit. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Winfield. Appreciate it. We're going to carry on to the next speaker, who is Tom Harms. Tom, please come on up, and the floor is yours when you're ready. And the next speaker after that will be Leanna Tilley.
Excuse me. I'd like to speak on the Quigley's Landing proposal, if I may. Good evening, Mayor Fillmore, council, and staff. My name is Tom Harms. I've lived in all my adult life in Eastern Passage, built 3 residence homes over time, and raised a family of 4. I also served on the Community Municipal Planning Strategy and a member of the chair of the Community Ratepayers Association. Over the years, Eastern Passage Cow Bay has been the sought-after area for growth and development, and we've seen our population increase twofold to where it is today. My development experience has taken me to develop 2 major subdivisions, and the only reason I talk about my experience is because I think I can see where this new development is going and how I reference that. With the growth development expanding southeast of Dartmouth, Eastern Passage is the place to be. Having shared that belief, good planning and development is a must to ensure a lifestyle ideal to live and raise our families. The proposal before us here tonight, Quigley's Landing, should provide that opportunity to grow the community, provide a quaint and homey environment. The developer of this project has proven his community spirit as he has developed both rural and suburban developments that is obviously a credit to both Eastern Passage residents and the commercial addition to the community. There's an old saying, we've all heard it, I'm sure, proof is in the pudding, which I feel his intention for this development will enhance living standards and add to the overall aesthetics of Eastern Passage Cow Bay. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Tom Harms.
Thank you, Mr. Harms. We do have a question from Councillor Kent for you, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With your indulgence, I don't have a question. I just want to let council know that, and thank you, Tom, for coming in, but he's also a resident extraordinaire. He is a founding member of many, many initiatives in Eastern Passage, and he deserves our time to acknowledge that. So thank you, Tom. Thank you for being you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent, for that, and thank you, Mr. Harms. We'll now move to the final speaker on the list, who is Leanna Tilley. Leanna, please come on up, and when you're ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I'd first like to say thank you to Mr. Winfield. My house is one that will be in the shade. My name is Leanna Tilley, and I'm here tonight to ask you to vote no to the proposed bylaw change for 1407 and 1509 Main Road in Eastern Passage. I ask you first to imagine waking up one day to learn that the rules you live by, rules that protect your neighborhood, your environment, and your quality of life, still apply to you and all your neighbors, except 2. 2 property owners are being considered for a special exemption from the very rules that everyone else in this community must follow. Rules that exist to ensure responsible development. And when that happens, a very reasonable question arises: why? This bylaw change would increase allowed density from 12 units to 32 units on one property and 22 on the other. That is not a minor adjustment. That is a dramatic increase that will permanently change the character of our community. and it is being proposed not because the existing zoning is flawed, but because of a mistake that was made. And now residents are being asked to absorb the impact of correcting it. I recognize that housing shortages are real, but this is not an issue of choosing between housing and community. It is about where and how growth occurs. Nova Scotia is not short on land. We do not need to solve a housing problem by sacrificing the very qualities that make seaside communities like Eastern Passage livable and worth protecting. Approving this change sets a precedent that zoning rules can be overridden when it's convenient, and that neighborhoods can be reshaped without their consent. Once that door is opened, it cannot be easily closed. So tonight, I ask you to please consider the voices of the nearly 1,000 people from our community who opposed this amendment in the submitted petition. Please vote no and uphold the planning rules as written. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tilley. There is a question for you from Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Leanna. And is this your daughter? Yeah, it's not hard to tell. You look like Joe as well. We miss him. I know you do. You referenced the petition. Was it an online petition?
Yes, it was.
Yes. And were you asking for residents' addresses?
Yes, they were all included.
Because the petition that we received today did not have actual address, just had location of where they lived. And you said that they were from the community, 1,000?
Well, some weren't from our community, but mainly they were.
Yes, mainly they were. I counted them when we received it yesterday, and there was 175 from Eastern Passage, 17 from Cow Bay. The rest were either from other areas of HRM or other parts of the country, and even some from the United States. Would that be accurate?
And just to that point, I think that people come from all over to visit our small community. It's become a tourist attraction. People are amazed by our East Coast lifestyle. And there's also, movies being done in Eastern Passage, series. People want to come there because of the atmosphere and the beauty and the character. And that's what I'm fighting to protect.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for you. There are no other names on the speakers list, but the process requires me to ask 3 times if there are others in the gallery who would like to come forward. So is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak? Is there? Yeah, please join. Just take the microphone and state your name and the community in which you reside, and the floor is yours.
G'day, I'm Ian Stanley. I'm actually the owner of Site 1. I live in Fall River. I've been a long-term owner and developer of real estate pretty much my whole life since I was 18. I build real estate that I have a philosophy I can live in or my kids can live in. I do not rent evict, never have, never will. I got a lot of low paying rents within HRM and even within Nova Scotia. So I first approached this property, and when I saw that the housing accelerating rules changed, I went through with my designers and planners and different things, and I did realize I could potentially build a 64-unit property, 4-story. It was a large building, but I was like, well, we need housing, so I went down that road. I then went through the, obviously, I was notified that my site and another site had some differences compared to what there was a mistake by planning staff, and I recognized that. So then I went off to the open house and I heard what people's concerns and issues were with my particular property. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to actually listen. I dropped it from a 4-story, which I know even today I could put a 4-story building up at 12 units if I just went straight through for a permit. I dropped it to 3-story. I have neighbors on either side of me that are 3-story, so I'm like, I fit within that. There's other 3-stories around, not within 100 meters of my particular property. I also was requiring 32 units, and the reason, so everyone knows that, I want to be able to build something that we can have seniors with an elevator. So I need some density to be able to put an elevator in. I also recognize that some people were saying there wasn't enough parking, so I've designed it so it has 36 parking spots in a 32-unit building. I know I'm not required to do parking, but I always try to put parking because I want to make it livable for the seniors and people that want to live there. So all I'm asking for council is I'm trying to work with the community. I've heard a lot of their concerns. I've tried to shrink the building. I've tried to, at the same time, offer senior living because I believe in it. I do believe we have a housing issue, and I know that some people are saying that we don't. Most of my portfolio is full. So if we don't have a housing issue, I should have a whole lot more vacancies, and I'm probably running 1%, and I have a lot of affordable within my portfolio. And so I would just like to build this building. It's going to take 2 years to at least build the building from once I even if I got approval today, by the time I go through mechanical, structural, and everybody else that I go through before I start, it's going to take 18 months. I don't think I'm going to negatively affect anyone else's property around me because of what's around me already. So I'm just asking council to consider as I try to work within the bounds of what I was delivered. And thanks for your time. Any questions?
Thank you for that. Oh, yes, there is a question. In fact, Councillor Daigle-Gamma, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, surprise. Nice. Haven't seen you in a while. One of the questions that has come up really was, and it is concerning if you think you're going to be 20 feet to the high water line. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea about how close you're going to build to the water?
I don't have any idea at this point how to build. I've had different people say what I've heard. They want me as far off the road as possible. So I've looked at pushing the building as far back on the property. And then I've had other people saying they want it as far from the water line. So I'm sitting here going, I don't know what, if someone tells me where they want the building, I'll put the building where they want it to go. But I honestly believe when I sit here, I'm not going to make everyone happy. I'm going to try and make it the best building that I can, that it's a livable, fits within the community. But I don't obviously want it on the water line. Like that's crazy. But I also don't necessarily want it on the street because I want people to be able to get in and out to help support traffic with the parking that I have.
So is your parking at the back of the building towards the water?
No, my parking is actually one level. Originally, I was going to do 64 with 2 levels underground. I've designed it so that it's 1 level of underground, and there's 4 surface parking. So there's 32 underground, 4 surface parking.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions at this time? Okay, I don't. Councillor Morris, please.
Yeah, thank you. Did you look at any safety issues regarding the distance from the high water mark? Were there any investigations in there? I mean, the high water mark is the normal high water mark, but then there would be storm surge and things like that. So I'm just wondering if you looked at any of those questions.
When we get to the stage of actually designing the building, we'll go through all the proper requirements. We'll have all the proper engineers to decide how far we can be away from the high water mark at that point in time. We haven't got into that level of detail because as I said, I could push the building not very close. I can push it towards the road and it gives a whole lot of backyard, which to some extent I'm like, that'd be great. I could put a whole lot of park area out there so people could sit out there on the water side. But I keep coming back to, I'm getting conflicting information, someone at the back, someone at the front, and I'm like, which way do I go?
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any. I'm going to ask again if there's anyone else from the gallery who would like to speak. Are there any other further speakers? Are there any further? I'm afraid we're bound by some pretty tight rules here, and one time at the mic. Are there any other speakers? I think I've asked 3 times, and I don't see any others. So bear with me. Want to get this right, Councillor Kent? Yes, I will now ask for a council motion to close the public hearing. That seems to come after, yeah. Okay, moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor St. Amand. All in favor of closing the public hearing, show of hands. The public hearing is now closed. At this point, I'd like to invite Taylor back if she would wish to respond to any of the points raised by any of the speakers. The floor is yours.
Hello, yes, to you, Mr. Mayor, to Council. I believe the question that was asked was about the rear setback or watercourse buffer. I can confirm that the watercourse buffer does not apply in this area. It's within the harbor designation, which applies to most of the coastal areas of the harbor. It's the same kind of requirement that allows buildings in downtown Halifax or Dartmouth to be built towards the water and oriented towards the water. So it would revert back to the rear setback requirement, which is 20 feet to the rear property line. I will note that the coastal elevation requirement does continue to apply. Coastal elevation is a vertical requirement that requires any residential space to be built a minimum of 3.8 meters above sea level. So that would still apply to any development built here.
Okay, thank you very much. Does council have any questions of Taylor? And thank you. We'll go to Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you tell us what the elevation is at that site, please?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the elevation of the site.
So it sounds like there isn't really anybody checking on new developments when they're close to the water, that there's really nothing that applies. Is there any standard for developing close to the water line?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So at the time of a building permit application, that's when the coastal elevation requirement would be confirmed. And so they would require the elevation to be proven at that time.
After we approve it here, then that would be considered. I see. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to understand the 32 units a bit better. I do recall Councillor Kent bringing that to us, but I did think it was kind of with your blessing. So can you explain the timing on this 24 up to 32? And yeah.
Yes, so the original proposal for site number 1 was for 64 units. That was the proposal by the applicant or by the property owner. Staff came forward at the end of the process with a recommendation for 24 units, which was informed by a policy review and fitting that to context. It was the councillor's decision to read a different motion, vote down the original motion recommended by staff, to consider 32 units. My understanding is that allows them to reconfigure what they've already designed in a way that is more efficient. It basically allows them to take a top level off instead of having to redesign the entire building. That was something brought forward by council. We don't necessarily have any concerns with that, but our recommendation was the original 24.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Taylor, thanks for the presentation earlier, too. Well done. Can you repeat the reference to the mistake that was you mentioned in your presentation? We had a couple of speakers. Could you explain that to me again? I'm just trying to understand that, if you wouldn't mind, please.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to council. I'm not sure if I'm able to bring that slide back up.
Should be able to.
We'll go to it if it's possible. And Kasia may take this one if
Through the mayor to Councilman Cindy, Kasia Tota, Manager of Community Planning. As you recall, in 2024-25, we brought a very large package of amendments across HRM to support our application to the Housing Accelerator Fund. It was at that time we were definitely in very dire housing crises with vacancy rate less than 1%. So we had a number of objectives. So we looked at all the plans and bylaws. So we tried to find very quickly opportunities to increase housing, to remove some barriers. There were other objectives. So Eastern Passage was one of them. So I think our intent at that time was really to remove, make some tweaks to a C2 zone, such as I think it was some maybe setbacks. I think the height was increased from 3 to 4 stories. And it was during that process that, for reasons maybe I can't speak to directly, the limit on the 12 units was removed, and it was corrected later. So that's basically what happened during the HAF process, and it was again a very large package of amendments.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, both of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And to Councillor Kent, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kasia or Taylor, can you remind me when the error was discovered? How much time had elapsed between when it was and where I'm getting at is how long did the property owners have where they believed that it was okay to proceed?
Through the mayor to the council Kent. Don't know if I have no exact. It was just maybe probably less, a couple of months, but before it was probably close to a year, 8 months or so until we brought back the amendments, because we did HAF package 2, if you recall. So I think it was spring of 2024, and then we were back in the spring of 25 with the amendments. So it was probably just under a year or so.
Okay, thank you.
But it was discovered sooner, of course. Yeah.
Is that it, Councillor Kent?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if a decision here tonight has an impact as a precedent on other potential development sites in Eastern Passage or in other C2C zones.
In terms of a precedent, I would say it's a bit difficult to say. This was initiated by council, and so if someone were to request an amendment, it would come back to council for initiation once again. So it would be within your hands whether that is considered. I will point out that this is in the area of the future suburban plan, so there will be a comprehensive planning process coming forward as well, or has begun. And we'll replace this land use bylaw and MPS eventually. So that is a consideration as well.
But there are other C2C zones around the municipality, so I'm just wondering if this sets any precedent for those other zones.
Yeah. Maybe I can take that quickly through the mayor to Councillor Morse. This is specific to the land use bylaw for the Eastern Passage, so it's contained to the Eastern Passage. And any policy amendments, as you know, are now required to go through the suburban planning process as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other names on the board. We're at the point now where I'd like to ask a councillor to introduce the motion. And I see Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw for Eastern Passage Cow Bay to allow multiple unit dwellings, to a maximum of 32 units and a maximum height of 3 stories on site. Number 1, PID 00374710, and II to a maximum of 24 units on site. Number 2, PID 00374728 and 00471698. Main Road, Eastern Passage.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Steele, thank you very much. And
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I want to start with thanking the community members and the property owners for coming out this evening. This is the part that we often don't always get people coming out, and that's a shame, and so I really appreciate that you did take the time. I want to thank staff for what I'm going to call an unusual journey. This is the first time I've had this kind of scenario in my career, and also it was an admin error, and there's been a lot of work to find a movement to correct it for in a way that is what seems to be more really a fair and just approach to a difficult situation. Staff made every effort, although they didn't have to go out and talk to the community. It wasn't a development agreement which has that demand, but nonetheless, they went out and as in consultation with me, and I felt it was the right choice. As the area councillor, I think I've said this before, I felt that in this situation, because the property owners who are within this motion spent nearly a year under the rule that was in place, it only stands to reason that they would be disadvantaged from the money that they had spent on what they thought was something they could trust in. And then when that error happened, I had to, as the counselor, make a decision, one of which I quite often do, which is what is in the best interest and the fairness of the property owner. And in this case, I've done that before, but in this case in particular, I did have folks that have, and I do have folks that have somewhat of a problem with it, but what I felt was about being fair to these two property owners, just as I would any other property owner that lives in District 3. That's the premise that I worked from. Would this be something that and this is an unusual one, but would I go to bat for a situation that seemed to me to be unfair? And so I felt that was important. The council supported voting down the the staff recommendation based on the information that I was able to share. But since then, this particular motion really is a movement to reduce those 4 floors that were presented in the staff recommendation down to 3 in an acknowledgement of the concerns that the community had. Also, this says at 1407, and reduce the number of units to 32. I did consider the idea of accommodating an elevator. I think that access and for members of our community who may have mobility issues, and access for accessible apartments at a reasonable price and fair price for our seniors in our community. And we're very much a senior populated community, although that's changing and as the housing units become available. But seniors in particular. Supporting 1509 Main Road in a way that has been presented as well, it makes sense. Having 2 buildings or 1, more units, a few more, but at the same time, it's about creating a scenario that is in the best interest of housing and a fit with the community. Both of those made sense. And where there are some community members who might disagree, it's still my job to weigh all aspects of every decision at this table. And this one, I feel that we've gone in the right direction, and I'm hoping that you'll support that. It's still appropriate. I think it's an appropriate way forward. I'm going to ask for your support on this one, and I'll stop there. And if I have no other folks, I'm going to sign off and come back with a closing.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no other speakers, so Councillor Kent, the floor is yours again.
Thank you. Okay, this gives me a few more minutes to just speak to the housing needs that are well and truly still very much there. Every day, all of you around this room and myself, we are hearing from people who are and we're in discussions around housing. And denser housing is happening all over HRM. Eastern Passage, I believe strongly, must do their part. We are going to grow, so it's better to grow with what I believe is a missing middle housing in Eastern Passage. This is a small scale density. These 2 are small scale density building projects. I do hear from folks, and particularly young people and seniors, who are both looking for these kinds of opportunities within the community that they live in now. And I think this is a win for everyone. The larger density would not be a good fit. We're seeing those high rises that are going up in many of our urban councillors' areas, and those I don't believe would be a good fit, nor would I hope council would. I do believe this at this stage, and through a difficult situation, we've turned it into responsible development. The error's been corrected. The rest of the C2 zone within the Eastern Passage area is maintained within the former land use bylaw and municipal planning strategy, but there are areas, just to make sure that those who might want to develop their properties, there are development agreements that they can still go through, so these kinds of things could come forward again. Yeah, I think that's enough. I do want to ask that council allow me to split the votes between I and I. Just originally they were all separated, and I think it's only fair that they each have an opportunity to be voted on separately, and I'll leave it there and ask for council to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Kent. Okay, the motion is on, this has been split and was on the screen and might come back. That's okay. And there's part I, or part 1, is on the screen there. And unless there's any further discussion, shall we have the question? Okay, the question has been called. I think I heard Councillor Hensby ask for a moment. Okay. Okay. And section II of the motion carries. And we'll now move to voting on section II. And the second half of the motion, II, carries. Okay, thank you very much. I wish to thank everyone who came to speak on both of the sites today. I want to thank the staff who presented and answered questions, and thank colleagues for a good discussion around the table. We'll now, there we go. Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hartling, all in favor of moving in camera, show of hands. We are going in camera. We'll just wait for the room to be cleared and the room prepared. Thank you. 17-4 is Sam. Yep. Welcome to the monkey house. Okay, thank you very much. All right, colleagues, we'll come back to order, and we are in open session. And I'm going to ask Councillor Steele to ratify the. Aren't we starting with 17-1? Oh, it was an information report. Thank you for that. Then we're going to go right to 17-3 to ratify the direction for 17-3. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that Halifax Regional Council adopt the direction provided in camera in private. So moved.
Seconder by Councillor Steele, rather. And these are digital. So these are electronic votes now.
Voting commence.
And the motion carries. Yeah. Yeah. In any case, the motion carries, and we'll move on to 17-5. Councillor Young, please. My dear heavens. 17-4, and Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 20th, 2026, and 2, release the private and confidential report dated April 20th, 2026 to the public once the conditions as outlined in the report have been met.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini, and we'll go to the digital vote, please.
Voting commence. Sorry, I have a.
Point of order?
Yes.
Point of order, Councillor Steele.
Motion said 17.4 as well, I believe, on the screen.
It said 17. It said
Okay.
17-4 on the vote screen.
On the vote screen.
We'll correct it on the sheet.
Okay.
Just going down the line.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought you were doing, but I read 17.4. Okay.
I did the same thing, Councillor Steele. I've been transposing the numbers. So we're voting now on 17-4.
And I need 2 more votes. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Steele. Okay, all votes complete.
And the motion carries. Thank you very much. And 17.5 will go to Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion is that the Halifax Regional Council, number one, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 27, 2026, and number two, direct the private and confidential report dated April 27, 2026 be maintained private and confidential. So move.
Moved by Councillor Steele, and we'll go to the vote. And the motion carries. This brings us, colleagues, to item 18.1, and we'll go to Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that in accordance with Section 7 of Administrative Order 53, the Municipal Alcohol Policy, Halifax Regional Council grant permission to the RMV Restaurant and Lounge to serve alcohol in a specifically defined section of the municipally owned Rotary Park during park hours, and that the serving of alcohol in this park shall be governed by a market value license agreement.
Second.
I think that was
Right.
Councillor Morris that got the second there.
Excellent. I don't think we need to speak. I said a little bit at the beginning of the meeting, and I've said this 5 years in a row. This is a good thing for the RMView. It's part of our supporting local businesses, and this started during COVID, and it's become a tradition now.
Very good. And the question is called, and we'll go to the vote.
Takes a couple days. Actually, takes about a month and a half. That's why all voting complete. I'm gonna go home and drink.
And the motion carries. And although it may sadden you deeply, is there a motion to adjourn? Councillor Steele.